Introduction ***. Familiar with the plot, Rodrick finds himself endowed with a system. In this life, the Red Wedding shall not occur, and Daenerys need not fight alone. He seeks to redeem all unfulfilled desires and win the hearts of the world's fairest. When the long night descends, I shall be the sole emperor of humanity. Chapter 1 Awakening of Blackstone, the struggle before winter's approach. Rodrick awoke, his body aching, a sharp pain piercing the back of his head. Squinting, he surveyed his surroundings. Cold stone walls, a dwindling fire pit, and the air thick with an unpleasant mustiness. A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his throbbing mind. He was now Rodrick Blackstone, the scion of a fallen noble family. Where was he? He distinctly remembered sitting before his computer, lamenting the dismal conclusion of the 8th season of Game of Thrones, and then a flash of white light, followed by an endless torrent of pain and chaos. "Young master, you have finally awakened." An elderly, tearful voice resonated in his ears, accompanied by a cool handkerchief gently wiping his forehead. Rodrick slowly turned his head to find a white-haired old woman gazing at him through tear-filled eyes, her face etched with wrinkles, brimming with worry and relief. Her attire was coarse yet clean, clearly indicating her status as a servant. He attempted to speak, but his throat was too parched to produce sound. Confused memories surged like a tide, battering his sanity. Rodrick Blackstone, a meager family situated in the desolate western fringes of the Riverlands, adjacent to the Westerlands. Their territory, known as Blackstone Pass, lay nestled between treacherous hills and forests, easily defendable yet isolated, bereft of resources. His father, the old Lord Hermon Blackstone, had recently perished in a hunting accident under dubious circumstances, and he, the newly minted heir of House Blackstone, had been bedridden for 3 days and nights due to a sudden chill. No, it was not a chill. The original soul, in the wake of his father's death, had succumbed to fear, sorrow, and despair, extinguishing its own essence. And he, a modern soul from Earth, had become Rodrick Blackstone in that fleeting moment. The painful amalgamation continued, the memories of the original flooding his mind like a kaleidoscope. Childhood play, stern teachings from his father, the grief of a deceased mother, and the family struggles and hardships unfolded before him. He witnessed the stone walls of Blackstone Pass, marred by the ravages of time, the farmers toiling in the barren fields, and the rusted armor of the family knights, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Most alarming of all, he recognized the familiar faces of the Tully family, the roaring lion of House Lannister, and even the Stark family of the north with their direwolves. Westeros. He had inexplicably traversed into the world of Song of Ice and Fire. This realization sent a chill down Rodrick's spine. A song of ice and fire, an epic yet merciless world. Here, every mortal meets death, and the fate of the nobility is precarious. He was neither the legitimate son of a great house nor a fated protagonist. He was merely the heir of a remote, impoverished family, his father recently deceased, beset by internal strife and external threats, on the brink of bankruptcy, vulnerable to predation by surrounding wolves. "Young master, do you feel better? Shall I summon the physician?" The old woman inquired with concern. She was the long-serving maid of Blackstone Pass, Granny Mary. Rodrick rasped out a single word, "Water." Granny Mary promptly brought a cup of cool water, trembling as she carefully fed it to him with a spoon. The refreshing liquid soothed his throat, clearing his mind. He took the cup, signaling that he could manage, and with great effort, propped himself against the headboard. He surveyed the room, which likely belonged to the original owner. The furnishings were sparse, consisting only of essential furniture and a fur blanket, giving it an air of neglect. Outside, the night was deep, with only a few faint stars flickering through the clouds, no moonlight penetrating. "Granny Mary, have the funeral arrangements for father been made?" Rodrick's voice, though weak, no longer trembled. He needed to quickly assume his role. Granny Mary sighed, tears streaming down her face once more. "The Lord has been laid to rest. According to tradition, he is interred in the Blackstone family crypt. However, this funeral was conducted far too hastily and too simply." Rodrick felt a heaviness in his heart. In Westeros, a dignified funeral symbolizes a noble's status and power. The hurried simplicity could only signify the Blackstone family's decline was widely acknowledged. "Tell me about the state of the family," he inquired in a low voice, an unfamiliar authority glimmering in his eyes. Granny Mary hesitated for a moment, but soon began recounting the family's current plight, confirming the dire circumstances he had recalled. Following Lord Hermon's death, the morale of the family's knights and guards had plummeted, and unrest brewed among the ranks. With winter approaching, the family's granaries were already half empty. Last year's harvest had been poor, and this year's yield appeared unlikely to improve. Surrounding nobles, especially the Red Flower family and Vulture family, with whom the Blackstones had long-standing grievances, were already stirring, sending scouts to probe the situation. There were even whispers that the Tully family, the liege lords of the Riverlands, had developed an interest in the mineral wealth and strategic position of Blackstone Pass, possibly sending representatives to offer condolences, in reality, seeking to exploit the situation. Moreover, the Blackstone family lacked significant alliances, powerful friends, or even a respectable fleet or capable soldiers. Father had labored diligently throughout his life, but, constrained by talent and circumstance, had led the family into decline. The original Rodrick was merely a somewhat shy youth, possessing some swordsmanship skills, but never wielding real power over the family. This was indeed a hellish beginning. Rodrick closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. It seemed he not only had to face the brutal survival laws of Westeros, but also had to struggle from the brink of bankruptcy as a marginal noble. Just as despair began to creep in, a mechanical voice resonated abruptly in his mind. Ding! Host soul fusion complete. Westeros Overlord System activated. Roderick's eyes flew open, scanning the surroundings. Granny Mary was cautiously tidying the bed, oblivious to any anomalies. A system? A golden finger. His spirits lifted instantly. Indeed, a necessity for any transmigrator. System scanning current environment. Host survival status assessment. Extremely dire. In light of the significant challenges faced by the host, a novice gift package has been dispatched to the system backpack. Please check it. A translucent blue screen materialized before him, visible only to him. At its center, the words Westeros Overlord System glimmered, with several module options below: territory development, heroic spirit summoning, intelligence insight, charisma enhancement, system store backpack. Rodrick eagerly focused his thoughts on backpack. Indeed, a golden glowing treasure chest lay quietly within. With a mere thought, the chest opened, and a cascade of light erupted, transforming into a stream of information flooding into his mind. Novice gift package unlocked, receiving the following rewards. 1. Blackstone Guard Foundation, elite soldiers 100 individuals. Description: this is the core seed force of the Blackstone Guard, directly trained and generated by the system, exhibiting absolute loyalty to the host and possessing combat prowess that far exceeds that of ordinary Westerosi soldiers. They exhibit remarkable discipline and collaborative capabilities. The unit training module within the system allows for cost-effective replenishment and expansion. Their initial equipment consists of steel swords, shields, and lightweight, yet sturdy leather armor reinforced with metal plates. 2. Advanced Agricultural Technology Blueprint Set. Description: this set encompasses advanced techniques such as crop rotation, deep plowing, superior seed cultivation, and basic hydraulic irrigation, surpassing the current era's capabilities. It can significantly enhance the grain yield of the territory and improve the populace's quality of life. 3. Basic Mineral Exploration and Smelting Technology Set. Description: this includes fundamental methods for exploring mineral veins, along with blueprints for blast furnace iron smelting and steel refining. It can enhance the efficiency of mineral exploitation and the quality of metal products. 4. Charm Aura Permanent Passive Level 1. Description: this continuously enhances the host charm in terms of appearance, demeanor, and eloquence, making it easier for NPCs to develop fondness, trust, and admiration for the host, with a particularly pronounced effect on the opposite sex. Rodrick exhaled deeply after reviewing these rewards. This truly is a golden opportunity. 100 elite Blackstone guards, a timely boon. In this era, 100 well-trained and well-equipped soldiers could decisively alter the course of a minor conflict, even serving as a pivotal force in wars between great noble houses. Moreover, this is merely the foundation, indicating that he can expand. The advanced agricultural and mineral smelting technologies lay a foundation for the family's long-term development. As the saying goes, people depend on food. Resolving the food issue will stabilize the populace and attract refugees. The development of mineral resources will provide his army with superior equipment and yield tremendous economic profits. As for the charm aura, seeing that his mood seemed to improve, Granny Mary exhibited a peculiar expression, mistakenly believing he was still engulfed in sorrow, and cautiously remarked, "Young master, please do not be too saddened. Your father in the afterlife would wish for you to uphold the family well." Rodrick focused his mind and turned to Granny Mary. His gaze had transformed entirely, no longer reflecting the original owner's confusion and sorrow, but rather a steadiness and ambition. Granny Mary, please withdraw for now. I require solitude. Tomorrow morning, have the steward Roland, the butler Greg, and the captain Burn await me in my study. His voice, though slightly hoarse, was resolute and brooked no dissent. Granny Mary was momentarily taken aback. The young master had never before issued commands so assertively, let alone directly summoned these significant figures of the family. However, she thought little of it, attributing it to the young master's apparent maturity following the death and illness of his father. She curtsied and quietly exited, closing the door behind her. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Rodrick leaned against the headboard, gazing at the system interface visible only to him. He accessed the territory construction module. Indeed, it contained numerous blueprints for buildings and technologies, a dazzling array of familiar modern terms and forward-thinking plans. From efficient water wheel mills to blast furnace steelworks, from three-crop rotation agricultural parks to basic education institutes. Each option was accompanied by required Dominion points and various resources. The hero summoning module currently displayed function not yet activated. Please complete the main quest to accumulate Dominion points for unlocking. It appeared that summoning heroes from across time and space required him to first amass strength. The intelligence insight and system store were also in a partially unlocked state, needing Dominion points for full activation. Current Dominion points, 100. Rodrick noted that the novice gift pack seemed not to include additional Dominion points. Only task completion would yield them. Taking a deep breath, he organized his thoughts. Now, he possesses a system, a foundation of 100 elite guards, advanced agricultural and smelting technologies, and an aura that enhances his charm. The most pressing issues at hand are the crises facing the Blackstone family. 1. Food crisis asterisk. With winter approaching and granaries nearly empty, it is imperative to swiftly utilize advanced agricultural techniques to increase yield and prevent starvation or rebellion among the populace. 2. Military strength asterisk. The morale of the guards is low, and their numbers insufficient, with surrounding nobles eyeing them covetously. It is essential to train a new army promptly and deploy the 100 elite Blackstone guards. 3. Economic issues asterisk. The family is impoverished, lacking sufficient funds to support development. Mineral exploitation is the key to breakthrough. 4. Political crisis asterisk. In response to scrutiny from the Tully family and the covetous gaze of neighboring nobles, it is necessary to project a stance of strength and wisdom. He approached the window and pushed open the heavy wooden shutters. The night breeze swept in, carrying the sense of distant forests and earth. In the distance, the stone walls of Blackstone Pass loomed like an ancient beast, crouched upon the ridge in the hazy night. The sparse lights below the city walls symbolized the fragile vitality of this family. Winter is coming, Rodrick murmured, echoing the Stark family's words, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor. Perhaps, in his hands, this world would witness an alternate conclusion. He would no longer be a mere bystander, powerless to alter the tragic course of events. He possesses foresight and a system. He shall reshape the rules of this world. The Blackstone family shall no longer be the marginalized ants. Blackstone Pass will become the cornerstone of his conquest of Westeros. He, Rodrick Blackstone, shall here sing a song of conquest uniquely his own. Chapter 2. The game of power unfolds on a small scale. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, casting a hint of gold that resolutely fell upon the stone floor of Rodrick's chamber. He awakened from slumber, feeling a refreshing vigor replace the fatigue that had previously enveloped him. The pain and confusion from yesterday had vanished, suggesting that the fusion of his soul was now complete. He propped himself up and moved about. His physique was significantly sturdier than the somewhat frail image of the original owner in his memories, exuding strength and fluidity. He approached a copper mirror to appraise his reflection. A mane of thick, dark hair framed a visage with deep-set, hawk-like eyes, and beneath a prominent nose lay thin yet resolute lips. The contours of his face were sharp, radiating youthful vitality while also exuding an air of maturity and authority that transcended his years. Is this the effect of the charm, aura? Rodrick mused softly, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. The youth in the mirror indeed appeared more handsome than he recalled, with a captivating charisma that seemed to signal inherent leadership potential. This would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage in winning hearts and expanding his harem. His attendants soon presented breakfast, consisting of simple bread, cured meats, and ale, alongside some dried fruits. Though modest, it was sufficient to stave off hunger. Rodrick swiftly finished his meal and donned an appropriate dark coat, fastening the Blackstone family sigil, a black rock ablaze in flames, upon it. He was no longer the confused and frail boy. He was now the new lord of Blackstone Pass. Rodrick Blackstone, as he stepped into the study, Grandma Mary had already tidied the room and added fresh logs to the fireplace, filling the space with a warm ambience. The steward Roland, the butler Greg, and the captain of the guard Burin stood respectfully awaiting him at the center of the room. Roland, a lean man in his 50s, had a pale complexion and sharp eyes that scrutinized Rodrick through narrow slits. He managed the family's internal affairs and finances, serving as the treasurer of Blackstone Keep. Greg, a sturdy man in his 40s, was steady and pragmatic, responsible for the castle's daily operations and resource allocation. Burin, a stocky middle-aged knight with a scruffy beard, wore a set of faded leather armor and a well-worn broadsword hung at his waist, his eyes betraying exhaustion and concern. Upon Roderick's approach, the three men knelt simultaneously, placing their right hands over their hearts, and spoke in unison, "My lord." Roderick's gaze swept over them, observing their expressions. Roland appeared somewhat perplexed. Greg seemed uneasy, while Burin, despite his salute, bore a hint of lifelessness in his eyes. "Rise," Roderick commanded in a calm tone, though it carried an authority that sent a shiver through the three men. This was a presence they had never felt from the former master. They obeyed, standing respectfully before him. Roderick approached the desk, but did not sit immediately. Instead, he surveyed the room and spoke gravely. "I understand your concerns for the future of the Blackstone family. The loss of my father is a tremendous blow to us. However, our family will not falter, nor will the banner of Blackstone Keep fall." His gaze finally settled on Burin. "Captain Burin, inform me of the current state of the guard." Burin stepped forward, his voice gravelly. "My lord, the guard currently numbers 50, and, with the castle guards and patrols, we barely reach 100. However, most are either recruits or the aged and weak. Training has languished for too long, and our equipment is woefully outdated. Morale is low, many are worried about their daily sustenance, and even—" He hesitated, omitting the words "even harboring dissent," but Roderick understood all too well. Furrowing his brow, Roderick had anticipated this situation, though it was worse than he had imagined. "Roland, what is the financial state of the family?" He turned to Roland. Roland's complexion turned even paler as he spoke cautiously. "My lord, due to last year's poor harvest and recent extortions from surrounding factions, the family's wealth has dwindled to nearly nothing. The granary holds just enough provisions for 2 months. Without unexpected income, our lands may face famine come winter." He did not say it outright, but the implication was clear. The family was on the brink of bankruptcy. After hearing this, Roderick lightly tapped the desk. The previous Roderick might have panicked, but he would not. The resources and information provided by the system instilled within him a sense of assurance. "I understand. Now listen to me. From this day forth, everything about Blackstone Keep will change. I will not stand idly by and watch my family perish, nor will I allow my people to starve." Roderick's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable strength. He surveyed the three men, confidence gleaming in his eyes. The influence of his charisma began to radiate, enveloping them in a peculiar sense of authority that, despite their lingering doubts, silenced their tongues. "Roland, prepare a detailed map of the territory, along with a distribution map of all known mineral resources. Greg, tally all craftsmen, especially those skilled in blacksmithing and masonry. Burin, immediately assemble all active guard members in the training yard. I wish to address them." "But my lord," Burin hesitated, "the guard's morale is low. If we force an assembly, it may." Roderick raised a hand to interrupt him. "Do not worry. I have my methods. Go now, Captain Burin. After today, you will command a force far beyond your imagination." Burin stood momentarily stunned. From Roderick's eyes, he saw a confidence and decisiveness he had never witnessed before, a force capable of inspiring others. He instinctively replied, "Yes, my lord," before turning and striding away. Roderick then turned to Greg and Roland. "Prepare yourselves. In half an hour, we shall reconvene here to discuss the specifics." The two exchanged glances, filled with questions, but Roderick's resolve instilled a sense of compliance. They bowed and swiftly departed the study. Once the door closed, Roderick exhaled softly, feeling a slight relief. He summoned the system with his mind and located the reward for the Blackstone Guard Foundation. "Would you like to immediately unlock the Blackstone Guard Foundation, 100 men?" Upon unlocking, the system will automatically adjust their identities and integration methods to ensure logical consistency and absolute loyalty to the host. Yes. Roderick chose without hesitation. The Blackstone Guard Foundation has been unlocked. 100 elite soldiers have been generated and are currently located at a secret training ground outside Blackstone Keep, awaiting your inspection. Roderick rose and opened an old wardrobe, retrieving the armor once worn by his father. Though slightly worn, it still represented the authority of the Blackstone family. He donned the armor and strapped on his longsword. When he arrived at the training yard, Captain Burren had already assembled 50 members of the Blackstone Guard in formation. They stood in disarray, their equipment mismatched, their expressions filled with confusion and impatience. This was hardly a guard. They resembled a ragtag band of militia. Roderick's sharp gaze swept over the group, and while disappointment flickered in his heart, it was overshadowed by a desire for transformation. "Is this the Blackstone family guard?" Roderick's voice, though not raised, carried an air of authority that resonated, laced with cold disdain, easily defeated. As soon as he spoke, the previously lethargic soldiers stirred, many displaying humiliation and defiance in their eyes. Captain Burren's face flushed with anger, poised to explain, yet Roderick raised his hand to silence him. "I know what you have sacrificed for this family." Roderick's tone shifted, becoming heavy and compelling. "I also understand what you're struggling for. Food, wages, honor, and even the shame of being bullied by the surrounding nobility." He surveyed the weary faces, amplifying the effect of his charisma. "Now I, Rodrick Blackstone, promise you, from this day forth, your efforts shall not go in vain. I will ensure you are well fed. I will see to it that you receive your rightful wages. Together, we will reclaim honor with our swords and blood." His voice was imbued with power, resolute enough to ignite a flicker of hope in the eyes of the once listless guards. Yet mere promises were insufficient. "I know you may not believe me, but now, let me show you what a true elite guard should look like." Roderick suddenly turned, calling out, "Blackstone Guard, step forward." His voice shattered the silence like thunder from a clear sky. Immediately, from the edge of the training yard's woods, a disciplined formation emerged, marching with steady strides. At the forefront was a burly young knight with resolute eyes, clad in a suit of lightweight, full-coverage steel armor, a black cloak billowing behind him, and a simple yet sharp Valyrian steel sword hanging at his side. His expression was impassive, his gaze piercing, each step exuding an air of intimidation. Behind him stood 100 soldiers, perfectly aligned, each clad in uniform black leather armor adorned with metal plates, wielding steel shields and long swords. Their movements were synchronized, devoid of any superfluous motions, and their weapons glinted with a cold sheen under the sunlight. This formidable battalion radiated an immense presence, starkly contrasting with the disorganized ranks of the ordinary guards before them. Discipline, strength, and elite prowess. Captain Burren and the entire guard were left astounded. They had never witnessed such a well-trained army. Where had these soldiers come from? Such a force could not possibly be stationed at Blackstone Pass. "My lord, they are," Burren stammered. Roderick's face broke into an inscrutable smile. "They are the guardians of House Blackstone, the elite I have forged with my own hands. From this day forth, they shall serve as your instructors and exemplars." He pointed to the leading knight. "He is the captain of the Blackstone Guard, codenamed Shadow Sentinel 1. Shadow Sentinel 1 stepped forward and knelt on one knee, his voice steady and powerful. "Shadow Sentinel 1, at your service, my lord." Roderick nodded, signaling him to rise. He then turned to the old guard and Burren. "Captain Burren, from today onward, this elite guard will take over the training duties. All members of the old guard will undergo retraining. I understand this will be arduous, but I assure you that if you endure, you will transform into the mightiest warriors of Westeros. Those unwilling to comply need not be coerced, but they shall find it impossible to survive at Blackstone Pass." Roderick's tone was frigid and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. This was not merely a training regimen. It was a trial of loyalty and fortitude. Burren gazed at this elite force, akin to celestial warriors descended from the heavens, his blood beginning to surge with fervor. As a seasoned veteran, he could instantly gauge the combat potential of this unit. With their presence, the military strength of Blackstone Pass would be utterly transformed. "Yes, my lord," Burren responded loudly, his voice brimming with excitement and visions of the future. The old guards exchanged glances. Some revealed hesitation, while others sparkled with newfound hope. They had witnessed the might of this new guard, and the promises of food, wages, and honor from their lords sounded irresistibly alluring. Faced with hunger and hardship, the rigors of training seemed far more bearable now. Roderick watched their reactions with satisfaction. The first step had been successfully taken. The reconstruction of military power had commenced. Upon returning from the training grounds, Roland and Greg awaited him in the study. They had clearly heard the commotion from the training field and felt an increasing sense of awe upon seeing Rodrick return with that same commanding presence. "Roland, have you brought the map?" Rodrick inquired directly. Roland hastily unfurled a rough sheepskin map across the table. The map depicted the hills, forests, rivers, and scattered villages surrounding Blackstone Pass. Rodrick surveyed it briefly. Utilizing his system's intelligence insight function and his understanding of the original geography, he promptly indicated several inconspicuous locations on the map. The terrain here suggests the presence of iron or veins below, although not immediately apparent. It is likely of considerable depth. Moreover, this area, near the river, boasts abundant hydraulic resources suitable for establishing a water wheel workshop. Roland and Greg were taken aback. These sites had been overlooked by generations of lords, deemed valueless. How could Rodrick be so certain? "My lord, we have also explored these areas and found no significant deposits." Roland stuttered. Rodrick smiled mysteriously. "That is because your methods of exploration are flawed. Greg, summon your craftsmen. I require them to excavate at these locations according to my instructions. Particularly here," he pointed to a concealed spot near the mountain's base. "This site should yield higher quality iron ore." System task: activate basic mineral exploration and smelting technology. Successfully extract the first batch of high-quality iron ore. Task reward: dominance points x 200. Unlock partial features of system store. Special reward to be determined. Rodrick felt a surge of determination as he beheld the system's new task prompt in his mind. As for agricultural techniques, Rodrick called Roland closer, circling several flat plots on the map. "Roland, I possess a revolutionary method of agricultural cultivation that can significantly enhance grain yields. This approach enables crop rotation, preventing soil depletion. Additionally, I need you to organize a team to construct simple irrigation channels near the river to improve water supply." He conveyed portions of the advanced agricultural technology blueprint provided by the system, articulating them in a language and concepts appropriate for this era. This included the fundamentals of the three-field system, the selection of superior seeds, and various simple yet effective improvements to farming tools. Roland listened in awe. These concepts surpassed any knowledge he had acquired. Yet Roderick's confidence and the vivid imagery of bountiful harvests he painted left Roland dizzy, as if he could already envision Blackstone Pass rejuvenated under Roderick's stewardship. System task: activate set of advanced agricultural technology. Successfully conduct the first large-scale, high-yield agricultural practice. Enhance the loyalty of the territory's populace. Task reward: dominance points x 200. Unlock advanced agricultural buildings and territory construction. Special reward to be determined. Roderick's fervor intensified. By completing these initial tasks, his dominance points would accumulate rapidly, unlocking more system functionalities in the process. "Remember my words. Do not doubt. Only execute," Roderick concluded, his gaze sweeping over the two with the undeniable authority of a sovereign. Though Roland and Greg still harbored doubts, confronted with Roderick's extraordinary abilities and his compelling aura, they could no longer entertain thoughts of dissent. They bowed in acceptance of his commands and swiftly set about carrying out Roderick's orders. The study fell silent once more. Roderick sat at his desk, feeling the immense power emanating from the system and the surging ambition within himself. This world was fraught with peril, yet brimming with opportunity. He, Rodrick Blackstone, aimed to commence his gradual transformation of the world's landscape, starting from this desolate Blackstone Pass. He aspired to establish an unprecedentedly powerful empire, to gather the tragic heroes who had fallen in the original tale under his banner, and to embrace the fated beauties who had endured hardship. Winter is coming? No. For Roderick, this was merely the prelude to his conquest of the world. Chapter 3: Training and Initial Exploration. The transformation of Blackstone Pass. In the days that followed, Blackstone Pass entered an unprecedented state of bustling activity. Under the command of Roderick, the entire territory resembled a colossal beast awakened from slumber, beginning to rumble with life. On the training grounds, Captain Burin led the Old Guard, wholeheartedly immersing himself in the rigorous training of Shadow Guard 1 and its elite troops. Initially, the members of the Old Guard were somewhat skeptical, believing that the soldiers who seemingly descended from the heavens were merely fortunate and well-equipped. However, when Shadow Guard 1 issued a command, the 100 elite members of the Blackstone Guard showcased astonishing tactical prowess and physical superiority. Their formations were immaculate, Each sweep of the longsword and each block of the shield was executed with precision and fluidity, as if orchestrated by a single entity. Their running, weighted marches, and combat techniques were all exemplary. What astounded the old guard even more was the remarkable synergy among these guardsmen. Whether coordinating defenses in formation or collaborating in squad assaults, they demonstrated an efficiency that was almost instinctual. Shadow Guard 1 was not merely a display of strength. He was also an exceptional instructor. He meticulously followed the training outline provided by Rodrick, integrating modern military concepts into the cold weapon combat of Westeros. For instance, he emphasized the understanding of formations, the importance of squad tactics, battlefield discipline, and how to maintain composure and identify weaknesses in the enemy during chaotic skirmishes. At first, the old guardsmen lamented their exhaustion, with many feeling utterly spent, and some even contemplating withdrawal. Yet, Rodrick made it a point to visit the training grounds daily. He was no longer a mere bystander. He personally supervised the training and occasionally engaged in demonstrative swordplay with Shadow Guard 1. In these sparring sessions, Rodrick exhibited a swordsmanship that captured the attention of all present. His technique was simple yet practical, devoid of flamboyant movements, yet consistently effective in subduing opponents. This was not only a reflection of Roderick's foundational skills, but also infused with his understanding of modern combat techniques from his past life, complemented by the instinctive combat enhancements bestowed by the system. Merely possessing courage is folly. Merely possessing strength is brutish. On one occasion, Rodrick addressed the breathless guardsmen on the training field, proclaiming that only by combining courage with wisdom and merging strength with discipline could one truly become a warrior. His words, coupled with his inherent charisma and the striking display of his swordsmanship, gradually ignited the enthusiasm of the old guardsmen. They began to believe that following such a lord might indeed lead to meaningful achievements. Captain Burren was particularly impressed by Rodrick, as he envisioned the resurgence of the Blackstone family. Meanwhile, Steward Gregor was also exceedingly busy. Following Roderick's directives, he summoned all the craftsmen within the territory, especially blacksmiths and masons, under the guidance of Roderick's dictation on elementary mineral exploration and smelting techniques. He instructed them to embark with rudimentary tools to several locations marked on the map by him for excavation. Initially, after several days of fruitless digging, the craftsmen were convinced that Rodrick was indulging in fanciful delusions. However, Rodrick exhibited remarkable patience and perseverance. He even visited the site personally, instructing them on how to identify the signs of mineral veins and how to delve deeper into the earth. The assistance of the system's intelligence insight enabled him to pinpoint the excavation direction with precision, significantly enhancing efficiency. Just as the group was on the verge of giving up, a miracle occurred. My lord, we struck something. Oh my, we truly found it. On the morning of the 5th day, as Greg burst into Roderick's study, his face was smeared with dirt, and his voice trembled with excitement. In his hands, he cradled several hefty specimens, dark with a hint of deep red, clearly distinct from ordinary stones. Rodrick took the ore, and the system immediately displayed a prompt in his mind. Discovered a sample of high-quality iron ore. Congratulations, host. The task elementary mineral exploration and smelting techniques is activated. Successfully mined the first batch of high-quality iron ore has been completed. Task reward. Dominance points x 200. Partial functionality unlocked in the system shop. Special reward. A complete set of blueprints for basic mining tools. Blueprints for constructing a basic miner training camp. Roderick's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained a composed demeanor. This was high-quality iron ore, superior to any previously mined. Greg immediately organized personnel for large-scale extraction. Construct an open-pit mine as I instructed, and concurrently, begin the establishment of a blast furnace ironworks near the mountain spring. Prioritize recruiting robust vagrants and idle laborers. There is work for them at the Blackstone Pass. Roderick's tone brimmed with excitement and decisiveness. Greg nodded vigorously, his eyes alight with fervor. He had never imagined that this barren Blackstone Pass concealed such a treasure. Moreover, it was this young lord, endowed with a seemingly mystical ability to see beneath the earth, who had uncovered it. Likewise, the efforts from the steward Roland were yielding fruitful results. Following Roderick's provided advanced agricultural technology blueprints. He meticulously organized the farmers for a pilot project on crop rotation and, under Roderick's guidance, excavated irrigation channels to improve watering. The farmers were filled with curiosity and skepticism regarding this novel method of cultivation. Yet when they witnessed the rapid germination and growth of seeds in the pilot fields after spring sowing, notably outpacing those cultivated traditionally, everyone was astounded. Seizing the opportunity, Roderick toured the territory, engaging warmly with the farmers. He painted a vivid picture of a future abundant in provisions, free from the scourge of hunger. His words were imbued with infectious fervor, and combined with his aura of charm, they instilled a long-lost sense of hope in these beleaguered common folk. The sentiment of the populace is on the rise. The morale of the Blackstone Pass territory has improved slightly. All tasks are progressing in an orderly fashion, and the changes at Blackstone Pass are becoming increasingly evident. The guards are growing more elite. New iron ore is being extracted from the mines daily. The iron smelting plant is taking shape, and the fields are beginning to exhibit vibrant vitality. At this moment, Rodrick received news from Winterfell and Riverrun. Robin Arryn, the new Lord of the Vale, has become increasingly unstable since the death of his father, Jon Arryn. Meanwhile, Eddard Stark of Winterfell has received a letter from King Robert Baratheon, indicating his imminent departure for King's Landing to assume the role of Hand of the King. The gears of the narrative have begun to turn. What does the letter from Roland say? Rodrick inquired. Roland handed him a letter sealed with the wax of the dire wolf from Winterfell. It conveyed that Duke Eddard Stark would soon journey south to King's Landing to become King Robert's hand. The letter was merely a formal notification and made no mention of House Blackstone. However, news has also arrived from Riverrun. Lady Catelyn Tully is en route to King's Landing regarding this matter. Rodrick nodded. Everything was unfolding as anticipated. He gazed at the map. Winterfell lies far to the north, while King's Landing is situated to the south, separated by the shores of the narrow sea and vast inland territories. The Blackstone Pass occupies a somewhat precarious geographical position at the edge of the Riverlands and the Westerlands, yet it holds strategic value. Additionally, another letter from Riverrun arrived. My lord, Roland presented a missive sealed with the red fish wax of Riverrun. Rodrick broke the seal and quickly scanned its contents. The letter was penned by Edmure Tully, son of Duke Hoster Tully, imbued with the condescension of a superior towards his subordinate. It informed House Blackstone that, following the sudden passing of his father, Hermon Blackstone, Riverrun would be sending an agent to Blackstone Pass in half a month to offer condolences, ostensibly to inspect family affairs, but in reality, to probe for vulnerabilities and seize opportunities. Ah, so it has come to pass, Rodrick scoffed. This was an expected development. Duke Hoster Tully is advanced in age, and his mediocre heir, Edmure Tully, is evidently unable to withstand the pressure from Tywin Lannister or truly control the Riverlands. Rodrick understood that the Tully family's actions were far from mere condolences. They either aimed to exploit the situation to further weaken House Blackstone, preventing it from growing too powerful, or they sought to meddle in the affairs of Blackstone Pass, particularly concerning its mineral resources. It is even possible that they are paving the way for the Lannister family. After all, in the original narrative, it was Catelyn Tully who arrested Tyrion Lannister, igniting the fuse of the War of the Five Kings. Prior to that, the Lannister family had already been eyeing the Riverlands with intent. He must demonstrate the formidable strength of the Blackstone family and his personal authority before the arrival of the representatives from the Tully family. Roland, spread the word that significant discoveries have been made in the exploration of the Blackstone Pass's mineral veins, and large-scale mining operations are about to commence. Additionally, inform the refugees that anyone seeking shelter and work from the Blackstone family will receive ample food and fair remuneration. Rodrick spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his gaze was imbued with profound significance. My lord, Roland hesitated, expressing concern that if the news were to leak, it might attract even more covetous eyes. Rodrick shook his head. Attracting envy is inevitable. However, if they presume us to be mere lambs for slaughter, they will bite with true ferocity. What we need now is to make them aware that the Blackstone Pass is no longer the same as it once was. We possess the capability to safeguard our resources. As for the envoys from the Tully family, we must prepare a surprise for them. A smirk of intrigue graced Roderick's lips as he issued orders for the 100 elite Blackstone guards to abandon their concealment. They were to don their finest armor, patrolling the battlements and demonstrating their might at the city gates. Captain Belen was to mobilize half of the old guard to practice using the training methods of the new Blackstone guards. Furthermore, I require my guards to be equipped with new steel weapons. Rodrick turned to Gregor. Gregor, how is the progress at the ironworks? Gregor responded with excitement. My lord, the blast furnace has been completed. We successfully produced a batch of pig iron just yesterday. The quality is exponentially superior to what we previously achieved at our blacksmith shop. Excellent. Roderick's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Immediately gather all the blacksmiths to reforge this high-quality pig iron according to the blueprints I outlined yesterday. Crafting stronger armor and sharper longswords. System side quest. Forge the first batch of Blackstone steel weapons, equipping at least 50 soldiers. Quest reward. Dominance points x 100. Unlock mid-tier weaponry options in the system store. Rodrick's resolve solidified further. He intended to convey to the Tully family's envoys that the Blackstone Pass exuded newfound confidence. He returned to his desk, unfurling the map. His slender fingers glided gently over the path leading to River Run. He had officially entered the game of power, and this small territory would serve as his inaugural chessboard. A storm was on the horizon, but he was no longer the defenseless youth he once was. He, Rodrick Blackstone, would master this tempest and perhaps even become the storm itself. Chapter 4. The envoy approaches. The sharp edge of Blackstone begins to show in the span of 2 weeks. Time at the Blackstone Pass seemed to accelerate, as if infused with some enchantment by Rodrick. The entire territory transformed under his leadership, evolving daily. At the training grounds, the sounds of drills resonated powerfully. Captain Belen, assisted by Shadow Guard 1, was integrating the old guard with the newly recruited laborers. Rodrick personally revised the training regimen, shifting the focus from mere physical exertion to an emphasis on teamwork and practical combat skills. The recruits were organized into small squads to engage in simulated battles, learning how to navigate complex terrains and utilize shields to form defensive formations. Most exhilaratingly, under Rodrick's guidance, the blacksmiths led by Greg had successfully mass-produced the first batch of Blackstone fine steel weapons. These weapons were not only sharper than their predecessors, but also exhibited a significant enhancement in durability. Each sword had undergone repeated tempering, and every shield was adorned with sturdier metal reinforcements. When these brand-new weapons, glinting with a chilling sheen, were distributed to the guards, the morale of all soared to unprecedented heights. System task: forge the first batch of Blackstone fine steel weapons. Equip at least 50 soldiers. Task completed. Reward: 100 dominance points. Unlock intermediate weaponry options in the system shop. A prompt resonated in Rodrick's mind as he swiftly accessed the system shop. Indeed, it was brimming with a plethora of intermediate weaponry, armor, and siege machinery schematics, even featuring some rudimentary gunpowder recipes and crossbow designs. He felt a surge of joy. These assets were invaluable for future expansion. Meanwhile, the mining site was abuzz with activity. With the aid of the basic mining tool schematics provided by Rodrick, the miners employed more efficient pickaxes and scaffolding, exponentially increasing their excavation speed. An unceasing flow of iron ore was extracted from the depths of the mines and transported to the smelting factory. The chimneys of the ironworks belched thick smoke day and night, transforming iron ore into high-quality pig iron, which was then forged into fine steel by the blacksmiths. The number of displaced persons within the territory was steadily rising. Rodrick's earlier words had acted like a refreshing rain in the desert, attracting those beset by war and poverty from the surrounding areas. They flocked to the Blackstone Pass, finding not only sustenance and employment, but also fair compensation. Rodrick took the initiative to establish a public dining hall, ensuring that all laborers working for the territory could enjoy a hearty meal. An act of incredible benevolence in the current Westeros. Public sentiment growth. Blackstone Pass Territory Public Sentiment 8. System notification: your territory's public sentiment has reached a stable upgrade level, gaining 80 dominance points. Rodrick understood that the influx of these displaced individuals not only provided invaluable labor, but also laid the groundwork for expanding both his army and the population of his domain. They would develop a profound sense of belonging and loyalty to the Blackstone family, for it was Rodrick who had offered them a glimmer of hope for survival. He paid special attention to the young women who came seeking enlistment. While ensuring they were properly accommodated and given job opportunities, Rodrick also showcased his unique tenderness and compassion. He would personally inquire about their well-being and address any difficulties they faced, his words imbued with warmth and charm. Some of the young and beautiful displaced girls began to gaze upon Rodrick with a hint of admiration and dependence. "My lord, the caravan from Flowing City has arrived at the southern mountain pass." The voice of the chief attendant, Roland, roused Rodrick from his reverie. He stood atop the castle's watchtower, gazing at the distant winding mountain road where a magnificent procession was slowly approaching. Banners fluttered in the breeze, the horses appeared robust, and the accompanying guards were impeccably equipped, clearly indicating the elite of the Tully family. At last, they have come, Rodrick thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had awaited this moment for an eternity. Descending from the watchtower, he made his way to the city gates to offer a personal welcome. Before the gates of Blackstone Pass, the atmosphere was solemn. 100 elite members of the Blackstone Guard, clad in newly forged steel armor, stood resolutely, swords and shields in hand, their gazes sharp and proud. Behind them, Captain Buren led another 100 of the old guard and new recruits. Though their equipment was slightly inferior, their spirits were rejuvenated, standing in neat formation with high morale. Captain Burin and Shadow Guard 1 stood at the forefront, resembling two formidable towers. Rodrick, adorned in a tailored black silk robe embroidered with the Blackstone family crest in gold thread, wore his father's heirloom sword at his waist. He stood at the front of the ranks, his back straight, his eyes deep and tranquil, exuding an innate nobility and majesty. When the Tully family caravan came to a halt, a young knight, resplendently dressed, descended beneath the banner of Flowing City. He bore the Tully family's signature chestnut hair. His face slightly pallid, his demeanor tinged with a hint of superiority. This was Hold Riverwind, a trusted confidant of Duke Edmure Tully and the knight commander sent in his stead. Hold's gaze swept over the walls of Blackstone Pass. He had anticipated a dilapidated and sorrowful family stronghold, yet what met his eyes was a newly restored fortress, along with 200 well-equipped and imposing guards. Particularly striking were the 100 black-armored steel guards standing behind Rodrick. Their armor and weaponry surpassed even that of the ordinary soldiers of Flowing City. The fierce aura they emanated was not something that could be forged overnight. He had assumed that the Blackstone family would weaken after the death of the old lord, Herman, becoming prey for others. However, the scene before him completely defied his expectations. "My lord Rodrick, it has been far too long," Hold managed to suppress his shock. Feigning calm as he stepped forward to offer a somewhat substandard gesture of respect, his tone laced with arrogance. "I am Hold Riverwind, sent by Duke Edmure Tully to extend condolences to the Blackstone family and to assist you in managing family affairs." Roderick's eyes grew slightly cold. He understood that Hold was attempting to assert Tully's overlordship while also probing him. He subtly raised his hand to indicate that no further formalities were necessary. Yet he did not bow in return. This was a silent confrontation. "Sir Hold, after your long journey, you must be weary." Roderick's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength that belied his youth. "The affairs of the Blackstone family are under my sole jurisdiction. I appreciate the Duke Edmund's goodwill," he stated, fixing his gaze directly upon Holder's eyes, delivering a double entendre that unequivocally dismissed the latter's attempt to meddle in family matters. Holder felt a tightening in his breath, as if he were not confronting a newly appointed young lord, but rather a seasoned sovereign with experience in the crucible of conflict. "Lord Roderick, the sudden passing of your father, Duke Herman, has deeply saddened Duke Edmund. He has entrusted me to ascertain if you require assistance, perhaps with adjustments to taxation or support in military strength." Holder continued to probe, his words subtly laced with an intention to dominate the Blackstone family. Roderick smiled faintly, a smile that bore an inexplicable weight of oppression. "Thank you for your concern, Duke Edmund. The Blackstone family is thriving. We possess ample provisions, and newly discovered mines are being exploited, providing sufficient wealth to sustain our development. As for military strength," Roderick turned, gesturing toward the 200 soldiers standing at the ready behind him, particularly the 100 Blackstone guards. "My family's guard is increasingly proficient, well-trained, and well-equipped, more than capable of safeguarding the Blackstone Pass. Any wolves daring to covet our territory shall meet their demise beneath these tempered steel blades." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing before the city gates. The soldiers stood tall, their swords drawn with a low, ominous sound. The synchronized noise struck like an invisible hammer upon Holder's heart. The color drained from his face as he beheld the glinting steel swords in the soldiers' hands, and felt the formidable aura radiating from this battalion. Clearly, such prowess was not the possession of a family recently bereaved of its lord. It was evident he had been outmaneuvered, or rather, the Rodrick Blackstone before him was far from what he had anticipated. Roderick stepped forward, nearly face-to-face with Holder, his eyes alight with ambitious fervor, devoid of any fear. "Sir Holder, you may relay to Duke Edmund precisely what you have observed. Inform him that the Blackstone Pass is as steadfast as a rock. The Blackstone family shall never betray the expectations of the Tully family, nor allow any ill-intentioned souls to tread upon our land." This declaration was undoubtedly a blatant warning and display of power. Beads of sweat formed on Holder's brow, and the arrogance within him had been utterly vanquished. He realized that this young lord before him was not someone he could easily manipulate. The condolences and assistance he offered were nothing short of a farce. "I understand, Lord Roderick. I shall convey your message to the Duke." Holder bowed, this time his tone lacking arrogance, imbued instead with respect and a hint of trepidation. Roderick finally revealed a hint of satisfaction, remarking, "Very well. Since Sir Hold is a guest from afar, why not take a few days to rest at the pass and savor the Blackstone family's specialty ale before continuing your journey?" This was a coercive invitation. Hold understood that Roderick intended for him to gain a deeper insight into the changes at Blackstone Pass, which he would then convey vividly and in detail to the Tully family and the entire Riverlands. "Thank you, my lord Rodrick, for your generous hospitality. I gladly accept. Hold responded with a wry smile, his mind focused solely on completing his mission swiftly and returning with the astonishing news. Rodrick turned to Roland, instructing, Roland, Sir Hold is a distinguished guest from afar. Ensure that all arrangements are made properly. Let him feel the sincerity of the Blackstone family and our strength. Roland nodded in understanding, replying, Yes, my lord. Hold's arrival and everything he witnessed soon spread throughout Blackstone Pass and its surroundings. The remarkable strength demonstrated by the Blackstone family in such a brief period unsettled many nobles who had previously underestimated Rodrick. Meanwhile, Rodrick utilized the system's intelligence insight function to monitor Hold's actions and psychological changes within the pass in real time. Character, Hold Riverwind Loyalty, to Edmure Tully, 80. To Host, 10, Fear, 0, Awe. Potential, Mediocre. Specialties, Horsemanship, Message Delivery. Weaknesses, Timid, Arrogant. Affection, toward Host, 5, Fear 10, Awe 15. Observing the shifts in the intelligence panel, Rodrick smirked internally. Hold's awe had begun to replace his initial negative sentiments, indicating that his display of power had yielded results. This individual would prove to be an excellent mouthpiece. However, Rodrick was aware that the Tully family's threat was merely the tip of the iceberg. The grand game in Westeros was just commencing. He needed to hasten his efforts to fortify Blackstone Pass into a true bastion before the fires of the War of the Five Kings ignited. He returned to his study, taking a seat at the expansive oak table. Before him lay a rough map of Westeros, with the mark of Blackstone Pass standing out prominently. He extended his hand, his fingers lightly tracing the contours of this territory, once so barren as to be negligible. In his eyes reflected the potential future of blood and fire, glory and power. Chapter 5. Bloodstained Blackstone. The roar of the lion resounds through the riverlands. Hold Riverwind departed Blackstone Pass, filled with shock and unease. Along the way, he struggled to contain his inner turmoil, replaying Roderick's deep, piercing gaze and the steel-like guard that stood behind him. Upon returning to Riverrun, he immediately sought an audience with Duke Edmure Tully. My Lord Duke, I must report that Blackstone Pass is no longer as it once was. Holden knelt before Edmure Tully, his voice trembling slightly. Edmure Tully, a middle-aged nobleman of somewhat corpulent stature and unremarkable appearance, lounged lazily upon his throne, idly toying with a gold coin. Oh, that young lad possesses a modicum of cleverness, putting on airs to intimidate you, an inexperienced knight? Edmure scoffed dismissively, having never regarded House Blackstone with any seriousness. Nay, your grace, this is no mere pretense. Holden abruptly raised his head, his tone urgent. The walls of Blackstone Pass have been repaired. Though old, they are remarkably sturdy. Most astonishing are their guards. Those 100 soldiers clad in black armor, wielding exquisite steel swords, are exceptionally trained, their steps synchronized, their gazes fierce, akin to that of wild wolves. Their armor and weaponry are even superior to those of the most elite guard of Riverrun. The coin in Edmure's hand clinked as it fell to the ground, the look of indolence on his face vanishing, replaced by a flicker of seriousness. What did you say? More refined than my guard? What merit does that lad possess to command such force? The Blackstone family is nearly destitute. Your grace, I would not dare deceive you. I witnessed it with my own eyes and felt it firsthand. The aura of menace is unmistakable. Moreover, they are training another guard, though less equipped. Their discipline and morale far surpassing that of yesteryears. Rodrick Blackstone has even mentioned newly discovered veins of ore, which they are currently mining day and night, along with a blast furnace belching smoke continuously. Holden recounted all he had seen and heard at Blackstone Pass, his tone laced with an uncontainable mixture of fear and reverence. Edmure's expression darkened. A meager family on the fringes, quietly rising under his very nose, had amassed strength that eclipsed a portion of Riverrun's own. This was undoubtedly a provocation and a threat. Additionally, Rodrick Blackstone had proclaimed that Blackstone Pass was well stocked with provisions, welcoming all refugees and offering food and work. He even publicly demonstrated outside the city gates, warning that any wolves daring to covet Blackstone territory would meet a bloody end beneath his sharp steel. Holden relayed this warning from Rodrick as well. Edmure slammed his hand upon the armrest, fuming. Arrogance. Utterly outrageous. Who does he think he is? Tywin Lannister? Despite his fury, a profound sense of caution surged within him. The upheaval of House Blackstone had exceeded his control. He had intended to weaken them, perhaps even annex their lands, yet found himself faced with their defiance. However, given the current capricious state of the Riverlands, particularly with the Lannisters poised to strike, he refrained from provoking a suddenly resolute vassal. He resolved to remain passive for the time being, continuing to observe. Let him be arrogant. When winter truly arrives, devoid of food and allies, those so-called elite troops will merely become lambs awaiting slaughter. Duke Edmure's face remained grim as he gestured for Holden to withdraw. Though he feigned disdain, doubt and apprehension had already taken root in his heart. News swiftly spread across the western reaches of Hudgian, particularly among those families that had long-standing grievances with the Blackstone family, such as the Ivanhoe clan and the Gregory Gervald of the Vulture family. These two families, once seeing the Blackstone Pass as a prime opportunity for gain, were now filled with shock and fury upon learning of the Blackstone family's sudden resurgence in strength. The Ivanhoe clan had long contended with the Blackstone family over a fertile pasture, while the Gregory Gervald family had long coveted the mineral riches of the Blackstone Pass. Unlike the prudent Edmure, they lacked the formidable foundation of the Tully family and were more accustomed to resolving disputes with blades. A mere youth, emboldened by his father's recent death, dared to act with such audacity. Gregory Gervald, a fierce-looking old noble with bloodshot eyes, bellowed in his castle. His knights were equally incensed, perceiving this as an outright provocation from Rodrick Blackstone. Did he truly believe that donning a few pieces of fine armor and training a militia made him akin to a Lion of Lannister? The Ivanhoe clan, being more cunning, proposed at their family meeting that they could not afford to grant him the opportunity to establish his foothold. They should teach him a lesson while he was still vulnerable. Thus, the two families swiftly decided to collaborate and launch a raid on the Blackstone Pass, with clear intentions, to seize the Blackstone family's grain and recently extracted minerals, ideally abducting some of their populace and eliminating Rodrick Blackstone, thereby installing a puppet lord favorable to their interests. They presumed that the Tully family would refrain from intervening in such a minor familial conflict. However, Rodrick had anticipated this. Although the system's intelligence insight function could not predict the future directly, his memories from before his transmigration and his understanding of the original narrative indicated that the surrounding nobles would not simply relent. The feedback from Hold River would only hasten their actions. Consequently, after Hold departed, Rodrick not only maintained his vigilance, but intensified his defenses. At the mines, he ordered the construction of rudimentary wooden watchtowers and increased the patrols of guards. In the fields, he dispatched a portion of the old guard, forming small teams stationed in critical areas. Simultaneously, he divided all the elite Blackstone Guard into 3 shifts, ensuring they took turns manning the walls, remaining in a state of utmost readiness. Winter was approaching, and beasts would always strike when their prey was at its most vulnerable. Rodrick addressed Captain Burren and Shadow Guard 1, stating that they must make these wolves aware that the Blackstone Pass was no longer a lamb waiting for slaughter. A fervor sparkled in Captain Burren's eyes. Since aligning himself with Rodrick, he felt as though his life had entered a new chapter. Witnessing the old guard grow ever stronger under Roderick's training filled him with pride and confidence. My lord, all watch stations have been deployed, and the Blackstone Guard stands ready to strike at a moment's notice, reported Shadow Guard 1 with calm assurance. 3 days later, on a night when the biting wind howled, the watchtower at the southern boundary of Blackstone Pass suddenly illuminated with alarming flames. An enemy assault. The sharp blare of horns pierced the night sky, soon followed by the whistling of arrows and the metallic clash of weapons. The coalition of the Vulture clan and the Red Flower clan, approximately 300 strong. The breathless sentry reported that they were attacking the watchtower at the southern pasture. The vanguard, numbering about 100, was rapidly advancing towards the pass. Rodrick stood atop the highest tower of the castle, gazing at the flickering torches in the distance. He exhibited no signs of panic, instead revealing a cold smile. They have arrived, even sooner than I anticipated. Fortunately, he had already devised a comprehensive strategy. Shadow Guard 1. Lead 50 of the Blackstone Guards southward from the eastern gate to sever the enemy's retreat and encircle their vanguard. Captain Burren, you will lead the remaining 50 Blackstone Guards, along with all the old guards and recruits, totaling 150 men, to strike directly at the flank of the enemy's main force from the western gate. All longbowmen, equipped with incendiary arrows, await my command. Rodrick commanded in a firm and clear tone. Yes, my lord. Both men replied in unison, executing their orders without hesitation. Rodrick chose not to remain entrenched within the castle, but opted for an offensive maneuver. He understood that the enemy's incursion was intended for plunder and intimidation. If he merely adopted a defensive posture, even if he repelled the attackers, the reputation of the Blackstone family would remain unestablished. What he sought was a decisive battle, a victory that would thoroughly instill fear in all petty scoundrels. He himself led 20 personal guards along with 30 archers, stealthily traversing a narrow path to approach the vicinity of the enemy vanguard's route, concealed at the edge of a dense forest. This was a race against time, as well as a test of Roderick's strategic foresight and his army's execution capabilities. The night was deep, and the cold wind was biting. Soon, the 50 elite members of the Blackstone Guard, like phantoms, silently flanked from the east, successfully cutting off the retreat of the enemy's vanguard. Trained to perfection, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain and the cover of darkness, they launched a precise ambush. The gleaming steel blades shimmered in the dark, claiming a life with each strike. The enemy vanguard, comprised mainly of knights from the Red Flower clan and a handful of infantry from the Vulture clan, were hastily advancing towards Blackstone Pass. Completely unprepared for an attack from behind, under the onslaught of Shadow Guard 1, they were instantly thrown into disarray. At that moment, Roderick beheld the enemy's main force appearing at the designated ambush site. It was an open expanse flanked by low hills and sparse trees blanketed in snow. Approximately 200 soldiers from the Vulture and Red Flower clans shouted as they pressed forward. "Fire!" Roderick commanded. The 30 archers unleashed their incendiary arrows, which shot forth like meteors, precisely landing in the midst of the enemy's main force. The arid winter vegetation and makeshift tents were instantaneously engulfed in flames. Shooting towards the heavens. "Charge!" Captain Belen bellowed, leading 150 members of the Blackstone Guard and the Old Guard, surging forth from the hills on the western flank like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. The newly forged steel armor gleamed in the firelight, resonating with thunderous battle cries. For Blackstone, for Lord Roderick. The morale of this battalion soared to unprecedented heights. Their steel weapons struck mercilessly at the disarrayed foes caught in the blaze. The enemy forces were utterly unprepared for the audacity of the Blackstone garrison to initiate an assault and were taken aback by such a sudden and ferocious ambush. They found themselves encircled, ensnared in the predicament of battling on two fronts. Gregory Gregwald of the Vulture family and Avon of the Red Flower family paled at this moment. They beheld their troops being mowed down by the Blackstone Guard amidst the flames, the stark contrast between the trained elite and the disorganized rabble laid bare. Roderick, wielding his longsword, personally led the charge at the vanguard. His swordsmanship was ruthless and precise, each swing imbued with a chilling intent to kill. He did not kill for the sake of killing, but for victory, for intimidation, for the future of the Blackstone family. Under his command, the remaining 20 guards plunged into the enemy ranks with a frenzy. The battle concluded in less than an hour, declaring an overwhelming victory for the forces at Blackstone Pass. Out of 300 foes, nearly 100 were slain on the spot, while Gregory Gregwald and Avon were captured amidst the chaos. The remainder were mostly taken prisoner, with only a few fortunate enough to escape. Roderick's blade was stained with the blood of his enemies. He stood at the center of the battlefield, strewn with corpses, the cold wind swirling around his cloak, yet it could not extinguish the fervent fire burning in his eyes. Assessing the casualties, clearing the battlefield, and managing the prisoners, Roderick's voice was calm and authoritative, commanding that all captives be escorted back to the stronghold. "Yes, my lord," the guards replied in unison, their voices echoing through the night sky, infused with the joy of victory and fervent reverence for Roderick. System side quest: defeat the enemy forces that initiated the first offensive against Blackstone Pass. Capture the enemy lord or commander. Quest completed. Rewards: dominance points x 300. Unlock system store war module. Special reward: blueprint for a basic military academy. Upon returning to the castle, Roland and butler Greg awaited in the study. They gazed at the bloodstains yet to be cleansed from Roderick's form, their eyes filled with awe. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Roland inquired with concern. Roderick gently wiped the blood from his sword, his gaze as frosty as winter. "I am well." He sheathed his sword, the sound crisp and resonant. "In this battle, my Blackstone Guard has triumphed over greater numbers without sustaining any casualties, annihilating nearly 100 foes and capturing over 200. Avon Flower and Gregory Givald were both captured alive. Roland and Gregory, upon hearing this news, trembled with excitement. This was nothing short of a miraculous victory. 0 casualties, an unheard of fantasy in the cold weapon warfare of Westeros. Lord Roderick's brilliance and valor were commendable, Gregory could not help but exclaim. Roderick waved his hand dismissively and sat down at his desk, visions of new system rewards flooding his mind. System shop, war module activated. Within it lay an array of schematics for siege engines, advanced troop training programs, tactical manuals, and even some fantastical items, albeit marked with exorbitant dominion points. Special reward: blueprint for the construction of a junior military academy. Description: this would cultivate outstanding military commanders, strategic planners, and tactical experts, significantly enhancing the overall quality and combat effectiveness of the army. This was the true treasure. Roderick's heart swelled with joy. Cultivating talent was the foundation for maintaining the enduring stability of the family. Roland, send out ravens tonight to deliver the battle report to Riverrun, Winterfell, the Eyrie, and the Iron Islands. Roderick commanded in a deep voice, brimming with confidence, conveying their steadfast resolve to defend their territory. At the same time, dispatch someone to deliver the letters of surrender from Avon Flower and Gregory Givold, escorted by my guard, to Riverrun, to be presented to Duke Edmure. This battle report would reverberate throughout the Riverlands. Furthermore, the act of submitting a letter of surrender, according to the laws of Westeros, would signify that the Blackstone family now held dominion over these two houses, with the potential to annex portions of their lands. Roderick would not show mercy. He needed land. He needed people. He required more resources. As for the Tully family, Roderick believed that upon receiving this astonishing report, Duke Edmure would reassess the true prowess of the Blackstone family. He would not easily oppose a vassal capable of self-preservation and proactive expansion. Instead, he might, to some extent, tacitly approve of the Blackstone family's growth, even welcoming a formidable vassal to restrain external pressures, particularly from the Westerlands. Gregory, summon all the miners first thing tomorrow to extract ores with full force. War always brings attrition, and we need more fine steel to replenish our arsenal, Roderick instructed, while also arranging for personnel to tally the war losses and spoils, especially food and weapons, which were currently in dire shortage. Yes, my lord, Gregory responded excitedly, envisioning the limitless future of the Blackstone family. Roderick approached the window, opening it to let the cold night breeze caress his face. In the distance, the fierce flames had long extinguished, leaving only embers flickering in the night. Yet, the majesty forged from blood and iron had already permeated the entire Blackstone Pass. Today's battle had unequivocally established that Roderick Blackstone was no ordinary noble. His decisiveness, cunning, and coldness, along with the elite forces under his command, were sufficient to compel all who harbored fantasies about Blackstone Pass to reassess this once inconspicuous border lord. With a resounding victory, he proclaimed the formal ascendance of House Blackstone, or rather, himself, Roderick Blackstone, to the entirety of the Riverlands and even the vast expanse of Westeros. This was merely the beginning. He intended to inscribe a saga belonging to House Blackstone with sword and fire. Chapter 6. The Triumph Council. A new consideration for the Lord of Rivers. The aftermath of battle at Blackstone Pass was rife with the exhilaration of victory and bustling activity. The morning sun bathed the land in light, yet it could not erase the bloodstains and the lingering scent of gunpowder from the battlefield. Nevertheless, for the subjects of House Blackstone, this sanguine atmosphere carried a long-awaited hope. Roderick had not slept throughout the night, engaging in a detailed discussion with Roland, Gregor, and Captain Burin regarding the battle's outcomes and subsequent strategies. In this conflict, we sustained 0 fatalities, 3 grievously wounded, and several lightly injured. The enemy suffered 96 dead and 198 captured, including Lords Even Florent and Gregor Gregwald. Captain Burin, bloodied yet unable to conceal his excitement beneath the fatigue, reported, "We seized approximately 50 horses, around 200 sets of various weapons and armor, as well as some provisions and coin. Additionally, there was a cache of supplies among the enemy's encampments." Roderick nodded in satisfaction. A record of 0 casualties was nothing short of miraculous. This was not merely attributable to his precise strategic deployment, but also to the formidable prowess of the system's guards and the well-trained veteran soldiers. Roland, immediately account for the supplies, confiscate all usable weapons and armor into storage, and reforge the inferior ones. Deposit the food and coin into the family treasury and granary. The wounded soldiers shall receive the finest medical care and compensation, with rewards commensurate to the severity of their injuries. Roderick spoke with a measured tone. As for the captives, he paused, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Interrogate them separately, identifying the recalcitrant and the most heinous among them for public execution. The remainder shall be informed that if they wish to swear fealty to House Blackstone and labor for 3 years, they may earn their freedom and land. Those who refuse will be enslaved and sent to the mines. Roland and Gregor felt a chill run down their spines. Although their lord was young, his actions were resolutely decisive. In Westeros, such treatment of captives, while brutal, was a common practice among nobles. Roderick's approach would not only diminish the enemy's viable forces, but also replenish his own labor pool. More importantly, it would serve to intimidate any potential malcontents. As for Even Florent and Gregor Gregwald, Roderick's gaze turned frigid as he ordered their separate confinement under strict surveillance. "I require them to sign 2 documents. One is a formal letter of surrender, acknowledging House Blackstone as the victor and ceding a portion of their territories to us. The other is a plea for aid to House Tully, recognizing their initiation of hostilities against House Blackstone and requesting Duke Tully's intervention. My lord, Roland hesitated. If we were to directly annex their territory, it is likely that Duke Tully would not acquiesce. Of course, I am aware of that, Rodrick replied with a subtle smile. Thus, we shall compel them to seek assistance from Duke Tully, requesting his adjudication. We cannot outright annex. Yet we can maneuver Duke Tully into rendering a decision favorable to us, or at the very least, acknowledge our de facto control over parts of their territory. This approach adheres to the laws of Westeros, offers the Tully family a graceful exit, and maximally safeguards our interests. Roland's eyes widened in comprehension. Such an astute political maneuver could hardly be orchestrated by a mere youth recently elevated to lordship. In his gaze towards Rodrick, there was not only awe but also a burgeoning respect. Captain Burin, your command in this battle was steadfast and resolute. All warriors who participated shall be rewarded, Rodrick declared. Turning to Burin, I have decided to select 100 of the most promising old guards and recruits under your command to form the 2nd Blackstone Guard, which you will train personally, with Shadow Guard 1 assisting. Their equipment will be of equal excellence to that of the 1st Blackstone Guard. Thank you, my lord, Burin replied, his voice trembling with excitement. This not only signified Roderick's trust, but also bestowed upon him immense power and honor. He could finally channel his ambitions into the fortification of his family's military. Shadow Guard 1, your duties remain unchanged. However, you will now primarily oversee the establishment and early instruction of the Junior Military Academy. I will select a group of talented youths from the Guard for you to mentor, nurturing them into future officers and commanders, Rodrick stated, looking at Shadow Guard 1. Shadow Guard 1 bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. Though he spoke little, a flicker of imperceptible anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Subsequently, Rodrick presented the construction plans for the Junior Military Academy to Gregor. Gregor, this blueprint outlines the construction scheme for a unique academy. I envision it situated on a relatively open hillside behind the castle, to be completed as swiftly as possible. This will be the foundation for the future ascent of House Blackstone. Gregor accepted the plans, his eyes alight with curiosity and astonishment. The architectural design and internal layout depicted were unlike any school or training ground he had ever seen, imbued with efficiency and practicality. Yes, my lord. I shall devote myself entirely, Gregor proclaimed loudly. The atmosphere within Blackstone Pass was charged with a sense of industrious excitement. Mining operations continued unabated. The irrigation channels for the fields were completed, and the construction of the military academy was now on the agenda. Roderick's formidable strategies and long-term vision instilled confidence in all regarding the future of House Blackstone. As Rodrick anticipated, his battle reports reverberated like thunder across the western reaches of River Run. The cities of Brindlewood, Winterfell, Eagle's Nest, and the Iron Islands all received detailed accounts from Blackstone Pass. Edmund Tully, seated in the council hall of River Run, felt his countenance darken upon receiving the comprehensive report from Holdren and the battle updates from Rodrick. He could hardly fathom that this brash young lad, Rodrick, could achieve such a remarkable victory without incurring any losses. What infuriated him further was the fact that Eamon Flowers and Gregory Gwyn, 2 vassals who had always shown deference to House Tully, had taken it upon themselves to sign a surrender pact with House Blackstone, seeking Tully's judgment. Damn Rodrick Blackstone, Edmund seethed, slamming the battle report onto the table. This was a blatant affront to the authority of House Tully. Nevertheless, despite his ire, he could not overlook the military prowess and political acumen that Rodrick had displayed. A direct military response would not only jeopardize victory, but also deplete Riverrun's resources, providing the scheming Lannisters an opportunity to exploit the situation. Father, this matter requires careful consideration. Lady Catelyn Tully spoke with composure. The Blackstone family has adeptly mounted a defensive counterattack, yielding significant results. If we act rashly, we risk losing the moral high ground, and our other vassals may perceive us as untrustworthy. Moreover, the strategic importance of the Blackstone Pass could serve as a formidable barrier for House Tully if we were to align with it. Though aged, Duke Hostert Tully remained sharp of mind. After a few coughs, a glimmer of shrewdness appeared in his murky eyes. Catelyn is correct. Roderick's performance has been impressive and serves as a wake-up call for us. However, since he has entrusted Eamon and Gregory to our judgment, we shall, in our capacity as the suzerain house, deliver a fair decree. Ultimately, House Tully rendered a decision favorable to House Blackstone, acknowledging Roderick's right to retaliate against House Florent and House Vulture. The verdict stated that Eamon Flowers and Gregory Gwyn were to pay a substantial ransom to Rodrick Blackstone and formally cede portions of their respective territories, including pastures, forests, and mines, to House Blackstone. Furthermore, the remaining lands of both families would be subject to special oversight from Riverrun, with a commitment to provide additional labor and material compensation to House Blackstone for an extended period. In return, House Blackstone vowed to maintain their fealty to House Tully. This decree was conveyed by the Ravens of Riverrun to Blackstone Pass. Rodrick glanced at the judgment and smiled with satisfaction. Although complete annexation had not transpired, this outcome represented a considerable victory for House Blackstone. It afforded House Tully a semblance of dignity while securing tangible benefits for Blackstone: land, resources, ransom, and labor. Most importantly, through this decree, House Tully effectively acknowledged the formidable rise of House Blackstone on the western fringes of the Riverlands and recognized it as a new line of defense against surrounding threats. System Side Quest: properly manage the initial fruits of victory to gain the recognition of the suzerain house and legitimate expansion. Quest completed. Reward: 400 dominance points. Unlocking the advanced trade module in the system store with a special reward: the blueprint for constructing a primary civil servants academy. The advanced trade module. Roderick's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he urgently needed. The Blackstone Pass required development, and mere self-sufficiency would not suffice. He needed external trade to amass greater wealth and influence. Moreover, the blueprint for the primary civil servants academy perfectly complemented his plans for talent cultivation. Balancing military prowess and civil administration was essential. He promptly summoned Roland and Gregory to assign the new tasks. Roland, we are about to receive new lands and population. You will be responsible for the comprehensive integration and management of these areas, planning new villages, and implementing our advanced agricultural techniques. Additionally, I need you to commence the establishment of the Primary Civil Servants Academy, selecting students from the literate individuals and talented youths within our territory. We require exceptional talents who understand management, law, and trade. Roland bowed excitedly. Yes, my lord. He understood this was yet another significant responsibility entrusted to him by Rodrick. Rodrick also purchased technical blueprints related to basic trade route planning and market insight analysis from the system store using dominance points, instructing Roland to learn and apply them swiftly. As for the Tyrells and Gregory Gwyn, since the Tully family had already rendered their judgment, it would be executed accordingly. Roderick's gaze deepened as he directed them to pay the ransom. The acquisition of land and resources was complete. For now, there would be no military presence in their territories, but a management team would be dispatched. Simultaneously, it would be publicly declared that their lands voluntarily formed a military alliance and economic mutual assistance with the Blackstone Pass. Through this maneuver, Rodrick had, by the hand of the Tully family, legally annexed portions of the territories of both families and exerted indirect control over the remaining parts under the guise of an alliance. This was a gentle annexation, waged without overt conflict. Consequently, the territory of the Blackstone family expanded by nearly one-third, with an increase of approximately 1,500 inhabitants, including 2 small iron mines and a fertile pasture. The ransom from both families significantly alleviated the financial strain on the Blackstone family. The true rise of the Blackstone Pass had begun to reveal its potential. Yet, Rodrick understood that this was merely the beginning. The power struggle in Westeros had only just entered its fervent phase. Standing atop the watchtower, he gazed upon the newly acquired lands. To the north lay the distant Winterfell. To the east, the bustling river run of House Tully, and to the west, the affluent yet avaricious westerlands of House Lannister. The formidable figures from the original narrative, Joffrey, Cersei, Tywin, Daenerys, the Mother of Dragons, House Stark, and even the White Walkers, were all set to make their appearances in due course. Roderick tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his gaze brimming with ambition and resolve. He intended not only to establish a foothold in this grand performance, but to alter the script and become its master. Winter is coming? Roderick murmured softly. No, my era is at hand. Chapter 7. The Roots of Blackstone. Deeply embedded in fertile soil, the decree from the city of torrential flow did not instill any sense of complacency in Roderick. Rather, it solidified his resolve to expand. In the aftermath of the war, comprehensive construction and integration efforts at the Blackstone Pass commenced, showcasing Roderick's remarkable vigor and foresight. The territories of the former Red Flower and Vulture families have now been officially annexed under the jurisdiction of the Blackstone family, designated as the new territories. Roderick dispatched Roland to lead a team to these new regions for integration. Roland was instructed to exemplify the Blackstone family's benevolence and fairness towards these new subjects. Before Roland's departure, Roderick admonished him to abolish all prior oppressive taxes and establish a new household registration system, proclaiming that they would equally benefit from the Blackstone family's provisions of food and employment opportunities, particularly for those forcibly conscripted to mine. As long as they sincerely repented and were willing to work for the Blackstone family, they would receive equal treatment. Yes, my lord, Roland responded with a bow. Roderick also specifically ordered the Shadow Guard to dispatch a contingent of Blackstone guards to accompany Roland, both to ensure his safety and to demonstrate the strength and order of the Blackstone family to the new subjects. When Roland and the Blackstone guards arrived in the new territories, the oppressed populace was initially astonished by the guards' impeccable discipline and organization, soon followed by being moved by the various new policies announced by Roland. My heavens, the Lord has abolished our taxes for an entire year, and there are jobs and food? My child will no longer suffer from hunger. It was said that the Lord of the Blackstone Pass even provided them with free food. Gratitude and hope rapidly spread across the new territories. Many farmers and miners, initially gripped by fear, began to cooperate willingly with Roland's initiatives. Following Roderick's directives, Roland introduced the three-field farming technique and irrigation channels in the new territories, promising that once successful, it would significantly increase their grain yield and thereby reduce future taxes. Public sentiment growth. New territories public sentiment 12. System notification. The public sentiment in the Blackstone Pass has reached a high level of recognition, earning dominance points x120. The high level of public sentiment brought immense joy to Roderick. This indicated that his policies were effective, and his care for the common folk had borne fruit. It also laid a solid foundation for his future rule and expansion. Meanwhile, the educational system at the Blackstone Pass began to take shape. With the unwavering support of Steward Gregor, the construction of a junior military academy on the hillside behind the castle officially commenced. Roderick personally selected 50 promising young guards, along with a few gifted youths, to be the first cohort of students. They would follow the Shadow Guard to systematically study military theory, tactical deployment, strategic warfare, as well as fundamental geography and engineering. Martial strength is the cornerstone of a family's survival, while wisdom serves as the sword for its expansion. At the foundation ceremony of the military academy, Roderick addressed all the cadets and members of the guard, declaring that they would be the future leaders and warriors of the Blackstone family. He expressed his hope that they would wield not only their long swords but also their intellect, expanding the family's dominion and safeguarding our people. The establishment of the military academy infused new vitality into the military strength of the Blackstone family and instilled hope for promotion among the guards. Meanwhile, the construction of the Junior Civil Servants Academy was progressing swiftly under Roland's supervision. Roderick aimed to cultivate a cadre of loyal and capable administrators, selecting 30 students from the literate populace of the territory, merchant apprentices, and even some gifted street children. They would study foundational knowledge in law, economics, arithmetic, trade, and administrative management. Roderick also procured materials from the system store on basic accounting and territorial administration, which he provided to Roland in the form of texts and diagrams to serve as instructional resources for the civil servant students. Roland, these individuals will be the intellect of the Blackstone family, Roderick remarked. In the future, they will assist you in managing the territory, planning trade routes, and even serving as diplomatic envoys. Their loyalty and competence will determine how far the Blackstone family can progress. Aware of the gravity of his responsibilities, Roland devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparations for the Civil Servants Academy. With the unlocking of the Advanced Trade module, Roderick began to strategize the external trade of Blackstone Pass. He first instructed Greg to assess the high-quality iron ore and its products that could be produced in Blackstone Pass and the Great Harvest mining area, along with the bountiful beer and meats. Subsequently, Roderick utilized the Information Insight feature to analyze the demands and outputs of the surrounding territories. Roland, I wish for you to dispatch a trade caravan in the name of the Blackstone family to negotiate trade with several families in the eastern region of Riverrun and some smaller territories in the west. Roderick indicated several points on the map. We will offer high-quality iron ore and refined steel products, as well as our specialty beer. In return, we can acquire cotton, spices, fine salt, gemstones, and even rare woods. Roderick understood that opening trade would not only yield wealth, but also establish diplomatic relations and expand the influence of the Blackstone family. My lord, the Lannister family in the west is quite powerful. Should we engage in trade with them? Roland inquired cautiously. Roderick pondered for a moment before shaking his head. For now, we should avoid direct and large-scale trade with the Lannister family, especially concerning iron ore. Their appetites are vast, and their ambitions extend across all of Westeros. Our current strength is insufficient to confront them directly, and it would be unwise to attract their attention too soon. He recognized the necessity for time. The Blackstone family still required further growth and development. Under Roderick's guidance, Roland assembled the first official trade caravan of Blackstone Pass. The caravan comprised experienced residents of the territory, accompanied by elite guards to ensure the safety of the trade routes. As the Blackstone Pass busied itself with internal construction and initial trade expansion, the situation on the continent of Westeros unfolded as Roderick had anticipated, becoming increasingly tumultuous. Ravens from King's Landing incessantly delivered new tidings. The death of Duke Jon Arryn aroused numerous suspicions. King Robert Baratheon appointed Eddard Stark as his hand and journeyed south to King's Landing. The Lannister family's influence loomed large over the capital, with Queen Cersei and Jaime Lannister's actions growing ever bolder. It seemed that the fuse for the War of the Five Kings was about to be ignited by Catelyn Tully herself. Roderick stood in his study, gazing at the map marked with the various factions, murmuring to himself. He understood that the moment Edmure Tully arrested Tyrion Lannister in King's Landing, all of Westeros would be thrust into the flames of war. The Blackstone Pass, strategically positioned at the junction of the Riverlands and the western frontier, would become increasingly critical. Roland continued to disseminate information emphasizing the Blackstone family's achievements in agriculture and mining, as well as our benevolence towards our subjects. Roderick instructed Roland, while simultaneously covertly recruiting refugees and offering them employment opportunities, particularly those from barren regions, as they would serve as significant reinforcements for our future army and population. Greg, expedite the construction of the Junior Military Academy and Junior Civil Service Academy, ensuring ample supply of all necessary materials. Additionally, expand the scale of our mines and increase the production of fine steel weapons. We must not only meet the equipment needs of our guards, but also maintain sufficient stock. Roderick issued command after command, his tone resolute and filled with urgency. He knew that time was life, the very capital for future expansion. He felt like a patient chess player, quietly amassing strength and silently positioning his pieces before the chaos erupted in full force. The foundation of the Blackstone Pass was taking root, growing stronger by the day. His goal was not merely survival, but to emerge as a true victor in this bloody game of power. Winter was approaching. Yet Roderick Blackstone would ignite his flame amidst this winter. Chapter 8. Prelude to War. The growth and preparedness of Blackstone Pass a few months in this ancient world of Westeros seemed but a fleeting moment. However, for Roderick Blackstone and his leadership of the Blackstone Pass, it felt as though they had undergone years of development. During this period, Roderick's ambition and foresight took root like a seed deeply embedded in fertile soil, flourishing rapidly in this barren land. The thriving development of Blackstone Pass, a burgeoning population, a significant increase in productivity, under the guidance of Roland, the new integration efforts in the newly opened territories proved remarkably effective. The abolition of harsh taxes and the provision of work and food attracted an increasing number of refugees. The population of Blackstone Pass has surpassed the significant threshold of 4,000, nearly doubling since Roderick's initial crossing. Advanced agricultural techniques have steadily increased food production, sufficient to sustain a larger populace. The mines operate ceaselessly day and night, with the yield of Blackstone steel continuously ascending, not only equipping the guard, but also becoming a vital commodity in trade. The emergence of military and civil talents is evident. The inaugural cohort of the Junior Military Academy has largely completed their foundational training. Under the rigorous tutelage of Shadow Guard 1, they have demonstrated military acumen that surpasses that of ordinary soldiers, with several outstanding youths beginning to partake in the daily command of the guard. Captain Burren has personally trained the 2nd Blackstone Guard, which has begun to take shape. With 100 new recruits donned in steel armor and wielding sharp blades, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 1st Guard, their combat prowess rivaling that of their predecessors. Roderick has even begun planning the formation of a 3rd Guard. Meanwhile, the Junior Civil Service Academy has nurtured a cadre of young clerks who have grasped the fundamentals of law, economics, and administrative management, assisting Roland in managing the increasingly complex affairs of the territory, thereby significantly enhancing administrative efficiency. The establishment of trade routes, under Roderick's guidance. Roland has successfully opened several trade routes to the east and south, forging solid trade relationships with various small families in the Riverlands. The high-quality iron, ore, steel products, and specially brewed alash from Blackstone Pass have become highly sought-after commodities, bringing substantial wealth, resources, and external information to the Blackstone family. Roderick purposefully acquired basic trade accounting software from the system shop, enabling the clerks in training to learn its operation, ensuring that every transaction is meticulously recorded. Territorial defense system. Rodrick has also utilized his Dominion points to exchange for blueprints of basic bastions and simple catapults from the system shop. Although Greg the Steward was initially perplexed by the blueprints, with Roderick's direct guidance and the assistance of the system's guards, the walls of Blackstone Pass have been further fortified, and several small bastions have been constructed at critical points, enhancing their defensive capabilities. At the summit of the castle, several rudimentary catapults have been erected. Though their range is limited, their deterrent effect should not be underestimated. Undercurrents in Westeros. Just as Blackstone Pass revels in an atmosphere of development and preparation for war, news arrives from King's Landing that sends shockwaves throughout the realm. King Robert Baratheon has met an untimely demise while hunting in the provinces, and the incestuous scandal involving Jaime Lannister and Queen Cersei is beginning to surface under the investigation of Duke Eddard Stark. However, Eddard Stark has fallen victim to Cersei's treachery, ultimately being arrested and, on the orders of the new King Joffrey, publicly executed at the Great September of Baelor. Thus, the loyal Lord of the North meets a tragic end in King's Landing. The cursed lion can no longer resist revealing its fangs. Upon receiving the news of Eddard Stark's execution, Roderick's expression darkens significantly. He understands that this marks the official declaration of war between the North and the Lannister family, heralding the commencement of the War of the Five Kings. However, it was another piece of news that truly plunged Riverrun into the flames of war. Earlier, Lady Catelyn Stark had apprehended the imp Tyrion Lannister in King's Landing and dispatched him to the Eyrie. This action incited the wrath of Duke Tywin Lannister. He dispatched the Mountain, Gregor Clegane, to ravage the Riverlands, laying waste to the lands of House Tully in retaliation for Catelyn's actions. When the ravens from the eastern Riverlands carried tidings of the Mountain's devastation, Roderick's expression turned grave. The bloody flames of war had already spread to the Riverlands. Roderick understood that the Lannisters' vengeance would not cease here. Following the chaos wrought by the Mountain, Tywin Lannister's forces would soon launch a full-scale invasion of the Riverlands, directly targeting Riverrun. The Pass of Blackstone, as the gateway to the western Riverlands, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of this assault. He immediately summoned Roland, Gregor, Captain Burren, Shadowguard 1, and several distinguished military academy students for an urgent meeting. Friends, winter has arrived, and war has ignited, Roderick began, unfurling a map with a somber tone. Tywin Lannister's forces have invaded the Riverlands, their objective being Riverrun. The Pass of Blackstone will be their inevitable route to the city. The gravity of the situation darkened the countenances of all present. Yet, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Captain Burren's eyes. He had long awaited the opportunity to demonstrate the prowess of the Blackstone Guard to Lord Roderick. Roland, immediately assess all provisions and supplies, ensuring we can sustain the entire population of the Blackstone Pass for no less than 6 months. Furthermore, expedite the relocation of all refugees and settlers from newly opened lands into the inner city and surrounding castle, organizing them for the repair of fortifications and patrols. We cannot allow a single subject of House Blackstone to suffer harm from this war. Roderick commanded. Gregor, all iron, ore, and fine steel products are to be prioritized for the Guard. Stockpile the remaining iron ore for a prolonged conflict. Simultaneously, enlist all craftsmen to forge weapons day and night, producing projectiles for catapults and crossbows. We must ensure our arsenal remains plentiful. Burren, your 2 companies of the Blackstone Guard must immediately enter a state of highest readiness. Every soldier must familiarize themselves with the various defensive points of the pass. Establish watch posts and intensify patrols. I shall further authorize you to command all able-bodied men within the city to assist in our defense if necessary. Roderick's tone was resolute. I expect you to showcase the true strength of House Blackstone before the Lion of Tywin Lannister. Yes, my lord. Burren responded loudly, his eyes filled with determination. Roderick then turned to Shadowguard 1. You will lead the military academy students in assisting Burren with the defensive arrangements. Additionally, I require you and your 50 system guards to serve as my personal retinue, acting as the final bastion should the enemy breach our defenses. Shadowguard 1 bowed expressionlessly. At your command, my lord. Roderick surveyed the crowd, his eyes brimming with determination. We shall not provoke. Yet we shall not cower before any invading foe. The Blackstone Pass will stand as the most formidable fortress in Riverrun. With fervor and valor, we shall protect our homeland and our people. He clenched his fists, his fingertips gently tracing the location of Blackstone Pass on the map. He was acutely aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. Tywin Lannister, one of the most formidable adversaries in Westeros, was soon to stand before him. This would be Rodrick Blackstone's inaugural confrontation with a true master of Westeros. A clash steeped in blood and fire was imminent. The Blackstone Pass was thoroughly prepared. awaiting the roar of the lion. Chapter 9. The lion approaches. The resolve of Blackstone. A chilling wind swept through Blackstone Pass, carrying with it the harshness of the Westerlands mountains and the desolation of the river-run plains. Tywin Lannister's army surged forth like a deep crimson tide, encroaching upon their territory. The first to arrive were the scouts and vanguard. From the watchtower of Blackstone Pass, the guards could clearly see the Lannister banners fluttering in the distance. The golden lion emblazoned against a scarlet backdrop, exuding a sense of menace. Following closely were countless troops, densely packed, stretching beyond the horizon. The ranks of heavy infantry were impeccably aligned, and the thunder of cavalry hooves reverberated through the earth, while the massive silhouettes of siege engines appeared particularly fearsome under the dimming light of day. Rodrick stood at the highest observation point of the castle, telescope in hand, quietly observing the movements of the enemy forces. This basic optical instrument, redeemed from the system shop, was nothing short of miraculous in this era, surpassing even the wonders of magic. Through the telescope, he could distinctly see the command flag of the Lannister army and the sturdy warhorse beneath it, upon which sat the familiar and commanding figure of Tywin Lannister. Their total strength was estimated to be around 20,000. Roderick lowered the telescope and spoke to Captain Burren and Shadowguard one beside him, more than anticipated, indeed, true to Tywin Lannister's reputation. The total strength of Blackstone Pass comprised 2 Blackstone guards totaling 200 men, along with 150 old guards and newly trained recruits, plus 200 able-bodied militia from the town, totaling less than 600 souls. Faced with an overwhelming force of 20,000, this was indeed a daunting battle. However, there was no trace of fear in Roderick's eyes. Instead, they burned with an even greater fervor for the fight. Order: close all city gates and fortify defenses. Archers to their positions in the arrow towers and bastions. Prepare the trebuchets with stones. The townsfolk shall enter the shelters as planned. All available manpower, transport water, gather sand, and prepare oil for the defense. Roderick's commands were concise and effective, swiftly echoing throughout the pass. Captain Burren calmly led the guards to their stations, while Shadowguard 1 coordinated the military academy trainees to set up more intricate defensive traps and interconnected defenses. Roland tirelessly reassured the populace within the city, maintaining order, while Greg meticulously inspected every corner of the supply reserves. In a remarkably brief span, the Blackstone Pass transformed into a taut war machine. The formidable army of Tywin Lannister encamped approximately a mile from the Blackstone Pass, their red tents sprawling across the landscape, flames leaping into the air, resembling a colossal town that had materialized overnight. On the following morning, Tywin Lannister dispatched an envoy, a knight of noble stature, adorned in resplendent armor, mounted upon a purebred warhorse. Brandishing the Lannister banner, he proclaimed loudly beneath the gates of Blackstone Pass, "Lord of Blackstone, Duke Tywin Lannister commands you to surrender and open the gates. Should you yield the pass forthwith and pledge your fealty to the Lannisters, the Duke shall safeguard your family's hereditary position and bestow upon you wealth and glory." Upon the walls, Roderick approached the parapet, gazing down upon the arrogant envoy. "Inform your master, Tywin Lannister, that I, Roderick of Blackstone, stand here. The Blackstone Pass is impregnable and shall never yield. Anyone daring to trespass upon Blackstone territory shall perish beneath this blade of steel." Though Roderick's voice was not loud, it resonated with an undeniable authority, clearly reaching the ears of the envoy and the vanguard of the Lannister army. His words struck like a resounding slap, forcefully smiting the face of the Lannister envoy. The envoy's countenance turned pale, and with a dismissive exclamation of foolishness, he turned his steed and returned to the Lannister encampment. Roderick understood that a fierce battle awaited. In the afternoon, the siege engines of the Lannister army began their advance. Several large siege towers, battering rams, and catapults were slowly pushed toward the Blackstone Pass, while thousands of infantry, shielded by their defenses, pressed toward the walls. "Loose arrows," Captain Burren commanded, and the archers atop the walls unleashed a torrential rain of arrows. The steel-tipped arrows of the Blackstone Guard pierced through the enemy ranks, inflicting significant casualties. However, the Lannister forces, well-equipped and numerous, pressed on despite the hail of arrows. They steadily approached the walls. The catapults began to unleash their fury, massive stones hurtling toward the fortifications with earth-shattering roars, causing the entire pass to tremble. Roderick remained composed in the face of adversity, personally directing the catapults stationed on the walls. Despite their limited range, these rudimentary machines, under Roderick's precise command, managed to strike effectively against the enemy's siege engines. One advancing siege tower was struck by a colossal stone, its base crumbling instantly, resulting in a thunderous collapse that incited screams and chaos. Well done, the guards cheered exuberantly. Yet, the Lannister assault surged forward like a relentless tide. The first wave of infantry had reached the foot of the walls, beginning to erect ladders. Pour oil. Release stones. Roderick's voice echoed across the battlements as the guards unleashed the prepared boulders and fire-infused oil down upon their foes. The viscous fire oil clung to the enemy's soldiers like tar, and once ignited, it proved nearly impossible to extinguish. The air was filled with anguished cries, and flames soared high into the night sky. After suffering tremendous losses, the first wave of the Lannister army was declared a failure. The remaining enemy soldiers, thwarted by flames and rolling stones, retreated in disarray to their camp. Well done, my warriors, Roderick shouted to the sentinels atop the walls. You are the pride of House Blackstone. We have repelled the first assault of the Lannisters. The sentinels erupted in thunderous cheers, their spirits soaring. Yet, Roderick was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Tywin Lannister would never relent after such a minor setback. The true test lay ahead. He stood on the battlements, feeling the chill of the night wind. He knew that tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. The Lion of Lannister had arrived at the gates of Blackstone Pass. And he, Rodrick Blackstone, would use this pass and his courage to demonstrate to all of Westeros that the Blackstone family, from the fringes, was far from being lambs for the slaughter. His eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve in the darkness. Everything was just beginning. Chapter 10, Iron Will. Bloodshed at Blackstone Pass. As nightfall descended, the Lannister onslaught against Blackstone Pass showed no signs of abating. Tywin Lannister, a seasoned military commander, would not abandon his ambitions due to a mere probing failure. Throughout the night, sporadic rain of arrows and intermittent bombardments from catapults persisted, attempting to wear down the strength and resolve of the Blackstone defenders. Roderick, relying on his telescope and some illuminating flares provided by the system, accurately targeted the enemy's siege engines amidst the darkness. Under the bright glare of the flares, several battering rams, attempting to approach the walls, were laid bare and subsequently targeted and destroyed by the archers and catapults of the Blackstone Guard. My lord, that fellow has some skill, reported Sir Malbran, a notable commander under Tywin, with a hint of displeasure in his tone while recounting the results of the nocturnal harassment. Their catapults are precise, and it seems they can see through the night. Tywin Lannister sat within his opulent tent, his expression impassive as he scrutinized the map. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to pierce through the walls and discern Roderick's every move. The fact that an obscure lord from a lesser house could withstand his vanguard assault was, without a doubt, a disgrace. It is merely a petty trick reliant on the treacherous terrain, Tywin scoffed. Transmit my orders. At dawn, we shall launch an all-out assault. At any cost. I will seize this pass. At the break of dawn, the winter sun failed to dispel the stench of blood lingering in the air. The Lannister forces commenced a more ferocious attack. This time, Tywin committed even greater numbers, nearly doubling the siege towers and deploying 5 battering rams. Tens of thousands surged towards the pass like a tide of crimson ants, relentless and unafraid of death. Upon the ancient ramparts, the Blackstone Guard and the old sentinels stood resolute, bracing themselves for the impending, grimmer challenges ahead. Under the command of Roderick, their eyes mirrored exhaustion. Yet they brimmed with unwavering determination and a defiant acceptance of mortality. Loose the arrows. Spare not a single shaft, Roderick commanded, his longsword pointed resolutely forward. The archers drew their bows to the full, unleashing a torrent of arrows that soared forth like a swarm of locusts. The steel-tipped missiles whistled sharply, cleaving through the air with precision towards the advancing enemy forces. Despite the shelter of their shields, the Lannister vanguard sustained grievous losses, yet they pressed onward unrelenting. The siege towers advanced steadily, their towering wooden structures casting ominous shadows. From atop several siege towers, well-trained Lannister archers began raining down arrows upon the walls, providing cover for their infantry's advance. Catapult, target the supports of the siege tower, Roderick commanded coolly. Captain Burren, lead the second cohort of the Blackstone Guard, focusing on the eastern wall, where defenses are comparatively weak. Shadow Guard 1, you shall lead the personal guard, providing agile support wherever needed. The fierce clash of offense and defense raged for several hours. The ground beneath the walls became a grim tapestry of Lannister soldiers' corpses, while the air thickened with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The defenders of Blackstone Pass suffered heavy casualties. Many old sentinels and able-bodied militia lay fallen in pools of blood. At last, a siege tower managed to bridge the west wall. The heavily armored Lannister infantry, like ravenous beasts, roared as they surged up the tower, striving to scale the ramparts. Annihilate them, Captain Burren bellowed hoarsely. wielding his broadsword as he led the first cohort of the Blackstone Guard in a desperate defense of this section of the wall. The clash of steel rang incessantly, sparks flying into chaos. The Blackstone Guard, trained and synchronized, formed into groups of 3, holding back foes that outnumbered them by several folds. Yet, the stark reality of their numerical disadvantage began to manifest. More Lannister soldiers clambered up the siege tower. The narrow battlements became increasingly untenable for the Blackstone Guard. In that critical moment, Shadow Guard 1 arrived like a wraith, accompanied by the personal guard. They moved swiftly, their swordplay ruthless, each strike finding its mark upon the enemy's vital points. The Lannister charge faltered abruptly, as the breach they had nearly formed was forcefully sealed. Roderick himself joined the fray, wielding his long sword with precision, each block and counterstrike executed flawlessly, as though he were a finely tuned instrument of death. He was not merely a lord, but a warrior at the forefront, greatly bolstering the morale of the defenders. For Blackstone, for our lord. The guard shouts drowned out the cacophony of battle. Under Roderick's astute command and the bloodied valor of the guard, the Lannisters' second wave of assault, after incurring even heavier losses, was repelled once more. Several siege towers were set ablaze or toppled, while the battering rams proved ineffective. In his tent, Tywin Lannister peered through a crack, observing the unfolding chaos with a furrowed brow and a countenance as dark as stormy waters. He had never anticipated that a mere small pass could deplete so much of his military strength. The formidable Rodrick Blackstone proved to be far more challenging than he had envisioned. My lord, perhaps we should consider alternative routes, such as circumventing the Blackstone Pass? An officer tentatively suggested. Tywin's gaze, as sharp as a frosty blade, swept over the officer, who immediately fell silent. Circumvent? Tywin coldly retorted. To be deterred by a minor house and skulk away? What becomes of the Lannisters' dignity? What of my authority? This insignificant Blackstone Pass shall be breached, and that presumptuous wretch shall be hanged from the city gates. Despite his fury, Tywin recognized that the defenses of Blackstone Pass were far sturdier than he had estimated. A strategic adjustment was imperative. Roderick's displayed command prowess and the valor of the Blackstone Guard instilled in him an unsettling apprehension. The battlefield momentarily descended into tranquility. Smoke wafting through the air, the setting sun resembling spilled blood. The walls of Blackstone Pass were stained with blood, the damaged battlements lamenting in the wind. The fallen and wounded defenders were swiftly carried down from the ramparts, yet all were aware that the next wave of Lannister assault would soon arrive. Roderick stood upon the battlements, gazing towards the vast encampment of the Lannisters. His body felt an unprecedented fatigue, yet he understood he could not falter. He was the hope of House Blackstone, the reliance of all his people. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he felt the chilling steel in his grasp. He recognized his own vulnerabilities, and the might of the Lannisters exceeded his imagination. Yet, the Blackstone Pass was akin to a stubborn rock, once provoked. It would reveal its hardness and sharp edges. He intended to make Tywin Lannister pay a price he had never contemplated. He sought to immortalize this war as an everlasting disgrace for the Lannister family. He, Rodrick Blackstone, would inscribe the legend of House Blackstone with blood and glory. Chapter 11. Attrition and Counterattack. The battle of wits with the lion. The tranquility of the Lannister camp did not endure for long. Yet the subsequent assault was no longer a blind charge. Tywin Lannister had altered his strategy. He no longer initiated large-scale frontal assaults, but opted for a siege and attrition approach. Beginning on the third day, the Lannister forces meticulously sealed off all external paths leading to Blackstone Pass. Concurrently, they commenced relentless harassment attacks, day and night. Small detachments would suddenly advance, unleashing a rain of arrows or attempting ladder assaults, then swiftly retreating within a fixed time frame. This tactic severely drained the energy of the Blackstone defenders, preventing them from obtaining adequate rest. The catapults also adjusted their targets, no longer solely bombarding the walls, but instead launching incendiary projectiles and carcasses of plague-ridden animals into the pass, seeking to instigate panic and disease. Roderick was acutely aware of Tywin's insidious intentions. He promptly summoned Roland, Gregor, Burin, and Shadow Guard 1. Tywin Lannister seeks to deplete our supplies and stamina. Roderick pointed at the map, his voice low and resolute, aware that our manpower is insufficient to maintain constant vigilance. Yet we must brace ourselves. We cannot allow his schemes to succeed. Roland, implement the strictest rationing of provisions immediately. All defenders shall receive 2 meals daily to ensure basic stamina, while ordinary citizens shall be limited to 1 meal, primarily consisting of thin gruel. Steel and all resources will be meticulously allocated, with any misuse met with punishment. Roderick commanded, concurrently ordering an intensified cleanup of the carcasses of diseased animals, instructing all citizens to boil their drinking water and concoct herbal broths to prevent the spread of plague. He also exchanged for fundamental hygiene and epidemic prevention knowledge, along with simple water filtration designs from the system's store, which he promptly entrusted to Roland and Greg, urging them to expedite their implementation. In this era, disease often proves more fatal than sword or blade. Greg, you shall personally oversee the rear, coordinating manpower tirelessly to repair the damaged walls and equipment. Meanwhile, all craftsmen capable of forging weapons are to gather and work overtime to produce arrows and maintain arms. Roderick's tone was grave. Burin, your Blackstone Guard now serves as the backbone of our stronghold. I order you to divide into 3 shifts, ensuring each team receives adequate rest. Fatigue is our enemy. Shadow Guard 1. You are responsible for monitoring the state of defenses and selecting several of the most capable students from the military academy to assist you in nighttime patrols and intelligence gathering. Upon receiving his orders, Shadow Guard 1 immediately set to work. He led a few young cadets, utilizing the terrain for cover as they stealthily infiltrated the area beyond the walls to scout the movements of the Lannister army, meticulously charting the patrol routes. The courage and ingenuity displayed by these youths filled Roderick with pride. As days passed, the atmosphere within the Blackstone Pass grew increasingly tense. The siege had persisted for nearly a week, and the morale and stamina of the defenders were pushed to their limits. Nevertheless, under Roderick's leadership, they held firm. He frequently patrolled the walls, conversing with the wounded and the guards, offering encouragement, and even partaking in the repair of fortifications, inspiring morale through his actions. System prompt. Host territory morale nearing its limit. However, due to the host's leadership, personal charisma, morale remains at a resilient level. Roderick exhaled in relief. Morale is crucial for the defense. As long as it does not shatter, they can continue to fight. On this day, Shadow Guard 1 brought forth significant intelligence. My lord, the Lannister forces are exhibiting unusual activity tonight, he reported calmly. There are signs of a large-scale troop movement in their western camp, seemingly gathering heavy cavalry and elite infantry. Moreover, I observed their scouts surveying the mountain path southwest of the pass this afternoon. That route leads to a small iron mine in our newly developed territory, seldom traversed by anyone. Upon hearing this, Roderick's gaze sharpened instantly. Tywin was finally prepared to take action. He quickly deduced that Tywin Lannister intended to exploit the cover of night and the fatigue of the garrison to launch a surprise assault. Seeking an opening from an area deemed unlikely for an attack, the gathering of forces at the western camp was likely a feint, while the true point of breach lay along the southwestern mountain path. Shadow Guard 1, you have performed admirably, Roderick commended, immediately instructing Captain Burin to discreetly relocate all main forces of the Blackstone Guard to the southwestern city walls and its inner and outer defenses. No fires shall be lit, and silence must be maintained. I will personally lead my retinue to remain on standby within the city, ready to provide support. Yes, my lord, replied Shadow Guard 1, bowing before taking his leave. As night fell, the Blackstone Pass lay still, as if in slumber. Yet all soldiers were acutely aware that they would face a formidable trial this night. To the west, the Lannister fainting force indeed charged as planned, their war cries echoing, arrows raining down like a tempest. However, Roderick retained only a handful of militia as a precaution, while the main force had already shifted positions. The true battleground was to the southwest. In the early hours of dawn, a fully armed elite Lannister unit stealthily approached the southwestern corner of the Blackstone Pass under the cloak of darkness, believing they would encounter weary or complacent defenders. Yet, as they attempted to set up their ladders, they discovered that the bows atop the walls were already drawn taut. Loose arrows. All men forward, Captain Burin bellowed, and the steel shafts of the Blackstone Guard tore through the darkness in an instant. The sudden counterattack caught the Lannister elite off guard. They had not anticipated such a robust defense at this location. The rugged mountain path and complex terrain hindered their formation, and under the relentless assault of the Blackstone Guard, the attacking Lannister soldiers quickly descended into chaos. Roderick, hearing the sounds of fierce combat from the southwest, could not suppress a cold smile. Tywin Lannister, you have underestimated me. Rodrick Blackstone. For the next half hour, the battle at the southwestern corner was fierce yet brief. Though the Lannister elite were valiant, they were ultimately forced to retreat due to the disadvantageous terrain and the prepared strikes of the Blackstone Guard, leaving behind a grim scene of corpses and wounded. This marked the first proactive thwarting of Tywin Lannister's strategic intentions since the siege began. As dawn's light began to break, the atmosphere within Tywin Lannister's tent was suffocatingly tense. The retreat of the fainting force and the catastrophic failure of the southwestern assault ignited his fury. Incompetent fools. A bunch of worthless wretches. Tywin could no longer contain himself. violently overturning the table before him, scattering tea and documents across the floor. Rodrick Blackstone, this insignificant lord, had managed to foresee his strategic designs and set a trap even amidst such exhaustion. This realization filled him with an unprecedented sense of defeat. This young man was far from an ordinary opponent. Upon the walls of Blackstone Pass, the weary sentinels, having endured yet another sleepless night, found their spirits remarkably elevated. They had finally demonstrated, through sheer strength, that they were not mere defenders, but capable warriors ready to retaliate. Roderick gazed resolutely at the nightmarish expanse of the Lannister camp in the distance, fully aware that Tywin Lannister would not relent. However, this time he had inflicted a measure of pain upon the Great Lion. The war was far from over, yet the scales of victory seemed to be tilting, ever so slightly, in favor of Blackstone Pass. Chapter 12. A sudden turn of events. Roderick's last stand. The fury of Tywin Lannister had incinerated everything within his tent. Yet it could not extinguish the resilience of Blackstone Pass. Following their defeat at the southwestern corner, Tywin refrained from launching another large-scale assault. He maintained a stringent siege, interspersed with occasional harassing attacks, and the grim practice of hurling decaying corpses and incendiary devices into the stronghold. His intent was to induce a collapse of Blackstone Pass through hunger, disease, and despair. Within the confines of Blackstone Pass, food supplies had begun to dwindle perilously. Even with strict rationing, sustenance could barely last 2 weeks. The number of wounded was significant, yet herbal remedies and medical supplies were woefully inadequate. The relentless battles and the toll of exhaustion had plunged both the defenders and the populace into profound fatigue, their faces pale and drawn, eyes sunken. Though morale remained steadfast under Roderick's leadership, it resembled a bowstring pulled to its utmost limit, on the verge of snapping. Roderick himself bore an immense burden of pressure. He understood that if the situation persisted, Blackstone Pass would inevitably succumb. He needed an opportunity, a chance to shatter the stalemate. That morning, a raven soared into the stronghold, bearing an urgent military missive from the south of the Riverlands. It was a raven sent by Littlefinger, yet the handwriting was not that of Peter Baelish, but rather of his informants stationed in Riverrun. The message was concise. Riverrun was in peril. Jaime Lannister had arrived with a contingent of troops, encircling Riverrun from the south. Meanwhile, the Northern Army led by Robb Stark had crossed the Twins and was advancing towards Tywin Lannister's forces, intending to engage in a decisive battle in the western Riverlands to relieve Riverrun. Robb Stark. He has come, Roderick murmured, a flicker of complex emotions dancing in his eyes. This raven bore both hope and a deeper crisis. If Robb clashed with Tywin near Blackstone Pass, the stronghold would inevitably become a battlefield. Yet, it also meant that Tywin's focus would be diverted, potentially providing Roderick with his only chance. Without delay, Roderick summoned Roland, Gregor, Urin, and Shadow Sentinel 1. The atmosphere in the conference room was palpably tense. "Gentlemen," Roderick began, his tone grave yet his gaze unwavering. "The Northern Army has entered the Riverlands. Robb Stark will confront Tywin Lannister here in a decisive battle." He pointed to the plain between Blackstone Pass and the city of Flowing Castle on the map, indicating that Tywin's strategic objective was to utterly annihilate the north and seize Flowing Castle. By surrounding us here, he aimed to secure his flanks and prevent us from launching a surprise attack on his rear. Now, the situation has become clear. We must make a choice. Either we remain passive, waiting to be worn down by Tywin, only to be ruthlessly crushed in the ensuing battle, or we take the initiative, carving out a bloody path for ourselves and the Blackstone family. "My lord, our forces are vastly outnumbered," Roland said anxiously. "To strike first carries significant risk." "Indeed, the risk is considerable," Roderick replied solemnly, "but we have no avenue of retreat. Tywin will not grant us the luxury of respite. What we must do now is bite him fiercely before he can fully engage with Robb Stark, forcing him to divert his full attention from us. We must even make him pay for underestimating us." Roderick's gaze fell upon a point on the map, Tywin Lannister's supply camp. The camp lay roughly 2 miles behind his main forces, heavily guarded, yet relatively complacent. Roderick's voice was low yet resolute. "That camp holds all his supplies. If we can set his provisions ablaze, even if it does not lead to the collapse of his entire army, it will certainly plunge him into dire straits. Tywin's forces are immense, and their consumption of supplies is staggering. Once those supplies are destroyed, even if he defeats Robb Stark, he will be unable to continue waging a prolonged campaign in the Riverlands." This was undoubtedly a mad scheme, a task seemingly impossible to accomplish. With the current strength of Blackstone Pass, launching an assault on the heavily fortified Lannister supply camp was akin to suicide. Nevertheless, Roderick had made his decision. "Captain Burin," I need you to select 50 of the most elite Blackstone Guardsmen to accompany you personally. Shadow Guard 1. You will lead your unit as the main force for the raid. This mission is not one of assault, but rather of infiltration and destruction, Rodrick stated. Steward Gregor. You are responsible for preparing 50 containers of the strongest oil and flammable materials to ignite. Roland, you will create some commotion on the walls to draw Tywin's attention. Covering the raiding party. My lord, what about you? Captain Burren asked, looking at Rodrick. A gleam flashed in Roderick's eyes, and his tone was resolute. I shall personally lead the elite guard of Shadow Guard 1 as part of the strike team, circumventing the outer perimeter of the Lannister camp from the northern side, using the terrain for cover, and plunging directly into the heart of the supply camp. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The lord was to personally venture into danger. My lord, you must not. Roland and Gregor urged in unison. You are the hope of the Blackstone family. If anything were to happen to you. There is no if, Rodrick interrupted them, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. I must go personally. Only I can leverage the advantages I possess to deliver the most crushing blow to Tywin Lannister in the shortest time possible and with the greatest efficiency. He referred to the various gadgets and perceptive abilities provided by the system. Now is not the time for debate. Time is of the essence. We must execute this raid before Robb Stark's army engages with Tywin Lannister's main force. Otherwise, our opportunity will be irrevocably lost. Roderick's resolute gaze ultimately silenced the assembly. They understood that their lord had made his decision. That night, the moon was obscured and the winds howled, creating an ideal atmosphere for the incursion. Clad in dark leather armor, Roderick grasped his finely forged longsword, with several incendiary and smoke bombs secured at his waist, exchanged from the system store. Shadow Guard 1. Accompanied by his 50 loyal guards, moved like phantoms through the night, utilizing his exceptional stealth and familiarity with the terrain to bypass the numerous defenses of the Lannister camp. Captain Burren, leading another 50 Blackstone guards, stealthily advanced from a different direction. Upon the walls, Roland, following Roderick's orders, commanded the militia and a handful of guards to launch a minor skirmish on the western side of the Lannister camp, creating a cacophony of noise and flames to successfully divert the attention of the Lannister forces. Tywin Lannister, hearing the commotion from his tent, assumed it was merely a desperate struggle by the defenders of the Blackstone Pass. With a dismissive grunt, he ordered the fortifications to be reinforced. Paying little heed to the situation, he could not fathom that the true threat was quietly brewing deep within the heart of his sprawling encampment. Roderick and his guards successfully infiltrated the Lannister supply depot, where vast wooden warehouses brimmed with sacks of grain and barrels of strong liquor. The Lannister soldiers on watch were dozing by the campfire, utterly oblivious to the specter of death that had arrived. Now, Roderick whispered. Shadow Guard 1 and the guards transformed into reapers of death, silently dispatching the unsuspecting Lannister sentinels with swift precision, not a sound escaping their lips. Once the area was secured, Roderick retrieved an incendiary bomb and hurled it forcefully at a barrel filled with liquor. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar as flames erupted into the night sky. Following this, more incendiary devices were launched, and the fire spread with astonishing velocity. Dense black smoke billowed upwards, illuminating the entire night. Burn it. Burn it all, Roderick commanded. Captain Burren and his Blackstone guards soon arrived, also armed with oil and torches, joining the conflagration of the supply depot. The Lannister soldiers awoke from their slumber, witnessing flames soaring into the sky and the Blackstone guards, akin to demons, wreaking havoc amidst the fire, plunging the camp into utter chaos. Enemy attack. The supply depot is ablaze. The entire Lannister camp erupted into turmoil. Chapter 13. The inferno of the supply depot, chaos and retreat flames consumed the Lannister supply camp, painting the night a vivid crimson. The billowing smoke surged towards the heavens like the tendrils of a malevolent spirit, enveloping the surrounding area in a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster. The ferocious flames were accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions, as the incendiary spirits of liquor and stored fuel ignited in the searing heat, shattering the fragile wooden warehouses into splinters, with flames leaping skyward and debris scattering in all directions. Bags of grain, dried meat, and assorted supplies were consumed by the inferno, reducing them to charred remnants. Quick! Retreat immediately! Return the way we came. Roderick, witnessing the inferno's escalation, showed no hesitation and decisively issued the order to withdraw. His face was illuminated a fiery red by the flames, yet his eyes remained coldly composed. Shadow Guard 1 and Captain Burren, leading the Blackstone Brigade, exhibited remarkable discipline. They neither sought glory nor lingered in combat. Under the cover of fire and smoke, they executed a swift and organized evacuation. The Lannister encampment had descended into utter chaos. Fire! The supplies are ablaze. Enemy attack. It's the curs from Blackstone Pass. Quickly, put out the fire. Everyone, extinguish the flames. The air was filled with thunderous cries and commands, yet chaos and panic prevailed. The Lannister generals and soldiers were thrown into disarray. Some attempted to organize firefighting efforts while others recklessly charged towards the flames, only to be repelled by the searing heat and thick smoke. Hundreds of Lannister soldiers tasked with guarding the supply camp found themselves nearly powerless against the sudden onslaught and the raging inferno, either falling to the swords of the Blackstone Brigade or being consumed by the flames. Tywin Lannister was jolted awake by the tremendous explosions resonating from outside the tent. He sprang to his feet, donned his outer garments, and burst out of the tent. Upon seeing the towering flames in the distance, his usually composed countenance turned ashen. Who dares? Tywin's voice echoed like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, imbued with fury. The attendants and officers around him fell silent, struck by fear. My lord, it is an attack from Blackstone Pass. Their forces infiltrated and set fire to the supply camp. A knight reported, trembling as he knelt before him. Tywin's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging with rage. This Rodrick Blackstone, a lowborn and obscure lord, dared to provoke Tywin Lannister in such a devastating manner. Not only had he breached a line of defense, but he had also severed Tywin's escape route. Relay my orders. All troops on high alert. Immediately organize personnel to extinguish the blaze and dispatch cavalry to pursue. I want those curs from Blackstone, including that Rodrick Blackstone, torn to shreds. Tywin's voice resonated through the night, saturated with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. However, with the fire obstructing their path, the prospect of a Lannister pursuit was but a distant hope. Under Roderick and Shadowguard One's leadership, the Blackstone Brigade adeptly navigated the night and the pre-scouted routes, successfully evading the scattered Lannister pursuers amidst the turmoil. Upon their return to Blackstone Pass, Roland and Greg, standing atop the city walls, were overcome with emotion upon witnessing Roderick's safe return. My lord, you have returned unharmed, Roland exclaimed, rushing forward, his voice choked with emotion. Roderick, disregarding his fatigue, gazed towards the distant, raging flames, his eyes sparkling with the light of victory. We have succeeded. Tywin Lannister shall experience the bitter taste of defeat this time. The soldiers and townsfolk on the walls, though weary and in pain, erupted into unprecedented cheers upon seeing the towering inferno and learning that their lord had personally led the charge to incinerate Lannister's supplies. Long live our lord. Long live Blackstone. We have won. We have defeated the Lannisters. Morale ignited like dry, kindling meeting fire, illuminating the path of hope and victory for these beleaguered souls. System notification. The host has successfully implemented the advanced strategy of burning enemy encampments, inflicting a significant blow to enemy morale and delivering a devastating strike to their logistics. Gained 800 dominance points. System notification. Detected a surge in the host's territory morale from resilient to fervent. Roderick, upon hearing the system's notification, felt a surge of exhilaration. The success of this operation far exceeded his expectations. 800 dominance points. Such a substantial fortune. More importantly, the elevation of morale to a fervent level suggested that even when faced with graver challenges ahead, his people and soldiers would unleash extraordinary fighting spirit. Yet Roderick was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The wrath of Tywin Lannister burned far hotter than the flames that had consumed his supplies. The following morning, Tywin Lannister stood before the charred remains of his devastated supply camp, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. He ordered an inventory of the losses, the results of which were staggering. Months of food supplies reduced to ashes, vast amounts of resources destroyed, and thousands of soldiers lost amidst the chaos. Most critically, a food crisis loomed that 200,000 gold dragons could not remedy in the short term, presenting an insurmountable challenge for Tywin Lannister. His 20,000 troops consumed resources at an alarming rate. My lord, scouts from the north are drawing ever closer. Their forces are expected to arrive here in 3 days. An officer reported, if we do not capture Blackstone Pass before Robb Stark's arrival, our flank will be severely threatened. He paused, hesitant to voice the subsequent concerns about the food crisis. Tywin's eyes narrowed to slits, glinting with dangerous intensity. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Should he continue the siege of Blackstone Pass to vent his fury and seize control, exhausting his forces in the process? Or should he withdraw to preserve his main strength, thereby forfeiting the optimal opportunity to conquer Riverrun? He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tempest of rage within him. Rodrick Blackstone, that wretched boy, had cornered him into this predicament. Convey my orders. Tywin's voice was chilling and brimming with lethal intent, yet it resonated with remarkable clarity. We shall assault the pass once more, at any cost. Subsequently, the entire army pivoted, prepared to confront Robb Stark. He resolved to disengage from the Blackstone Pass and prioritize the elimination of the more formidable threat posed by Robb Stark. Nevertheless, this day's siege would serve as his final act of vengeance against Rodrick Blackstone. Within the confines of Blackstone Pass, Rodrick had already received intelligence regarding Tywin's decision. He understood that the ultimate confrontation was imminent. Attention, everyone. Tywin Lannister will launch one final, all-out assault. This is his desperate struggle, as well as our reckoning. Rodrick stood upon the city walls, observing the Lannister forces regrouping in the distance. Their morale deeply shaken, yet still a formidable and fearsome sight. After this battle, Tywin Lannister would never breach our pass again. We shall survive, and we shall witness the ascent of House Blackstone. To defend unto death. To defend unto death. The guards erupted in a resounding roar. Rodrick clenched his fists, aware that all he had built would be tested in this final bloodbath. Blackstone Pass, this indomitable fortress, would etch its new legend through a baptism of blood and fire. Chapter 14. The blood battle concludes. The Lion goes north as the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate. Tywin Lannister's final assault commenced. This time, he unleashed his entire force. 20,000 soldiers surged like an angry torrent from all directions towards Blackstone Pass. Massive siege hammers, propelled by dozens of men, thundered heavily as they repeatedly struck the gates. Siege towers and ladders sprang forth as densely as mushrooms after rain, with countless Lannister soldiers, armed with sharp swords, climbing upward like ravenous beasts. This was Tywin Lannister's long-planned strike, fueled by boundless fury towards Blackstone Pass and a chilling desire for vengeance against Rodrick Blackstone. He intended to demonstrate to all that the wrath of the Lannisters was not a burden a mere family could bear. However, before him stood the steel-like Blackstone Pass, defended by a fervent and bloodied guard. Steady. Hold the line. Captain Burren's voice was hoarse, yet his broadsword continued to cut through the air, each strike claiming an enemy's life. He led the first Blackstone Guard, resolutely defending the most vulnerable entrance. Shadow Guard 1, accompanied by his loyal retinue, flitted like phantoms across the walls, providing support wherever needed. They struck with the swiftness of lightning and the ferocity of predators, extinguishing any signs of Lannister advances. The youthful cadets from the military academy, under Roderick's command, operated catapults and crossbows, delivering precise strikes against the enemy's siege machinery, playing a pivotal role. Rodrick stood personally atop the city gate, surrounded by a mound of arrows. Steel arrows shot forth from his hand, akin to a summons from the Grim Reaper, piercing precisely through the gaps in the Lannister commander's helmet and armor. His very existence served as the greatest morale booster for the defending troops. Calmly, he surveyed the battlefield, mobilizing every ounce of strength, allocating resources to the most critical points. Flammable oil, rolling stones. Do not relent, Roderick bellowed, his voice rising above the cacophony of war. The Blackstone Guard and the militia atop the walls erupted with astonishing combat prowess under Roderick's leadership. Despite being vastly outnumbered, every attempt by the Lannisters was thwarted by their ironclad defenses, forged from flesh and steel. The flammable oil seared the enemy, while the rolling stones shattered their siege ladders. Whenever the siege towers neared completion, precisely aimed oil projectiles ignited their foundations, transforming them into blazing torches. The sounds of slaughter resounded, and rivers of blood flowed. The walls, both inside and out, were heaped with corpses, staining the Blackstone Pass a deep crimson. The Blackstone Guard, too, suffered heavy losses. Many soldiers fell beside their comrades. Yet within their eyes burned an indomitable flame. The Lannister generals urged their men forward with mounting anxiety, but faced with the almost frenzied defense of the Blackstone Pass. Their charges gradually faltered, and the casualty figures became staggering. Tywin Lannister, from the rear, observed everything through his telescope. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes were bloodshot. He felt the sting of humiliation brought on by Rodrick Blackstone, whose prowess exceeded his expectations. At that moment, a scout galloped in like a whirlwind, bursting into Tywin's command tent. Report, my Lord Duke. The vanguard cavalry from the north is less than 10 miles from our camp. Robb Stark's forces will arrive within half an hour, the scout exclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. Tywin stiffened. Tom was not on his side. Should he delay further, he would find himself besieged, caught between Robb Stark and the Blackstone Pass. A flicker of unwillingness and rage flashed in his eyes, but was ultimately supplanted by cold reason. He glanced at the steadfast Blackstone Pass in the distance, then at the wolf banner soon to appear on the western horizon. Sound the retreat. Tywin Lannister forced the words through clenched teeth, his voice laden with suppressed humiliation. The clarion call of the messenger echoed through the Lannister ranks, a sound imbued with resignation and defeat. The Lannister soldiers retreated like a tide, as if granted a reprieve, abandoning a trail of supplies, the wounded, and the dead. Upon hearing the retreat signal, the defenders atop the walls were momentarily stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. They retreated. The Lannisters are retreating. Rodrick leaned against the wall, nearly exhausted, watching the Lannister forces withdraw like a receding tide. His body was fatigued to the limit, yet his heart brimmed with unprecedented exhilaration. We have triumphed. He spoke softly, his voice bearing a hint of raspiness, yet brimming with strength. The system announced, the host has successfully defended against the siege of Tywin Lannister, launching a counterattack in dire circumstances, inflicting significant losses on the enemy and forcing their retreat. Received 1,500 dominance points. The system announced, the host has achieved the title of Indomitable Guardian, rewarded with 500 dominance points. The system announced, the host has achieved the title of Striking at the Root, rewarded with 300 dominance points. Rodrick gazed at the series of system notifications before him, his eyes glinting with fervor. A total of 2,300 dominance points. This was sufficient to propel Blackstone Pass into a new echelon. However, at that moment, he had no time to peruse the system shop, nor the strength to relish in the sweetness of victory. Roland immediately organized personnel to tend to the wounded and clear the battlefield, assess the losses, and seal off information. Rodrick braced himself, issuing commands. Greg, dispatch scouts to closely monitor the movements of the Lannisters, while also keeping an eye on the arrival of Robb Stark's forces. The gates of Blackstone Pass creaked open, and a whiff of iron and blood assailed him. The landscape, both within and outside the walls, was littered with corpses, a gruesome tableau of carnage. This was the price of victory and the brutal reality of war. Several hours later, when Robb Stark's northern army arrived at the forefront of Blackstone Pass, they beheld the retreating figures of the Lannister army and the chaos of the battlefield, stained with blood, yet resolutely standing, the Blackstone Pass. He spotted on the walls of the pass a banner of black stone, drenched in blood, fluttering fiercely in the wind. Beneath the flag was Rodrick, clad in bloodied armor, personally directing the soldiers in clearing the battlefield. Robb felt a surge of curiosity and astonishment towards this newly risen lord. He had not anticipated that before he could arrive to aid Riverrun, Tywin Lannister, the Lion himself, would suffer such a grievous setback before an obscure pass and be forced to retreat. The Battle of Blackstone Pass concluded in a manner wholly unexpected by the nobles of Westeros. Rodrick Blackstone, once a nameless pawn, etched his name into the tumultuous history of the continent for the first time. Moreover, the Blackstone Pass he safeguarded had transformed through this baptism of blood and fire, becoming a true bastion of steel in the western reaches of the Riverlands. Chapter 15. The King in the North. The alliance formed when the vanguard of King Robb Stark of the North reached the open plains west of Blackstone Pass. The scene before him left him utterly astounded. The Lannister army, which should have been on high alert, was now retreating in disarray like a flock of scattered sheep, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with supplies and debris. Meanwhile, the Blackstone Pass, nestled between the valleys, despite its blood-stained walls and battered battlements, stood resilient like an immortal monolith. Beneath the walls lay a mountain of Lannister corpses, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and gunpowder. Robb, the young man known as the Young Wolf, sat astride his beloved steed, Grey Wind, his slate-gray eyes shimmering with astonishment. He had anticipated confronting the formidable defenses of Tywin Lannister or the impending doom at the Blackstone Pass. Yet he was taken aback by the dramatic turn of events. Upon the battlements, he beheld a black flag, stained with blood and ash, fluttering fiercely in the cold wind. Beneath it stood the weary yet resolute figure of Lord Rodrick Blackstone, clad in bloodied leather armor. He gripped the hilt of his sword while personally directing soldiers to tend to the wounded and clear the battlefield. The air was thick with a complex blend of exhaustion, sorrow, and triumph. "My word," exclaimed Ser Jorah Mormont beside Robb, his voice booming, "that young lord has managed to repel Tywin Lannister. And he did so before our reinforcements arrived." Robb's gaze remained fixed on Rodrick, sensing the unwavering determination and resilience radiating from him. This obscure young lord had dealt a significant blow to the mighty lion of Casterly Rock, an achievement that had undoubtedly taken all of Westeros by surprise. "Send a messenger," Robb commanded, "to Blackstone Pass, to inform Lord Rodrick that I, Robb Stark, seek an audience." Moments later, when the northern messenger conveyed the message back to the pass, Rodrick was preoccupied with overseeing the transport of the wounded. Upon learning that Robb Stark himself requested to meet, he understood that his time had truly begun. Without pausing to cleanse the blood and grime from his person, Rodrick merely tidied his disheveled hair and armor before descending the wall accompanied by Roland and Captain Burren. Robb Stark had already ordered his army to camp before the pass, and he rode forth with his personal guard and several principal bannermen to greet Rodrick at a short distance from the stronghold. As Robb beheld Rodrick approaching, he could not help but admire him inwardly. Despite his evident fatigue, Rodrick exuded the aura of a leader, his indomitable spirit stirring something within the young wolf. His youthful visage bore an unexpected gravitas and resolve that belied his years. "Your Grace, Lord Robb Stark, welcome to Blackstone Pass," Rodrick said, halting a few paces from Robb. His tone steady. His voice, though slightly hoarse, remained clear and powerful. Robb dismounted, and his bannermen followed suit. He stepped forward, extending his hand, his eyes filled with respect. "Lord Rodrick Blackstone." Robb's voice carried the authority of a young king, yet brimmed with sincerity, devoid of formality. "I, Robb Stark, pay my respects to you. You have valiantly defended the pass, repelling Tywin Lannister's forces, thwarting his strategy, saving the western riverlands, and granting our army precious time. You are a hero of Westeros." Rodrick grasped Robb's hand, feeling the warmth and strength within the young lord's grip. "It is the honor of House Blackstone to fight for the glory of Riverlands and the North." He responded humbly, yet his gaze did not waver in the slightest. "You are truly deserving of the title of hero," Robb sincerely remarked. "Tywin Lannister was compelled to retreat precisely because of your fiery strategy, which severed his supply lines. Such courage and wisdom command our utmost respect." Rodrick merely smiled slightly, offering no further explanation. "You have worked hard, my lord." Robb observed the weary yet resolute look in Rodrick's eyes. "Might I request that you take a moment to rest in the camp, so we may deliberate on our forthcoming strategies in detail?" Rodrick glanced at the battered outpost behind him and the busy guards, shaking his head. "I regret to say, my King of the North, that my outpost requires reconstruction and my people and soldiers need assistance. I cannot leave. However, if it pleases you, my meeting room, though modest, is sufficient for our discussions." Robb expressed understanding and respect for Rodrick's stance, nodding in agreement. "Lord Blackstone speaks wisely. Let it be as you suggest." As they entered Blackstone Keep, Robb and his attendants observed that despite the significant damage, order was maintained within the walls. The townspeople and guards were diligently occupied. Injured soldiers received timely, albeit rudimentary, care, while the surviving militia transported supplies and cleared the battlefield. Even amidst the ravages of war, this small outpost exhibited a remarkable vitality. In Rodrick's humble meeting room, Robb, Rodrick, and their principal advisors gathered. Robb spoke first. "Tywin Lannister's forces have retreated eastward. He is undoubtedly seeking to reunite with Jaime or to procure supplies and rest. I shall lead our forces in relentless pursuit, aiming to deliver a fatal blow before their provisions run dry." "That is a prudent decision," Rodrick concurred. "Tywin's greatest vulnerability at present lies in his supplies. His vast army consumes a tremendous amount daily. Without sufficient provisions, the morale of his troops will soon falter." Robb's expression grew serious as he regarded Rodrick. "Lord Rodrick, I require your assistance. Blackstone Keep guards the vital western stronghold of Riverlands. Your presence is the finest bulwark against any threats from the west. I need you to steadfastly hold this position, safeguarding the western gate, and provide intelligence support to ensure our rear is secure." Rodrick understood that this was Robb's formal invitation for alliance. After a moment of contemplation, he met Robb's gaze. "King of the North, House Blackstone is willing to fight for you and for the freedom of Riverlands." Rodrick declared solemnly. "However, Blackstone Keep has sustained grievous losses in this conflict and urgently requires reconstruction and resupply. My guard has suffered severe casualties, with less than 100 soldiers remaining who are fit for battle, and our food and medical supplies are nearly depleted. Unless we receive adequate support, even with the will to continue, I shall find it difficult to hold the line for long." Robb nodded in understanding, as he had already contemplated an alliance with this remarkably capable lord before his arrival. "I, Robb Stark, King in the North, hereby pledge to the Blackstone family." With a solemn expression, Robb articulated each word with gravitas. "I shall immediately withdraw 200 infantrymen from my ranks to temporarily garrison the Blackstone Pass and assist you in the reconstruction of your defenses. Concurrently, I shall provide a ship laden with provisions, along with urgently needed herbs and medical supplies. Once this conflict subsides, I shall dispatch artisans and additional resources to aid you in the comprehensive restoration of the pass and to furnish the Blackstone Guard with new recruits and training. Furthermore, I acknowledge the Blackstone family's lordship over the Riverlands and commit to assisting you in expanding your iron mining rights in the Western Mountains, as restitution for your losses and as a safeguard of our long-term alliance." Roderick's eyes sparkled with hope. The terms set forth by Robb Stark were exceedingly generous, particularly the promise of military support and sustained economic and military aid, precisely what the Blackstone Pass desperately required. The expansion of iron mining rights laid a solid foundation for his future endeavors. "Thank you, King in the North." Rodrick rose, performing a knightly salute, declaring that the Blackstone family would forever be your staunchest ally. "Excellent." Robb also rose, placing a comforting hand on Roderick's shoulder, his face illuminated by a smile of satisfaction. A siege born from war unexpectedly forged a close alliance between the king in the north and an emerging family in the Riverlands. Tywin Lannister's arrogance and miscalculations had unwittingly created a formidable adversary, while simultaneously granting Robb Stark a significant foothold in the western Riverlands and a battle-hardened ally. That night, Roderick convened a simple celebratory feast within the pass, as the weary guards and townsfolk rejoiced over their victory amid thin porridge and limited wine. Robb Stark also sent envoys bearing barrels of ale and freshly hunted game to join in the festivities with the military and civilians of Blackstone Pass. Standing atop the battlements, Roderick gazed into the distance at the Northern Army camp pursuing the Lannisters, then glanced at the still smoldering remnants of Lannister supplies nearby. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. The legend of Blackstone Pass was only just beginning. Rodrick Blackstone was destined to play an increasingly pivotal role on the historical stage of Westeros. Chapter 16. After the bloodshed. The rebirth of the pass. The Northern Army camp lingered outside the pass for but a single night. By the following dawn, Robb Stark led his forces, thundering eastward in pursuit of the retreating Lannisters. He recognized this as the singular opportunity to utterly vanquish Tywin Lannister. The Blackstone Pass returned to a semblance of tranquility. Yet this calm bore a weighty atmosphere. Roderick promptly organized an assessment of the battlefield and the interior of the pass. The casualty figures were heart-wrenching. The Blackstone Guard suffered over 30 fatalities in 2 fierce sieges and a surprise raid on their supplies, with nearly 50 grievously injured and countless others sustaining lighter wounds. The losses among the old guardsmen and young militia were even more severe, with over 150 lives claimed, and the survivors largely wounded and physically drained. The entire outpost has seen its regular combat forces dwindle to fewer than 100, with the militia also reduced to less than 300, comprising mainly the elderly, the infirm, and the weak. However, at the same time, reinforcements from the north have arrived as promised. 200 infantry clad in leather and iron armor, led by an experienced officer, swiftly reached the Blackstone Pass, bringing with them the 5 wagons of provisions, 4 wagons of herbs, and medical supplies that Robb had promised. This assistance is akin to a timely boon for the beleaguered Blackstone Pass, teetering on the brink of collapse. A system notification announced, the host has gained temporary allied support and resource supplies. Roderick promptly commanded Roland and Greg to distribute the provisions. The warriors received ample food and effective medical treatment, while the common folk were able to return to their normal rations. The arrival of the northern reinforcements significantly alleviated the manpower strain on the Blackstone Pass, allowing the weary Blackstone Guard to rest and recuperate. Once everything was settled, Roderick finally found time to tally the substantial Dominion points acquired from this battle, an impressive total of 100 points. He needed to maximize these points to bolster the strength of the Blackstone Pass. Roderick pondered deeply in his mind, initially directing his focus towards the reconstruction of the outpost. The walls of Blackstone Pass had suffered considerable damage. Although it did not affect overall defense, repairs were imperative in the long run. Without hesitation, he chose to exchange for Advanced Wall Repair Blueprint, 500 Dominion points. This would enhance the efficiency of wall repairs and strengthen the fortifications, rendering them more resilient against assaults. Basic Engineering Manual, 200 Dominion points. This would facilitate the training of a competent engineering team, improving the efficiency and quality of all construction and repair projects. Next, he acknowledged the significance of economic development and resource production. The iron mining rights promised by Robb, along with the severely depleted supplies within the outpost, necessitated efficient production capabilities. Accelerated resource extraction technology, 400 Dominion points. This would enhance the output efficiency of existing mines and expedite the discovery of new veins. Basic agricultural technology upgrade, 300 Dominion points. This would increase crop yields, optimize farming methods, and reduce reliance on external food sources. Simple smelting furnace upgrade blueprint, 200 Dominion points. This would improve existing smelting techniques, enhancing the yield and quality of refined steel. These infrastructural enhancements would provide a stable resource foundation for the Blackstone Pass in the long term. Subsequently, he turned his attention to augmenting military strength. Elite Soldier Training Manual, Beginner, 600 Dominion points. This manual encompasses a series of systematic training methods that significantly enhance soldiers' physical fitness, skills, and battlefield discipline. Suitable for training the Blackstone Guard and the forthcoming expanded army. New crossbow design blueprint. 300 Dominion points. A defensive heavy weapon characterized by a simpler structure, greater power, and faster firing rate. Advanced crossbow crafting blueprint. 200 dominance points. Enhances the production efficiency and performance of bows and crossbows. Ultimately, it considers the health and morale of the populace. Basic healthcare system development. 200 dominance points. Establishes a simple yet effective medical system. Trains healthcare personnel. Improves healing rates for the injured and reduces the risk of disease transmission. Public sentiment stabilization strategy. 200 dominance points. Offers a series of governance methods that effectively elevate the loyalty and satisfaction of the subjects, promoting social harmony. After the exchanges, only 100 dominance points remained from the initial 3,100, yet Rodrick felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Roland, Greg. Rodrick summoned the two stewards, imparting the knowledge and blueprints gleaned from the system into their minds, articulating them in a clear and comprehensible manner. We now possess advanced repair techniques, more efficient production methods, and an improved training system. From this day forth, we shall commence the reconstruction of the stronghold, resume production, and expedite the training of new recruits. Roland and Greg listened, dumbfounded. They had never encountered such exquisite blueprints and strategies. Rodrick elucidated that these were the secret crafts of the Blackstone family, and he urged them to maintain confidentiality and implement them without delay. Aware of their significance, they immediately set about their tasks. Under Roderick's command, the entire Blackstone stronghold was mobilized. Young militia members were organized into engineering teams, diligently repairing the walls in an orderly fashion with the assistance of reinforcements from the north. Following the advanced wall restoration blueprint, Rodrick personally supervised the efforts, even utilizing some basic engineering measurement tools acquired through the system, which remarkably accelerated both the speed and quality of the repairs. Greg led the artisans, improving the smelting furnaces according to the basic smelting furnace upgrade blueprint, while working overtime to produce weaponry and arrows in accordance with the advanced crossbow crafting blueprint. Simultaneously, he began planning new farmland and guided the farmers towards more efficient cultivation practices based on the basic agricultural technology upgrade. Captain Buren, armed with the Elite Soldier Training Manual, Beginner, commenced rigorous training for the surviving Blackstone Guard and several outstanding militia members. The 200 infantry from the north served as a teaching cadre, imparting their combat experience to assist with the training. The days passed in a flurry of activity and tension. In just 1 week, the Blackstone stronghold underwent a remarkable transformation. The damaged walls were repaired and fortified beyond their previous state. Internal production gradually resumed, and the uplifted citizens brimmed with hope for the future. Meanwhile, intelligence regarding the northern front continued to filter in. Robb Stark, leading the Northern Army, pursued Tywin Lannister relentlessly, culminating in a large-scale skirmish by the Green Fork, approximately 3 days' journey from the Blackstone stronghold. The battle reports bore mixed tidings. Exploiting Tywin's lack of supplies and wavering morale, Robb personally led a cavalry charge, gaining the upper hand and achieving significant victories. However, the seasoned Tywin Lannister, despite the adverse conditions, demonstrated remarkable command abilities, ultimately relying on the tenacity and exceptional counteroffensive of his heavily armored infantry to successfully shield the main force's retreat, preventing a complete annihilation by Robb Stark. Both sides suffered casualties, yet the losses for Tywin Lannister were far more grievous, compounded by the persistent issue of supply shortages. Although Robb Stark failed to eradicate Tywin's forces entirely, he inflicted significant damage upon the Lannister main body. The correspondents also noted that Tywin Lannister no longer retreated towards the Westlands, but was compelled to advance towards River Run, seemingly in hopes of reuniting with Jaime Lannister and regrouping supplies at the fortified stronghold. As Rodrick perused this battle report, he understood that the true decisive confrontation might still lie ahead. Nevertheless, at least the North and the Blackstone Pass had gained a precious respite. At this moment, the Blackstone Pass, though merely a modest castle, harbored an increasingly formidable strength that burgeoned at an astonishing pace. Rodrick Blackstone was, in his own way, penning a new chapter that belonged to him. Chapter 17, Recuperation and Rising Fame. The dust stirred by the Northern Army receded along the mountain paths of the Westlands, and the Blackstone Pass returned to tranquility. However, this did not signify stagnation. Rather, it heralded a deeper transformation and resurgence. Rodrick swiftly converted the invaluable supplies provided by Robb Stark, along with the substantial hegemony points acquired through fierce combat, into a robust vitality for the pass. Under the guidance of the Advanced Wall Restoration Blueprint and the Fundamentals of Engineering Manual, Roland and Steward Gregg led the engineering team. Engaging in the wall repairs with unprecedented efficiency, the damaged parapets were reinforced, the sections of wall shattered by trebuchets were mended, and even new defensive structures were erected at some critical weak points. 200 infantrymen dispatched from the north joined the labor, their immense strength and endurance significantly hastening progress. Within a mere fortnight, the walls of the Blackstone Pass were rejuvenated, not only restored to their former glory, but rendered even sturdier, with the defensive works enhanced. Concurrently, a fervor for production and construction surged within the pass. Gregg's artisans, utilizing the simple smelting furnace upgrade blueprint, remodeled the iron smelters, resulting in a marked improvement in both the quantity and quality of refined steel output. The newly crafted crossbows, produced from the Advanced Crossbow Manufacturing Blueprint, boasted greater range and power, swiftly outfitted to the Blackstone Guard and the new recruits in training. With the aid of accelerated resource extraction technology, the yield from the small iron mines in the Westlands doubled as laborers toiled day and night, providing a continuous supply of raw materials for the pass's weapon production and construction efforts. In terms of agriculture, the effects of basic agricultural technology upgrades began to manifest. Rodrick personally guided the farmers to optimize their cultivation methods, introducing a more scientific crop rotation and irrigation system. Although achieving self-sufficiency in food production may not be feasible in the short term, the newly cultivated farmland and improved crops have instilled a sense of hope among all, alleviating the looming threat of famine. Military training has become paramount. Under the guidance of the Elite Soldier Training Manual, Beginner, Captain Burin has subjected the recovering members of the Blackstone Guard and newly conscripted youths to rigorous, devilish training. Running, combat, formations, and weapon drills are conducted tirelessly each day. The infantry from the north not only provide invaluable manpower, but also imbue the training of the Blackstone Guard with their robust and unpretentious combat style. They have evolved beyond mere city defenders into an elite force gradually acquiring field combat capabilities. Shadow Guard 1 and his retinue, under the tutelage of Rodrick, practice advanced stealth, reconnaissance, and assassination techniques, transforming into a sharp dagger in Roderick's hand. The establishment of a basic medical system has also ensured effective management of injuries and illnesses. Within the humble infirmary, several doctors trained by Roland, utilizing their knowledge of herbal medicine and limited medical supplies, have saved countless lives and prevented the spread of plague. Meanwhile, the public sentiment stabilization strategy has fostered a positive and uplifting atmosphere within the stronghold. The populace is acutely aware of Lord Roderick's personal risks in leading them to victory over the mighty Tywin Lannister, resulting in an unprecedented level of loyalty and trust towards the Blackstone family. They not only actively engage in the reconstruction efforts, but also voluntarily maintain the safety and order of the stronghold. Roderick remains tireless, conducting daily inspections, overseeing various constructions, coordinating departmental efforts, and communicating with his subjects and soldiers. He leads by example, inspiring everyone around him. He understands that the strength of Blackstone Keep lies not merely in its walls and weapons, but in the hearts of its people. As Blackstone Keep flourishes rapidly, legends surrounding Rodrick Blackstone and his stronghold spread across Westeros at an astonishing pace. Tywin Lannister has been repelled by a minor lord. The camps are ablaze. The supply lines of Lannister forces have been severed. Can Blackstone Keep truly withstand the ferocious onslaught of the Raucous Lion? Such news proliferated like wildfire, shocking the nobility. The Lannister family's reputation lay in tatters, and they seethed with indignation and humiliation at Roderick's audacity and cunning. In Riverrun, Edmure Tully and Lady Catelyn Stark rejoiced upon hearing this news. They had anticipated the swift downfall of Blackstone Keep, yet were astonished that this obscure lord had turned the tide, granting Robb Stark precious time and strategic advantage for his counteroffensive. Edmure even dispatched a messenger bearing generous gifts and formal gratitude towards the Blackstone family, hoping to forge a closer alliance. In King's Landing, discussions surrounding Roderick reached a fervent pitch. Peter Baelish, with his keen instincts, sensed the onset of a new power struggle and began to send agents to probe into Roderick's background. Queen Cersei dismissed this matter with a scoff, deeming it merely a blunder on the part of Tywin Lannister. Nevertheless, the name Rodrick Blackstone had inevitably ascended to the stage of Westeros. In contrast, Roderick remained strikingly lucid amidst the external clamor. During the War Council at the Pass, he listened intently as Shadow Guard 1 relayed the latest reports. The The skirmish between Robb Stark and Tywin Lannister by the Green Fork had reached a temporary conclusion. Although Robb had not succeeded in annihilating Tywin's forces, his cavalry had inflicted substantial damage upon the Lannister troops. Yet, the old lion, Tywin, adeptly evaded Robb's grasp. Leveraging his extensive experience and the resilience of the Lannister army, and was swiftly advancing towards River Run. Tywin would undoubtedly rendezvous with Jaime and then launch a full-scale assault on River Run. Rodrick pointed at the map, his voice grave as he analyzed. He would not afford us a second chance to burn down the camps. River Run would be the pivotal battle determining the fate of the Riverlands. Rodrick understood that. Despite the temporary safety of Blackstone Pass, its destiny remained intricately linked to the broader conflict engulfing the continent. He needed to expedite development to seize the initiative in the impending upheaval. There were more Dominion points to be earned, additional technologies to be exchanged, and a more formidable army to be established. The rebirth of Blackstone Pass had only just commenced. Rodrick Blackstone, once an obscure young lord, was rapidly evolving into an emergent force of significance in Westeros. In tumultuous times, heroes are forged. Chapter 18. The Turmoil of the Riverlands. The eve of River Run as the northern horns faded into the distance, the reconstruction of Blackstone Pass was fervently underway under Roderick's command. The provisions and manpower provided by northern allies, along with various technologies exchanged through the system, breathed remarkable vitality into the beleaguered fortress. However, Rodrick was acutely aware that this brief respite was merely the calm before the storm. The fate of the Riverlands, and indeed that of all Westeros, hinged upon the imminent battle for River Run. Under Roderick's directive, the intelligence network of Shadow Guard 1 was fully activated. They became phantoms of the night, infiltrating the flanks and rear of the Lannister army, as well as the scouting camps of the northern forces, continuously relaying the latest developments and enemy movements back to Blackstone Pass. Reports indicated that although Tywin Lannister had suffered significant losses in the pursuit by the Green Fork, this old lion still exhibited formidable strategic and tactical acumen. He rapidly repositioned heavily armored infantry to the rear, erecting a resilient defensive line to thwart the fierce assaults of Robb Stark's cavalry, effectively safeguarding the main body of troops as they retreated eastward. His objective was unmistakably clear: to unite with the forces besieged outside River Run, led by the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. River Run, the ancient stronghold of House Tully, now faced a dire test. The army of Jaime Lannister, though fewer in number than Tywin's main force, possesses a level of elite prowess that cannot be underestimated. Prior to Tywin's arrival, River Run had endured a prolonged siege and harassment. The aging Lord Hotin Tully was gravely ill, his son, Edmure Tully, though the commander of the city's defenses, lacked sufficient military experience to counter the Lannister elite. Fortunately, Lady Catelyn Stark was present, providing invaluable counsel and leveraging her connections in the north to maintain morale among the populace. Rodrick scrutinized the map, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the position of River Run. Should Tywin and Jaime successfully converge, the Lannister forces would amass over 30,000 troops, with their supply lines likely bolstered. In contrast, Robb Stark's army from the north, even with the reinforcements from the Riverlands, numbered only around 20,000. More critically, the northern forces had endured a grueling journey, compounded by days of relentless pursuit, leaving both men and horses exhausted and provisions alarmingly scarce. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for the north. Rodrick sighed softly. Concern etched on his face, Steward Roland inquired. "My lord, what can we do in such circumstances? Our forces are not yet replenished. A rash offensive could be perilous." Rodrick shook his head. "We cannot engage directly in battle, at least not at this juncture." He indicated the retreat route of the Lannister army on the map, noting Tywin's gathering at River Run. Should Robb confront the two Lannister forces head-on, even a victory would likely be a Pyrrhic one. We must seek an opportunity, one that allows us to strike a blow against the Lannisters and support Robb Stark. He turned to Shadow Assassin 1, continue surveillance. The Lannisters' supply lines are paramount. We must identify their food routes and any potential secondary supply camps. We must also maintain clarity regarding the movements of the northern forces. Shadow Assassin 1 bowed in acknowledgement, swiftly vanishing into the night. Rodrick did not remain idle. Over the ensuing days, he exchanged the remaining 100 dominance points for a basic scout training manual. While it encompassed only rudimentary reconnaissance skills, under the guidance of Shadow Assassin 1, it would enable the training of more competent scouts, thereby broadening their intelligence-gathering capabilities. He also instructed Captain Burren to focus on enhancing the Blackstone Guard's operational capacity in mountainous terrain and at night, preparing for potential long-range assaults. Simultaneously, Rodrick initiated communication with Riverrun. He dispatched a raven to Edmure Tully, relaying intelligence regarding Tywin Lannister's movements, along with his concerns and several recommendations, including fortifying the city's vulnerable points and stockpiling more pitch and boulders. Edmure expressed profound gratitude, deeply impressed by Rodrick's judgment and strategic insight. System notification. The host actively provides strategic support to allies, earning 50 dominance points. System notification. The morale of the host's territory remains in a state of fervor and has risen, with increased loyalty among the subjects. Rodrick regarded the system notifications with a sense of satisfaction. Although 50 dominance points was not a significant amount, it signified that his efforts had garnered recognition from the system. The enhancement of morale and loyalty serves as the intangible cornerstone of his strength. 3 days later, Shadowguard 1 returned with crucial intelligence. Tywin Lannister and Jaime Lannister's forces had convened on the Oxen Plain, east of River Run. They had not yet laid siege, but instead established a temporary encampment on the plain, seemingly awaiting supplies and rest. A sizable Lannister supply convoy was making its way from the Westerlands along the river to the Oxen Plain, expected to arrive within 2 days. They are coming. Roderick's eyes gleamed with intensity. Supplies, once again supplies. Tywin's previous blunder could not be repeated. Yet, this was precisely his Achilles heel. Rodrick promptly summoned Roland, Greg, Burren, and Shadowguard 1. The Lannister supply fleet will reach the Oxen Plain in 2 days. Rodrick pointed at the map, his eyes sparkling with fervor. This was our prime opportunity to strike them once more. They would undoubtedly bolster their defenses, but we must attempt it. Captain Burren spoke gravely. My lord, if we succeed, it would undoubtedly deliver a second devastating blow to the Lannisters. But how can we evade their heavy guard and approach the supply line? Rodrick smiled faintly, casting a glance at Shadowguard 1 and the other members of the Shadow Guard. Our advantage lies in speed and stealth. My plan is to dispatch a select elite team, utilizing the cover of night and terrain to bypass the Lannister army's front line and directly infiltrate the supply convoy. This time, we will not burn their provisions. Instead, we will sever their transport line. He then pointed to a slender line on the map, a river connecting the Westerlands to the Oxen Plain. If we can set an ambush at a narrow point along this river before the supply convoy arrives, we could even obliterate the fleet. This plan is bolder and more challenging than our previous raid on the supply depot. This time, the enemy not only possesses land-based guards, but also naval escorts. This entails a longer infiltration distance, more complex enemy dynamics, and a plethora of unpredictable variables. My lord, this time you. Roland hesitated. Rodrick understood his concerns and shook his head. I shall not go personally. Blackstone Pass requires my oversight. However, Shadowguard 1, you will lead your entire retinue, along with 20 of Captain Burren's most agile Blackstone elite, to execute this mission. Greg, prepare 10 containers of the strongest oil and 10 small ignition devices. Roland, you are responsible for arranging all logistical support to ensure their smooth passage. This time, he chose to place his trust in Shadowguard 1 and his team. Shadowguard 1's stealth capabilities and familiarity with the terrain, along with the elite nature of the Shadow Guard, made them the optimal choice for such a specialized task. Meanwhile, Burren's Blackstone elite would provide the necessary close combat support and discipline. This time, we shall not only destroy their supplies, but also ensure they understand that even far from the battlefield, the blade of Blackstone can loom over them at any moment. Roderick's voice resonated with a deep, powerful timbre, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Before the city of Runestone, a more tempestuous storm was brewing. The Blackstone Pass was poised to play an unexpectedly pivotal role in this impending turmoil. The power dynamics of Westeros were subtly being reshaped by Rodrick Blackstone's presence. Chapter 19. The Night Raid. Severing supplies. The night was as dark as ink, the figure beneath the cloak merging seamlessly with the shadows. Shadowguard 1 led 20 elite members of the Blackstone Guard, silently departing from the Blackstone Pass. Clad in dark civilian attire, their faces smeared with dirt and soot, they wielded short swords and bows, each step taken with a ghostly lightness. Captain Burren and his personal guard donned lighter leather armor, brandishing slender longswords, closely trailing behind. Roderick stood atop the city walls, watching as this elite squad vanished into the enveloping darkness. This mission was fraught with greater peril than a conflagration of linked camps. Venturing deep behind enemy lines, they would confront the formidable defenses erected following the convergence of Tywin and Jaime's armies. Should they be discovered, the chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. Shadowguard 1, a man of few words yet renowned for his flawless execution of tasks, swiftly devised the route and strategy after Roderick's concise briefing. He accepted from Rodrick 10 cleverly disguised incendiary devices prepared by Gregor, made to resemble ordinary parcels for ease of transport and deployment. Their paths circumvented all known Lannister patrol areas, utilizing new scouts trained under the basic scout training manual. They gleaned vague intelligence about the terrain ahead, while Shadowguard 1, with his extraordinary familiarity with the landscape and keen intuition, guided his team through forests and ravines like a specter. After 2 days and nights of relentless marching, they paused only briefly in the most concealed spots. When dawn's first light tore across the horizon, they had reached a dense thicket on the edge of the Oakstand Plain. Through his binoculars, Shadowguard 1 discerned the temporary encampment of the Lannister army on the plain, as well as a river flowing westward from the Westerlands toward this location. This river formed a U-shaped bend here, with a relatively gentle current and a narrow surface, flanked by towering cliffs and lush woods, an ideal locale for an ambush. Shadowguard 1 swiftly determined the ambush site and began to position his forces. He divided the team into 3 groups. 2 groups concealed atop the cliffs on either side of the river, tasked with launching incendiary devices and arrows to suppress the enemy. And a 3rd group, led by Captain Burren, lying in wait by the riverbank, ready to execute a close-range assault when the supply fleet arrived or was impeded by the flames. The wait was long and torturous. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that the scouts reported the long-awaited sighting of the supply fleet. 5 large barges, laden with wine, meat, salt, medical supplies, and even war horses and fresh recruits, were being escorted by dozens of small armed rowboats. The fleet, grand in formation and adorned with fluttering banners, appeared to be well prepared for any potential assault. Scattered patrols could be seen along the shore, yet they evidently did not anticipate an enemy incursion from such a deep position. Action! The chilling voice of Shadow Guardian 1 resonated silently in the hearts of each team member. As the first barge entered the narrowest stretch of the ambush zone, the elite Blackstone Guard, concealed above the cliffs, emerged like phantoms. Ignite! Throw! Amidst the howling winds, countless rockets, equipped with incendiary devices, rained down upon the fleet. Oil barrels exploded mid-air, drenching the decks of the vessels in flammable liquid. In an instant, the first barge was engulfed in a raging inferno. Its cargo was so combustible that the flames spread with the ferocity of gasoline being poured upon it, transforming the entire ship into a colossal torch. Enemy attack. Chaos erupted instantly. Lannister sailors and soldiers aboard attempted to extinguish the flames, but the fire was too fierce. The escorting small rowboats swiftly adjusted their course, striving to approach the barge for rescue while firing upon the shore. However, the Blackstone Guard, positioned high on the cliffs, rained arrows down with deadly precision, suppressing the enemy's counterattack. Captain Burren seized the opportunity to strike. Leading 20 Blackstone warriors, he charged from the woods like a descending tiger. Launching an assault on the second barge, which was closer to the shore, they swiftly boarded using ropes and grappling hooks. Engaging in fierce close-quarters combat with the Lannister soldiers aboard, the Blackstone Guard, well-trained and coordinated, quickly secured the primary areas of the ship. Shadow Guardian 1, akin to the Reaper on the battlefield, wielded his dagger with deadly efficiency, claiming the lives of foes with each flicker amidst the chaos. His singular focus was on allowing the flames to spread, completely obliterating the supplies. He personally hurled additional oil barrels toward the vessels that had yet to catch fire. Within a mere quarter of an hour, 3 of the 5 barges were consumed by the inferno. 1 was wholly commandeered and scuttled by Captain Burren, and the final one, amidst the turmoil, was struck by a rocket, ultimately succumbing to the flames as it sank slowly. The river was strewn with charred wreckage and the bodies of Lannister soldiers, while the surface glowed a crimson hue from the ignited oil. Thick smoke billowed skyward, staining the sunset over the Oxen Plain a blood-red hue. Nevertheless, the Lannister forces reacted with remarkable swiftness. As the flames and smoke ascended into the heavens, Tywin and Jaime, stationed nearby, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. A substantial contingent of Lannister cavalry and infantry began to converge toward the river. Retreat. Withdraw swiftly along the predetermined route. Shadow Guardian 1 issued his command with calm authority. The Blackstone Guard did not linger to savor their victory. They understood the peril of remaining in the area. Upon completing their mission, they promptly and methodically retreated along the planned escape route. Captain Burren, ensuring the sinking of the vessels, quickly led his men away from the battlefield. As the Lannister reinforcements arrived, they were met with a scene of utter devastation upon the river's surface, where, in the slanting rays of the sun, a few indistinct shadows faded into the distant woods. The furious Tywin Lannister galloped to the riverbank, his gaze fixed upon the still-burning wreckage and the scattered supplies strewn across the water. His countenance was darker than the river itself. Blackstone again. He spat the words through clenched teeth, his voice laced with unprecedented rage and frustration. Not only had he lost the majority of his much-needed supplies, but he also understood that Rodrick Blackstone was flaunting his defiance, declaring war upon him. This nameless pawn, whom he had never deemed worthy of his attention, had repeatedly become a stumbling block on his path forward. Immediately dispatch the finest scouts and cavalry. Ensure that every last one of those Blackstone wretches is brought back. Tywin bellowed, demanding to see the living and the dead. Bring me the head of Rodrick Blackstone. His subordinates fell silent, well aware that in such a convoluted mountainous terrain, pursuing an experienced infiltration unit was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The retreat of the Blackstone Guard was not without its own challenges. The Lannister pursuers relentlessly followed the trail left by the Blackstone Guard. Shadow Guard 1, adeptly using the terrain and the cloak of night, set multiple traps and ambushes to delay their pursuers. On several occasions, they even clashed with the vanguard cavalry of the Lannisters. Yet through the cunning of the Shadow Guard and the valor of the Blackstone troops, they consistently managed to extricate themselves from perilous situations. 7 days later, when this weary but intact elite unit returned to Blackstone Pass, the defenders atop the walls erupted in thunderous cheers. Rodrick personally welcomed them, his gaze sweeping over each returning warrior, pausing on the exhausted yet resolute faces of Shadow Guard 1 and Captain Burren. You have toiled greatly. You are all heroes of Blackstone, Rodrick said solemnly, his eyes brimming with admiration. System notification. The host has successfully implemented a strategy of cutting off supplies, inflicting a devastating blow to the enemy's logistics and severely impacting their morale. Earned dominance points, 1200. System notification. The host has achieved the accomplishment shadow follows. Rewarded with dominance points, 400. System notification. Detecting a further increase in the host's territory morale, now reaching a fervent state. 1600 dominance points. And morale has reached a fervent state. Roderick's heart soared with joy. This signified that the strength of Blackstone Pass would experience yet another leap forward. He gazed toward the distant city of Rushing River in the east, a new hope igniting within him. Tywin Lannister, how long can you endure this time? Without supplies, how much power can your lion army truly wield? This nocturnal raid not only dealt another severe blow to Lannister's supply lines, but also granted Robb Stark critical time. Rodrick understood that the king in the north would soon receive this news and seize this fleeting opportunity to launch a full-scale assault against the Lannister forces. Chapter 20. The Torrential Clash. The ascendance of the north. The Blackstone Pass reverberated with the jubilance of victory, as Shadow Guardian No. 1 and Captain Burren led their weary yet proud contingent through the gates. The entire city erupted in celebration. They chanted the banner of House Blackstone, lauding the heroes who had penetrated enemy lines and delivered another crushing blow to the foe. Rodrick hosted a brief yet grand victory banquet in the city hall. Although resources remained scarce, Steward Roland endeavored to provide the finest delicacies and exquisite wines possible. Rodrick personally poured wine for each warrior who had participated in the battle, announcing the redemption of special rewards from the dominance points to honor their valor. Shadow Guardian No. 1, Captain Burren, and Rodrick raised their goblets in tribute, exclaiming, "Your fearlessness and wisdom have forged a path to victory for the North and the Riverlands. You are the pride of Blackstone." Amidst the cheers, Rodrick silently contemplated how to leverage the newly acquired 600 dominance points. With the decisive battle for the Riverlands looming, he needed to elevate the strength of the pass to new heights. His first focus was on a profound enhancement of military might. Elite Soldier Training Manual, Intermediate, 800 dominance points. This would further refine soldiers' combat skills, tactical coordination, and battlefield adaptability, enabling the training of a more experienced elite force. This would not only benefit the Blackstone Guard, but also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Advanced Defense Tower Design Blueprint, 500 dominance points. This would allow for the design and construction of sturdier, more formidable defensive arrow towers, enhancing the pass's long-range strike and area control capabilities. Introduction to Basic Espionage, 200 dominance points. This would facilitate the cultivation of fundamental spies and infiltration agents, improving intelligence gathering and sabotage efficiency behind enemy lines. This served as a complement and expansion to the existing capabilities of Shadow Guardian No. 1. After redeeming these enhancements, Rodrick found himself with only 100 dominance points remaining. He allocated these points to morale-boosting strategies, 100 dominance points. This would further strengthen the populace's sense of identification and belonging to their lord, ensuring long-term stability. The newly acquired techniques and knowledge flowed into Roderick's mind through the system. He promptly summoned Roland, Greg, Burren, and Shadow Guardian number 1 to delegate new tasks. Captain Burin eagerly accepted the Elite Soldier Training Manual, Intermediate, aware that this would forge the Blackstone Guard into a true ironclad force. Greg began to study the Advanced Defense Tower Design Blueprint, planning to construct new defensive towers at critical points of the pass. Meanwhile, Shadow Guardian number 1 would utilize the knowledge from Introduction to Basic Espionage to train more intelligence personnel, expanding House Blackstone's network of information. While the Blackstone Pass thrived with vigorous construction, a pall of gloom hung over the camp of the Lannister army in the eastern Oxenford Plains. Once again, it is Blackstone. Once again, Tywin Lannister slammed his fist onto the map, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had just met with Jaime when the devastating news of the destruction of the supply fleet arrived in quick succession. This calamity directly disrupted their planned siege. Although their army was numerous, it had lost nearly all of its provisions, including food, drink, and medical supplies, causing morale to plummet instantaneously. The soldiers began to voice their grievances, and the spirit of the troops wavered. At this moment, Jaime Lannister could hardly afford to mock his father. He understood the gravity of the blow. "Father, what shall we do? If we delay the assault any longer, our morale may utterly collapse. But without supplies, how long can we endure?" Tywin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Throughout his life of warfare, he had never felt as humiliated and constrained by an inconspicuous lord as he did now. Retreat would mean a loss of honor. Yet a desperate assault on River Run without supplies would be tantamount to suicide. Just as he found himself in this dilemma, more dire news arrived. Robb Stark, king in the north, was rapidly advancing towards the Whispering Plains with his army. Upon learning that Roderick Hightower had successfully destroyed the Lannister supply fleet, Robb made a swift decision. This was a fortuitous opportunity. In the War Council, Robb's eyes gleamed with cold excitement. Tywin's forces were demoralized and cut off from their supplies. They were in a precarious situation, incapable of launching an assault or sustaining a prolonged defense. Now was the perfect moment for us to deliver a fatal blow. Ser Jorah Mormont slammed his hand on the table, his voice thundering. "The young wolf is wise. Strip the fangs from those Lannister hounds." Lady Marjorie Tyrell added in a grave tone, "Tywin Lannister is a cunning old fox. We must not grant him a moment's respite. We must pounce like starving wolves and tear them apart." Robb Stark immediately commanded his entire army to march with haste, ensuring they would reach the Whispering Plains before Tywin could respond. 2 days later, the war drums of the north reverberated across the Whispering Plains. Robb Stark, cloaked in a wolfskin mantle, rode on Grey Wind, surveying the vast expanse below from a high ridge. Though the Lannister army was formidable, it now appeared somewhat disarrayed. The makeshift barricades outside their camp could not conceal the essence of their diminished morale. "Ser Jorah, lead the cavalry on the right flank for a side assault. Lady Marjorie, take your Mormont warriors and infantry to advance from the front steadily." Robb commanded, "My Grey Wind is here, alongside my warriors." The northern forces launched their attack. The resounding beat of war drums and the blaring of horns filled the air. The towering Ser Jorah Mormont, astride his steed, brandished his great sword and charged headlong into the Lannister lines. The northern infantry marched in disciplined unison, axes and spears raised, shouting as they pressed forward against the enemy. Despite Tywin and Jaime's attempts to rally their troops, seeking to leverage the discipline of the Lannister soldiers to withstand the northern onslaught, the fatigue from lack of supplies and the despair in their hearts prevented them from unleashing their initial fighting spirit. No matter how exquisitely crafted Tywin Lannister's strategies may be, they cannot remedy the collapse of morale stemming from the soldiers' gnawing hunger and profound despair. The wolves of the north, having sensed the scent of blood, surged forth with unstoppable momentum. The battle on the plains of Oxcross was fiercely contested, with both sides pouring forth their utmost strength. The cavalry from the north charged into the ranks of the Lannister army, slicing through their formations as effortlessly as a knife through butter, creating gaping breaches. The infantry followed closely behind, engaging in chaotic melee with the heavily armored Lannister foot soldiers. Roderick received timely intelligence at the Blackstone Pass. Shadowguard 1 dispatched its swiftest scouts to relay detailed reports of the unfolding events on the plains of Oxcross to Roderick. King Robb Stark of the North personally led his cavalry into the heart of the Lannister forces. Tywin Lannister was commanding a retreat. Rumor had it that Jaime Lannister was encircled and had been captured by Robb Stark himself. The morale of the Lannister army was shattered, plunging into a state of rout. One exhilarating piece of news after another flooded in, igniting cheers among the soldiers and civilians at Blackstone Pass. Roderick stood upon the city walls, gazing at the billowing smoke rising from the east. knowing that the decisive battle on the plains of Oxcross was culminating in a resounding victory for the North. The capture of Jaime Lannister and the devastating defeat of Tywin Lannister's forces would resonate as monumental news throughout all of Westeros. His own Blackstone Pass had played a crucial role in this victory. The two devastating supply raids had afforded the Northern Army an unparalleled advantage. System notification. The host has indirectly participated in and influenced the victory at the plains of Oxcross, delivering a significant blow to the Lannister family and greatly enhancing the North's influence in the Riverlands. Acquired 2,000 dominance points. Roderick's eyes sharpened at the revelation. 2,000 dominance points. This exceeded his expectations. Not only had he garnered the system's acknowledgement, but he had also substantiated his influence over the entire battlefield. He gazed towards the eastern smoke, his eyes glimmering with profound resolve. The political landscape of Westeros was being irrevocably altered by his arrival, and he, Rodrick of Blackstone, had merely begun to inscribe his own legend. Chapter 21. Aftermath and renown in Westeros. The flames of the battle on the plains of Oxcross gradually subsided. Yet the tremors it sent across the continent of Westeros were akin to a tsunami, sweeping through the Seven Kingdoms. News of victory poured into Blackstone Pass like snowflakes. The intelligence network of Shadowguard 1, now operating under the guidance of Introduction to Basic Espionage, functioned with heightened efficiency, continuously delivering detailed accounts of the battlefield to Roderick. The battle on the plains of Oxcross saw the Lannister army suffer an unprecedented defeat. Jaime Lannister, that legendary knight revered as the Kingslayer, had been personally captured by Robb Stark. In the aftermath of the battle, the King of the North displayed astonishing military prowess and personal charisma in the face of tens of thousands of disheartened and defeated soldiers. Though Tywin Lannister was not captured, his indomitable army was reduced to fragments under the dual blows of shattered morale and severed supplies, torn apart by the dire North's wolf. Accompanied by a handful of loyal followers, he retreated in disarray, hastily fleeing westward. This served as a resounding wake-up call to the formidable reputation of the Casterly Lion. The Lannister forces suffered catastrophic losses, with tens of thousands of soldiers either annihilated or taken prisoner, and vast quantities of weaponry and supplies seized by the North. Once an invincible force, the Lannister family faced an unprecedented blow in the Riverlands. After perusing the detailed battle report, Roderick let out a long sigh. He recognized that the course of history had irrevocably deviated from its original path at this moment. The capture of Jaime Lannister and the rout of Tywin's army would fundamentally tilt the balance of power in King's Landing. Meanwhile, his Blackstone Pass, having endured two precise and devastating supply assaults, became the cornerstone of this victory. In the aftermath of the battle, Robb Stark promptly conveyed his most heartfelt gratitude to Roderick through a raven. In his missive, Robb extolled Roderick as the shield of Blackstone and the blade of the North, promising that the rights to the iron mines of Casterly Rock would be fully transferred to the Blackstone family upon the conclusion of the war. Furthermore, Robb expressed his intention to send artisans and miners in the future to assist in the development of Blackstone Pass, hinting at an invitation for Roderick to visit Riverrun for discussions on further cooperation in the Riverlands. System notification. The host has gained recognition and support from the king in the North, Robb Stark. The influence of the Blackstone family in the North has increased, earning them 300 dominance points. Roderick gazed at the additional dominance points, reflecting on Robb Stark's promises, which represented not only a substantial material reward, the iron mines of Casterly Rock being among the richest in Westeros, but also significant political backing. This indicated that the Blackstone family would officially be integrated into the strategic framework of the North, possessing legitimacy to expand their influence in the Riverlands. With the system's acknowledgement and Robb's assurances, Roderick promptly set about implementing the newly acquired technologies. The first was the basic recruitment rights for Blackstone infantry. Roderick commanded Captain Burren to publicly recruit young men within the pass. Thanks to the Blackstone family's two decisive victories over the Lannisters, Roderick's reputation soared among the populace, and the recruitment notice attracted a throng of eager applicants. Within just a few days, nearly 300 vigorous young men enlisted. This new contingent would undergo training under Captain Burren's personal supervision, guided by the newly redeemed Intermediate Elite Soldier Training Manual, with the goal of forging a regular army distinct from the Blackstone Guard, yet equally formidable and more substantial in scale. The long-range firepower enhancement plan and advanced defensive tower blueprints were entrusted to Steward Gregor, who enthusiastically immersed himself in the upgrades to the pass's defenses. On the existing foundations, larger and taller defensive towers capable of housing several small crossbow machines sprang up at critical locations within the pass. The crossbows at the pass have been notably enhanced, with significant improvements in both range and penetration power. Advanced resource extraction techniques have further invigorated the already bustling mines. Greg's craftsmen, armed with new blueprints and technologies, guide the miners towards more efficient and safer extraction methods. Meanwhile, Steward Roland has taken the initiative to cultivate more land beyond the pass, utilizing a fundamental agricultural irrigation system to instruct farmers in constructing reservoirs and aqueducts, striving to bolster the pass's food self-sufficiency. What excites Rodrick the most is the blueprint for the Raven Tower. The construction of this tower is deemed paramount, and Rodrick personally selects the highest point within the pass as the site. Greg promptly assembles a workforce, laboring day and night to expedite the completion of this strategically significant edifice. Once erected, the Blackstone Pass will possess its own ravens, enabling Rodrick to communicate swiftly and discreetly with the outside world, particularly with Robb Stark, thus obtaining first-hand intelligence. While the Blackstone Pass flourishes, the political center of Westeros, King's Landing, is engulfed in chaos. Has Jaime been captured? Is Tywin defeated? Upon receiving this news, Queen Cersei nearly faints. She cannot fathom that her proud family, her father and brother, could suffer such a catastrophic defeat. Enraged, she curses Robb Stark and that Blackstone mongrel. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish observes everything from the shadows. The disastrous defeat on the Oxcross Plains has completely altered his original plans. He now focuses intently on the rising figure of Rodrick Blackstone, who has twice shifted the tides of war. He spares no expense in sending out more specialized spies, attempting to unearth Roderick's secrets. For other noble lords, the Lannisters' downfall elicits starkly contrasting reactions. The Tully family, Riverrun Edmure Tully and Lady Catelyn, are overjoyed. They not only see hope for the Riverlands, but are also profoundly grateful for Rodrick Blackstone's assistance, thereby strengthening the bond between House Blackstone and House Tully. The Arryn family, the Vale Lady Lisa Arryn and her Regency team, are taken aback by the news, prompting them to reassess the strength of the North and whether to maintain their neutrality. Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon, although burdened by the news, Stannis keenly recognizes that the Lannister' decline may present an opportunity for him to seize the Iron Throne. He develops a keen interest in Rodrick Blackstone, the one who has managed to thwart Tywin Lannister. Overnight, the name Rodrick Blackstone transforms from that of an obscure lord of the Westerlands into a coveted legend across the continent. His valiant feats, leading the Blackstone Pass against the Lion Tywin, twice setting fire to Lannister provisions and supplies, are woven into ballads by minstrels, resonating through taverns and marketplaces alike. He is the daring lone wolf who challenges the Lion, a loyal ally of the North and a source of pride for the West. Yet, Rodrick remains remarkably composed. He understands that rising fame brings with it heightened scrutiny, intricate conspiracies, and formidable adversaries. The wrath of Tywin Lannister will not easily subside. King's Landing, along with the young king seated upon the Iron Throne, will not remain passive. The path of rebirth at the Blackstone Pass, while replete with glory, also foretells greater challenges. Roland, upon the completion of the Raven Tower, promptly established frequent communications with Flood City. Gregor, the armory must increase its production capacity. Arrows and crossbows cannot afford any slackening. Burin, the training of new recruits must swiftly cultivate a fundamental combat readiness, ensuring quality at all costs. Rodrick stands atop the pass, gazing into the distant mountains of the west. His eyes are deep and resolute. This vast expanse is his true stage. He is determined to wield his wisdom and might to forge a new era for the Blackstone family amidst the chaos of the realm. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 22. The alliance of Flood City. The smoke of battle on the Oxenplain has yet to fully dissipate, but the joy of victory has swiftly permeated the North and the Riverlands. As Robb Stark officially takes residence in Flood City, the ancient fortress of House Tully is enveloped in jubilation. Concurrently, a letter, personally signed by Robb Stark and bearing the seal of the king in the North, is dispatched via a swift raven towards the Blackstone Pass. The raven circles atop the newly constructed Raven Tower before landing gracefully on the platform. Rodrick personally retrieves the letter. In it, Robb first reiterates his gratitude to the Blackstone family for their decisive actions during the two supply route operations, believing that Roderick's resolute measures laid the groundwork for the North's military triumph. Subsequently, Robb formally invites Rodrick to Flood City for a meeting to discuss future strategic cooperation and to officially determine the rights to the iron mines of Casterly Rock. Rodrick softly reads the invitation to Flood City, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This signifies his official entry into the political epicenter of the Seven Kingdoms. Rodrick immediately summons his steward Roland, Gregor, Burin, and Shadowguard I for deliberation. I have decided to personally journey to Flood City, Rodrick announces. Recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to meet directly with Robb Stark, solidify their alliance, and comprehend the true strategic intentions of the North. Steward Roland expresses concern, "My lord, the wrath of King's Landing and Tywin Lannister still looms. There may be unforeseen dangers along the way. Though Shadowguard one is experienced, I am aware of the risks." Rodrick interrupts him, his gaze unwavering. Yet risk and opportunity coexist. The Blackstone family requires a powerful ally and must demonstrate our influence to the world. He immediately turned to Captain Baron. "Baron, select 30 of the most elite members of the Blackstone Guard to serve as my personal escort, accompanying me at all times. Shadowguard 1, you shall act as the vanguard, responsible for reconnaissance and the elimination of potential threats along our route. We must ensure absolute security." Baron nodded solemnly, while Shadowguard 1 maintained his characteristic silence, yet his eyes sparkled with confidence. "During my absence, the affairs of Blackstone Pass will be entrusted to you. Roland, you will continue to oversee political and logistical matters. Greg, the construction of the armory and fortifications must not cease. We must expedite the enhancement of our military capabilities to unprecedented heights." Rodrick instructed in a low voice. "Remember, even though Robb temporarily returns to the north, the threat of the Lannisters has not diminished. Blackstone Pass must remain on the highest alert at all times." The group responded in unison, deeply impressed by Roderick's trust and determination. The following morning, a contingent of elite Blackstone guards, under Roderick's lead, quietly departed from Blackstone Pass, making their way towards the flowing city in the east. Throughout the journey, Shadow Guard 1 moved like an invisible specter, always several miles ahead, ensuring no enemy ambush lay in wait. The remnants of war were still starkly visible in the riverlands, burned villages, displaced refugees, and the occasional corpse of a Lannister soldier served as grim reminders of the conflict's brutality. However, as they drew closer to the flowing city, hope began to emerge. Northern patrols were restoring order, the Tully banner fluttered once more amidst the ruins, and refugees were returning home in an orderly fashion, or being guided to safe havens. This gave Roderick an initial understanding of Robb Stark's governance in the Riverlands. After days of arduous travel, Roderick and his party finally arrived at the majestic flowing city. The city, built along the river, was surrounded by water on 3 sides, its towering and sturdy walls making it one of the most significant and impregnable fortresses in the Riverlands. At the city gates, they were greeted by Edmure Tully and Lady Catelyn Stark. "Lord Roderick, welcome. Welcome to the flowing city." Edmure Tully approached swiftly, embracing Roderick warmly. He had long remembered the warnings and advice Roderick had sent from Blackstone Pass. "Without your timely interventions, I fear our flowing city would have already fallen into despair," Edmure stated earnestly. Lady Catelyn also stepped forward, her face showing signs of fatigue, yet brimming with gratitude. "Lord Roderick, on behalf of my son Robb and the entire North, I extend our deepest thanks to you. Your kindness shall never be forgotten by House Stark." Roderick smiled in return. "It is the honor of House Blackstone to contribute in any small way to the just cause of the North and the Riverlands. I have come precisely to confer with the King in the North, Lord Robb, regarding our future plans." Accompanied by Edmure Tully and Lady Catelyn, Roderick entered the flowing city. Though the city bears the scars of war, overall, it remains orderly and the morale is high. Soldiers from the north and the Riverlands patrol the streets, while civilians actively rebuild their homes. When Lord Roderick was ushered into the council hall of Riverrun, he found Robb Stark seated at the head of a long table. He appeared even younger than Roderick had envisioned, yet there was already a hint of regal authority in his demeanor. Beside him sat important northern lords such as Great John Umber and Meege Mormont, along with several commanders from House Tully. "Lord Roderick, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Robb Stark rose to greet him, his expression solemn yet sincere. "Please, take a seat." After acknowledging the king in the north with a bow, Roderick sat down. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Robb proceeded directly to the matter at hand. He first acknowledged Roderick's pivotal role in the war effort and provided a detailed account of the outcomes from the Battle of the Whispering Plains. Jaime Lannister has been captured. Though Tywin Lannister managed to escape, his main forces have been utterly routed and are no longer able to fight, Robb stated gravely. Now, the Lannister influence in the Riverlands has been largely eradicated. However, the long-term threat from King's Landing persists. Tywin will not relent. He turned to Roderick. "Thus, I wish to establish a more robust alliance with House Blackstone. I have pledged to transfer the mining rights of Casterly Rock entirely to your house. Furthermore, we will provide resources and technical support to aid in the rapid development of Blackstone Pass." Seeing Robb's candor, Roderick spoke earnestly in return. "King in the North, This is precisely what I seek. House Blackstone is willing to pledge unwavering loyalty to the Northern Banner, united against the tyranny of the Lannisters. I am immensely grateful for the mining rights of Casterly Rock. I shall use this as a foundation to construct a more formidable defense. The two were in complete agreement regarding their strategic objectives. The ensuing discussion flowed smoothly and delved deeply into detailed plans for establishing a stable defensive line in the Riverlands, maintaining supply lines for the northern forces, and politically courting more neutral lords of the Riverlands. Rodrick seized the opportunity to present some of his suggestions, including fortifying strategic positions along the Westerlands border and swiftly restoring agricultural production in the fertile Riverlands to ensure reliable logistical support for the war effort. Regarding the Lannister family, they would undoubtedly seek to retaliate, Rodrick cautioned. However, they are currently in a weakened state. Our immediate priority must be to eradicate all remaining factions and solidify our rule in the Riverlands. Robb wholeheartedly agreed with Roderick's insights. He then underscored the strategic importance of the Westerlands and designated Blackstone Pass as a crucial front line in the impending conflict against the Lannisters of the West. Lord Rodrick, I hope you can transform Blackstone Pass into our most formidable bastion against the Westerlands, Robb stated earnestly. We require a force capable of restraining the Lannisters at any moment. Roderick's gaze hardened. I shall not fail in this mission, King in the North. At the conclusion of the discussions, Robb Stark and Rodrick Blackstone formally established an alliance. The Blackstone family, as lords of the western frontier, pledged their loyalty to the North and promised to assist in the military endeavors within the Riverlands and the West. In return, the Blackstone family would gain the rights to mine and operate all iron resources in Casterly Rock, alongside receiving military and economic support from the North. System notification. The host has formed an official alliance with Robb Stark, the King in the North, achieving the milestone anchor of the West. Awarded 800 dominance points. This journey to Riverrun not only secured immense political and economic advantages for the Blackstone family, but also significantly enhanced Roderick's influence within the system. Exiting the council chamber, Rodrick felt an unprecedented sense of assurance. He had successfully placed the Blackstone Pass under the protection of Robb Stark, acquiring vital strategic resources and avenues for development. This signified that the Blackstone family would no longer exist as an isolated and forsaken territory, but rather emerge as a burgeoning power with formidable allies and vast prospects. However, Rodrick was acutely aware that this was merely the first step of a long journey. The predatory ambitions of House Lannister had not receded, and the machinations of King's Landing were still brewing. He sensed the turbulent undercurrents sweeping through the land, and the weight of responsibility resting heavily upon his shoulders. The war-torn continent of Westeros held an uncertain future, one that no soul could foresee. Yet, Rodrick Blackstone understood that he would play an indispensable role in this monumental transformation. In the distant realms of Westeros, a far greater storm was quietly gathering. Chapter 23. The commencement of mining and rising currents. The journey back to Blackstone Pass from Riverrun felt entirely different for Rodrick than it had upon his arrival. What had begun with an air of cautious uncertainty now radiated confidence and assurance. Along the way, the northern patrols of the Riverlands greeted them with respect and kindness, even offering supplies and assistance. Seizing the opportunity, Rodrick observed the post-war condition of the Riverlands, gaining a clearer vision for the reconstruction efforts ahead. Approximately a week later, Rodrick and his companions returned safely to Blackstone Pass. The sentinels upon the walls erupted in thunderous cheers upon sighting their banners. The military and civilians within the pass rushed out, encircling Rodrick with excitement. They had learned from the shadows of the intelligence that Robb Stark had achieved a magnificent victory on the fields of Oxcross, with the Blackstone family playing a pivotal role in the conflict. Now, witnessing Lord Roderick's safe return with the momentous news of an alliance with the King in the North, everyone was elated. Rodrick announced the terms of the alliance within the Great Hall, particularly emphasizing the rights to mine the iron at Casterly Rock. This revelation sent waves of exhilaration through Roland, Gregor, and Burin, igniting fervor among them. Casterly Rock was the lifeblood of the West. Roland, the steward, trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "My lord, this is the true opportunity for our Blackstone family to rise. With the iron mine in Kaiching, our armory will operate tirelessly day and night." Greg rubbed his hands together in excitement. "We can forge more exquisite weapons, more powerful crossbows, and even..." Roderick smiled at them, relishing the hard-won fruits of victory. He understood that it was time to transform these fruits into tangible strength. System notification. Host has acquired 800 dominance points. Current dominance points, 800. Roderick immediately issued commands in his mind. Blackstone Cavalry recruitment permission, 600 dominance points unlocks the ability to recruit a basic cavalry unit, capable of training cavalry with substantial impact and mobility. This will compensate for the Blackstone Guard's deficiencies in field maneuverability. Intermediate trade route planning. 200 dominance points assist the host in establishing safer and more efficient trade routes, enhancing trade profits while effectively avoiding petty disturbances, safeguarding cargo transport. Dominance points exhausted. New knowledge and abilities flooded Roderick's mind, and he immediately devised new strategic deployments. Burin, in addition to training new recruits, you are now tasked with organizing our first cavalry unit. Select the finest horses from those supported by the North, and recruit experienced riders from the surrounding towns, Roderick commanded. Although the Northern cavalry was scarce, Robb's acquisition of Lannister warhorses at Oxton was sufficient for Blackstone to establish a small, yet elite cavalry force. Greg, Roderick continued, I will dispatch Shadowguard 1 to assist you. Immediately send a reconnaissance team towards Kaiching to take control of the iron mine there. Additionally, collaborate with Steward Roland to plan a transport route connecting the Kaiching mining area with our stronghold. This route must not only be efficient, but also secure. Temporary outposts may be constructed if necessary. This marked the preliminary application of the newly acquired intermediate trade route planning. Steward Roland would oversee the allocation of resources and personnel arrangements, ensuring smooth operations between the mining area and the stronghold, while also establishing a rudimentary administrative body in the Kaiching mining area to manage local miners and initial production. As the Blackstone stronghold busied itself with new developmental directions, King Robb Stark of the North also fulfilled his promise. Soon after, reinforcements consisting of experienced northern miners, several skilled engineers, and a light cavalry squad commanded by the Karstark family arrived at the Blackstone stronghold. They brought with them the blessings of the North, along with practical assistance. The Karstark light cavalry would assist the Blackstone patrols, ensuring the initial safety of the Kaiching mining area. This delighted Greg immensely, and he immediately immersed himself with the northern engineers in understanding and practicing advanced resource mining techniques. The group, alongside the Blackstone Guard led by Shadowguard 1, swiftly made their way towards Kaiching to take control of the iron mine that could alter the fate of the Blackstone family. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of Westeros, currents of intrigue and complexity surged far beyond the bustling activity at the Blackstone Pass. Deep within the Westerlands, Tywin Lannister commanded the remnants of his forces, retreating to Lannisport. His countenance was ashen, and his eyes burned with an unprecedented fury. The news of Jaime's capture pierced his heart like a dagger. He had never endured such humiliation, nor had he ever harbored such profound hatred for an unknown commoner. Rodrick Blackstone. Tywin's finger struck the map with force, directly indicating the location of the Blackstone Pass. He would exact a heavy toll. Send scouts to infiltrate. I demand to uncover his every secret. At the same time, summon all able-bodied soldiers. I require a new army. Despite suffering significant losses, Tywin's iron grip and decisive nature remained unyielding. He began to rally troops, reassembling his family's power. He understood that once Robb Stark had tasted victory, he would inevitably return to the north, and that would be Tywin's prime opportunity to counterattack. In King's Landing, the situation was equally fraught with tension. Queen Cersei unleashed her wrath in a fierce quarrel with her brother, the imp, Tyrion Lannister. She accused Tyrion, in his role as Hand of the King, of incompetence for allowing Jaime to be captured and their father to suffer defeat. Tyrion, employing his keen insight and wisdom, endeavored to maintain the normal functioning of the capital amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, prowled the shadows like a shark sensing blood, positioning more pieces on the board. He had received more detailed intelligence regarding Rodrick Blackstone and had developed a keen interest in this rising star. He began to mobilize his network of spies, striving to delve deeper into Roderick's true nature and the implications of his alliance with Robb Stark. To Littlefinger, a minor lord capable of consistently thwarting Tywin Lannister was no ordinary adversary. On Storm's End and Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon was gathering his fleet and army. He believed that the Iron Throne rightfully belonged to House Baratheon, and the Lannisters' dismal defeat presented him with a golden opportunity to seize it. His gaze extended beyond King's Landing, turning toward the disturbances across Westeros, including the west. Roderick stood atop the walls of Blackstone Pass, gazing toward the setting sun. He could sense the deep-seated turmoil in the west, where Tywin Lannister, like a provoked lion, was amassing strength, preparing for a more ferocious counteroffensive. Although Blackstone Pass had experienced unprecedented opportunities for development, it had also become a thorn in the side of the Westerlands, solidifying alliances, fostering his own growth, and remaining vigilant would be Roderick's core tasks in the days to come. The captain of House Karstark's light cavalry reported to Roderick, "My lord, Shadowguard 1 has conveyed news that the takeover of the Casterly Rock mines is progressing smoothly. The remaining Lannister mine overseers and guards, upon learning of the Northern King's victory here, have largely withdrawn. Our men have begun inventorying and conducting preliminary surveys." Roderick nodded in satisfaction. The iron mine of Casterly Rock would become the lifeblood of House Blackstone, providing an unceasing source of strength for his ambitious aspirations. "Excellent," Roderick murmured. "But do not let your guard down. The Lannisters' revenge may be delayed, but it will certainly not be absent." He was acutely aware that, despite the advantages conferred by the system, every step on this continent must be taken with utmost caution, as if traversing a treacherous path. Chapter 24. The Fury of the West and the commencement of covert warfare. The acquisition of the Casterly Rock iron mine was akin to administering a potent tonic to the Blackstone Pass. With the precise intelligence from Shadowguard 1 and the expert guidance of Northern engineers, the efficiency and safety of the mining operations experienced unprecedented enhancement. The once dreary old tunnels were revitalized, and new rich veins of ore were continuously discovered. An unending supply of high-quality iron ore was escorted by the Blackstone Iron Riders and the Stark Light Cavalry through the transportation routes established by the intermediate trade route planning, safely arriving at the armory of Blackstone Pass. The Blackstone Armory now gleamed brightly day and night, bustling with activity. Master Gregor beamed with unprecedented excitement as he led the craftsmen in forging batches of new weaponry from the fine iron produced in Casterly Rock. These swords, axes, and shields, crafted from superior materials and enhanced techniques, boasted sharpness and resilience that far surpassed their predecessors, rivaling even the arms of House Lannister. "My lord, here is the first batch of plate armor we have created from the fine iron of Casterly Rock." Master Gregor presented a suit of armor that shimmered with a cold light before Roderick, his voice brimming with pride. Not only was its protective capability remarkable, but it was also significantly lighter than traditional plate armor, allowing for greater agility in movement. This new equipment was first issued to the loyal Blackstone Guard and the newly enlisted Blackstone Infantry. Subsequently, the newly established Blackstone Iron Riders were outfitted with lighter, sturdier chainmail and long-handled lances. Their daily tasks included patrolling the vicinity of the pass and, more importantly, ensuring the safety of the transportation line between the Casterly Rock mine and the pass. Under the stringent training of Captain Burin, the Blackstone Iron Riders rapidly matured. They galloped across the plains outside the pass daily, sprinting and practicing horsemanship and mounted combat. Though few in number, their mobility and superior equipment soon established them as a formidable force representing Blackstone Pass. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion according to Roderick's plans. He now possessed not only a stable source of resources and advanced productivity, but had also established a military distinct from the traditional Northern Army, characterized by modularity and adaptability. However, beneath the facade of revelry lay the tense atmosphere of the West. "My lord, the report from Shadowguard 1, Steward Roland presented the latest intelligence. From the direction of Lannisport, Tywin Lannister has begun to mobilize frequently. He is consolidating the remnants of other Westland vassals to form a new army." This came as no surprise to Roderick. He knew that Tywin would not relent easily. What heightened his vigilance were the subsequent reports. Recently, in the mining region of Cayenne City and along the transport routes, new developments had emerged. Local bandits and minor nobles had commenced harassing our transport convoys, with even small-scale assaults occurring. Though poorly equipped, they appeared to possess an intimate familiarity with our routes. Roderick's gaze sharpened. This was evidently a tactic employed by Tywin Lannister. Before the main forces had completed their restructuring, he had opted for this despicable guerrilla warfare strategy, attempting to undermine the strength of Blackstone Pass through incessant harassment and sabotage, thereby stifling its growth. The system prompted, the host is experiencing indirect attacks from Tywin Lannister. Disturbances and assaults on the transport routes have been detected. The Blackstone Riders have successfully executed their first counterattack, demonstrating exceptional performance. The defense was successful, earning 100 dominance points, though a mere 100 points. This indicated that his army and intelligence network were functioning effectively. Burin. Roderick summoned Captain Burin, instructing him to enhance patrols along the transport routes. The Blackstone Riders must remain on high alert. If confronted with harassment, show no mercy. Eliminate these obstacles with utmost speed. "Yes, my lord." Captain Burin's eyes glinted with cold determination. He had long been sharpening his blades. It soon became apparent that the efficiency of the Blackstone Riders surpassed Lannister's expectations. When a group composed of local bandits and mercenaries bought off by Tywin attempted to ambush an iron or transport convoy in a narrow stretch of the transport line, they were met with a decisive counterstrike from the Blackstone riders. Well-equipped and well-trained, under Captain Burns' command, they surged into the enemy ranks like a bolt of black lightning. Their spears like a forest, swords raining down. Before long, the disorganized mob suffered heavy casualties, routed and entirely extinguished. Shadow Sentinel 1. Utilizing its network established through introduction to basic espionage, swiftly uncovered the masterminds behind these disturbances. A few minor nobles in the Westerlands, subservient to Lannister, who, blinded by greed and enticed by Tywin, sought to carve out a piece of the chaos. My lord, these minor nobles are of little concern. They are merely Tywin Lannister's pawns, Shadow Sentinel 1 reported gravely. However, Tywin himself is secretly contacting more Westerland families in Lannisport, offering them substantial rewards in an attempt to persuade them to join his new alliance. He seeks to isolate us, Rodrick scoffed, yet he shall pay a price for this. In response to Tywin's covert warfare, Rodrick resolved to retaliate with thunderous might. Roland, Rodrick commanded, immediately repair and rebuild the several Riverland villages that the bandits have torched. Provide the local villagers with food and shelter, and assure them that the Blackstone family will protect them. This was a lesson learned from Robb. Winning the hearts of the people often proved more consequential than winning a battle. Greg, Rodrick continued, the armory, aside from fulfilling our own equipment needs, should also consider manufacturing a batch of standardized weapons, part to equip our allied families, and the other part to extend goodwill outward. We must make the neutral families of the Westerlands understand that aligning with the right side yields substantial benefits. He was also contemplating the next phase of the system's exchange, seeking a more effective means to counter Tywin's indirect harassment. The system prompted, the host has successfully thwarted Tywin Lannister's initial indirect attack, and the Blackstone Iron Riders have accumulated practical experience. Current dominance points, 900. Rodrick gazed at these 900 dominance points, his mind already formulating a plan. Westerland's Intelligence Network Enhancement Core, 700 dominance points. This enhancement would amplify the Shadow Guard's capabilities in gathering intelligence, analyzing, and infiltrating within the Westerlands, enabling them to gain broader and deeper insights into Tywin Lannister and his vassal family's movements, as well as conduct advanced counterintelligence operations. The dominance points were expended. The newly acquired information and abilities instantaneously heightened the perception of Shadow Guard 1, signifying that the already commendable Shadow Guard network would become even more pervasive and elusive. If Tywin intended to engage in clandestine machinations, he would be confronted by a foe of elevated caliber. In King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister had also gleaned information regarding these minor skirmishes in the Westerlands from his intelligence network. He could not help but admire the tactics of that Blackstone wild dog, who not only successfully seized the mineral wealth of Casterly Rock, but also adeptly countered his father's schemes. However, what troubled him more was the ominous implication that the discord between his father and Rodrick Blackstone would inevitably escalate once more. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, wore a sly smile in the shadows of a chamber in King's Landing. He toyed with a silver coin, his eyes glinting with cunning. The rumors he had disseminated regarding Rodrick Blackstone seemed to have proven even more effective than he had anticipated. This conflict would only serve to complicate the situation in Westeros further, and complexity was the very stage upon which he thrived. Stannis Baratheon regarded the petty disturbances in the Westerlands with disdain. His focus was firmly on King's Landing. All who obstructed his claim to the throne would be deemed his adversaries. The Blackstone Pass, the anvil of the Westerlands, had grown increasingly fortified and sharp. Rodrick understood that Tywin's patience was finite, and these minor provocations would ultimately conclude. A genuine confrontation was merely a matter of time. Yet, he was no longer the bewildered lord who had just crossed over, grasping at the threads of his new reality. He possessed formidable allies, a loyal and elite army, and a system capable of altering the tide of battle. The skies over the Westerlands were thick with ominous clouds. A great war was imminent. Rodrick Blackstone was poised to confront the wrath of the Lion. Chapter 25, The Lion Roars. The Westerlands stir. The redemption of the Westerlands Intelligence Network Enhancement Core had elevated the intelligence-gathering efficiency of Shadow Guard 1 to an astonishing level. Information that once required days to piece together could now be swiftly organized, analyzed, and presented to Rodrick within mere hours. The once clandestine communications of messengers and secret gatherings have become utterly exposed under the reinforced intelligence network. The Westerlands, an area that previously functioned as an impregnable bastion of Tywin Lannister's intelligence, has been unwittingly breached by the shadows of the Whisperers. My lord, This is a compilation of the latest intelligence, intoned whisper number 1, his voice maintaining an unwavering calm, yet imbued with an ineffable precision. Since the failure of the last incursion, Tywin Lannister has altered his strategy, no longer relying on minor nobles for simple raids. He has shifted his gaze towards a more profound political and economic blockade. Rodrick accepted the intelligence report, scrutinizing its contents. It meticulously detailed Tywin's recent maneuvers. Firstly, Tywin exerted pressure on the Westerlands merchants who still engaged in minimal trade with the Blackstone Pass, leveraging remnants of the old networks from Casterly Rock, employing threats or inducements, or even prosecuting them for severe crimes, all in an effort to sever the economic ties between the Blackstone Pass and the Westerlands. Secondly, he dispatched trusted emissaries laden with gold and promises to visit the neutral families in the Westerlands that had yet to declare their allegiance, particularly those located near the Blackstone Pass, such as the Payne and Merroway families. Tywin made it explicitly clear that any alliance with the Blackstone family would be regarded as a declaration of war against the Lannisters. Moreover, Tywin Lannister has assembled a well-trained army near Lannisport. While not as numerous as the forces previously stationed on the Oxcross Plains, their elite status should not be underestimated. This army has been frequently conducting military drills, clearly intending to intimidate the families of the Westerlands, while simultaneously serving as a show of force against the Blackstone Pass. After perusing the intelligence, Rodrick placed the parchment on the table, his fingers gliding gently over the text. He understood that Tywin Lannister had become serious. This triad of political, economic, and military pressure was precisely the strategy the Lion of Casterly Rock excelled at, a burden too heavy for many minor lords to bear. Tywin seeks to entrap us within the Blackstone Pass, severing all ties to the Westerlands, lamented Steward Roland, his concern palpable. Once the trade routes are entirely obstructed, our supply of resources will be severely impacted, rendering the lives of our people once again arduous. Master Gregor furrowed his brow. My lord, if we cannot procure certain rare materials from the Westerlands, the production rate of our armory will be adversely affected. While the North can provide some of these items, the distance renders transportation prohibitively costly. Captain Burren was more forthright. My lord, should they dare to come at us with force, our Blackstone Guard and Iron Riders stand ready, prepared to make them taste defeat once more. Rodrick raised his hand, signaling for silence. He knew all too well that Tywin's strategy was to undermine the very foundation of their power, far more insidious than a direct military confrontation. Yet he also recognized that such pressure could herald opportunities, particularly for a lord like him, equipped with systematic support. Very well, Rodrick said calmly, his gaze sweeping across each trusted advisor present. If Tywin wishes to engage in the political game, we shall match him step for step. He promptly issued a command to the system in his heart. Advanced agricultural improvement techniques, 300 dominance points, provide more efficient methods for crop cultivation, land utilization planning, and pest control technologies, significantly enhancing food production and land capacity, ensuring that the Blackstone Pass achieves complete self-sufficiency in food supply, with a surplus as well. Commercial intelligence penetration, 400 dominance points, strengthen the Shadow Guard's control over commercial intelligence in the West and the Riverlands, uncover potential trade partners, identify exploitable smuggling routes, and infiltrate enemy commercial networks to create economic chaos. Elementary Diplomatic Strategy Guide, 200 dominance points, offer guidance on basic noble contacts, negotiation skills, and the establishment of political alliances, assisting the host in securing allies and dividing foes in the intricate noble politics of Westeros. With the dominance points fully expended, the current balance stands at 100. As the exchange concluded, a wealth of knowledge regarding agriculture, commerce, and diplomacy flooded Roderick's mind, broadening and deepening his thoughts. Roland. Roderick immediately issued a command. Advanced agricultural improvement techniques will utterly transform our food production. You are to swiftly organize the farmers and craftsmen to replan the arable land, construct new irrigation facilities, and introduce new crop seeds according to the new scheme. I demand that within a year, the Blackstone Pass achieves complete self-sufficiency in food, with sufficient surplus to assist our allies in the north. The steward Roland nodded in astonishment. He had never contemplated that agricultural technology could advance so rapidly. For the war-torn West, this was nothing short of a miraculous blessing. Shadow Guard 1. Roderick turned to him. Your tasks will become more demanding. Utilize the capability of commercial intelligence penetration to infiltrate the Lannister commercial network, seeking out those merchants oppressed by Tywin or the discontented underground forces dissatisfied with Lannister rule. We must establish our own secret trade routes, not only to maintain our supplies, but also to create economic troubles for Tywin in return. Shadow Guard 1 nodded in silence. a peculiar glint in his eyes. He had already sensed the enhancement brought on by the new abilities. He understood that although this task was daunting, it was not insurmountable. As for the elementary diplomatic strategy guide, a glimmer of insight flashed in Roderick's eyes. Roland, you will assist Shadowguard 1 in preparing a detailed list of supplies and an aid plan. We shall not only assist the villages in the Riverlands devastated by the Lannisters during the war, but also prepare precious gifts for those wavering neutral families in the West. We must demonstrate that what the Lannisters can offer, the Blackstone family can provide even more. With threats Tywin seeks to control, we shall counter with benevolence. And see who wins the hearts of the people. Roderick was acutely aware that in this game of power, sheer military strength was but one means. Political maneuvering and economic influence were equally crucial. He aimed to show the nobles of the West that the Lannisters were in decline, while the Blackstone family was the true ally capable of bringing them hope and benefit. As the intricate deployment of countermeasures against Tywin's strategies unfolded within the Blackstone Pass, the atmosphere in King's Landing and other regions of Westeros was far from tranquil. Tyrion Lannister, during a meeting at court, astutely discerned the deeper motives behind Tywin's pressure on Blackstone Pass. He received numerous pleas for assistance from various families in the Westerlands, many expressing grievances regarding Tywin's actions. Tyrion endeavored to mediate within King's Landing, striving to alleviate the burgeoning tensions, yet he was acutely aware that as long as his father's wrath remained unabated, this political pressure would not easily dissipate. He even discreetly dispatched some of his own spies to observe the reactions from Blackstone Pass, growing increasingly intrigued by the small lord capable of inflicting losses upon Tywin. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, capitalized on Tywin's oppression of Blackstone Pass by disseminating rumors within King's Landing that would ultimately benefit his own interests. He skillfully exaggerated the threat posed by House Blackstone's rise to the stability of the Westerlands, aiming to incite greater hostility from the court and Queen Cersei towards the Blackstone family. At pivotal moments, he would also reveal information advantageous to Blackstone, yet not detrimental to his own interests, maintaining an image of neutrality within the web of intrigue and laying the groundwork for deeper manipulations in the future. His attention towards Roderick reached unprecedented heights. On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon had gathered his fleet and army, weary of the internal strife within Westeros and prepared to exploit the Lannisters' weakness and the southward march of the Northmen to launch his own bid for the throne. He paid little heed to the minor skirmishes at the fringes of the Westerlands. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the Iron Throne in King's Landing. The cold winds from the north heralded the onset of a long winter and signaled greater upheavals ahead. Robb Stark fortified his dominion over the Riverlands in Riverrun while preparing to return to the north. Upon receiving Roderick's report about Tywin's political maneuvers in the Westerlands via a raven, he promptly dispatched a seasoned envoy bearing a gift of great symbolism, a war axe forged from the cold iron of the north, along with a letter pledging continued support for House Blackstone, thereby demonstrating his commitment to his allies through tangible actions. Standing atop the walls of Blackstone Pass, Roderick gazed out over the undulating mountains in the distance. He understood that Tywin Lannister's power remained formidable and his fury far from quelled. Yet, under the stewardship of the system and Roderick, this barren land began to exhibit signs of vibrant life. Deep within the mines, the rhythmic clinking of pickaxes echoed day and night. In the fields, farmers toiled diligently under new guidance. In the armory, the flames blazed brightly, forging weapons capable of standing against the lion. Blackstone Pass was no longer an inconspicuous on the map of the Westerlands. It was gradually transforming into an impregnable fortress, a thriving realm. Roderick believed that within this grand transformation, he would usher in a new era for House Blackstone and the people he vowed to protect. Every action taken by Tywin Lannister merely serves to endow him with additional points of dominion within the system, hastening his ascent. As night falls, the starlight blankets the Blackstone Pass. Roderick inhales deeply in the night breeze, feeling a surge of power alongside the heavy burden of responsibility upon his shoulders. The flames of war in the Westerlands have shifted from overt military confrontations to more clandestine and intricate battles, yet Roderick stands fully prepared for the challenge. Chapter 26. A dual approach to break the deadlock in the Westerlands. The implementation of advanced agricultural improvements at Blackstone Pass is akin to sowing enchanted seeds upon barren soil. Under the diligent supervision of Steward Roland, artisans swiftly constructed more efficient irrigation systems according to the designs provided by the system, channeling the mountain springs into the fields. Farmers have adopted new cultivation methods, such as deep tillage, proper crop rotation, and the use of innovative compost. In just a few months, the once desolate land has transformed into fertile ground, with food production rising at a visibly rapid pace. The shadows of past famines are being replaced by granaries brimming with grain and the joy of bountiful harvests. Within Blackstone Pass, provisions are ample, public sentiment is stable, and even a surplus of grain has begun to emerge. Rodrick has personally arranged for a shipment of high-quality wheat to be sent as a gift to their northern allies, symbolizing not only material support, but also the strength and reputation of House Blackstone. Simultaneously, the power of trade intelligence infiltration has begun to manifest. Shadowguard 1, like an invisible specter, weaves an extensive trade network within the underbelly of the Westerlands. Exploiting the exclusionary effects wrought by Tywin Lannister's iron-fisted policies, he adeptly identifies merchants, smugglers, and even some lesser nobles oppressed by the Lannisters who find themselves in dire straits. They harbor a deep-seated resentment toward Tywin's brutality and yearn for new avenues of existence. In the name of House Blackstone, Shadowguard 1 promises them security and lucrative returns. Soon, clandestine trade routes crisscross the Westerlands. The iron mines of Casterly Rock are no longer the sole commodity being exported. Rodrick, leveraging the knowledge encompassed in the foundational principles of trade provided by the system, as well as his understanding of local resources, utilizes these underground pathways to transport the unique high-quality stones, timber, and fine weaponry of Blackstone Pass in exchange for all that the North lacks: southern spices, superior steeds, advanced tools from free trade city-states, and even luxuries affordable only to the nobility. Moreover, trade intelligence infiltration has granted Shadowguard 1 insight into the intricate commercial operations within the Lannister family. Utilizing this information, he deftly incites chaos within the merchant guilds of Lannisport, pitting various factions of merchants against one another, and even guides some strategically significant materials, strictly controlled by Tywin, to inadvertently flow into the secret channels of Blackstone Pass. Tywin's economic blockade not only failed but instead became a fertile ground for the Blackstone family to cultivate a clandestine trade network, yielding substantial profits for Rodrick. My lord, this is the net profit acquired through our secret trade routes this month. The steward Roland gazed at the astonishing figures in the ledger, his hands trembling with excitement. This sum exceeded our total income from the previous year. Moreover, our stockpiles have reached unprecedented levels of abundance. Rodrick nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He understood that he now possessed ample leverage to implement the strategies outlined in the Elementary Diplomatic Strategy Guide. He once again convened his core team. Tywin's policy of intimidation will only instill greater fear among the families of the Westerlands, rather than loyalty. We must demonstrate through tangible actions that the Blackstone family can offer palpable benefits and security. Rodrick first turned his attention to the Reinald family. The report from Shadowguard 1 revealed that although Sir Reinald appeared compliant with Tywin, he suffered greatly from the Lannister oppression in private. His family's lands had been left barren due to war and Tywin's exorbitant taxes, with the populace expressing their grievances loudly. Rodrick dispatched Shadowguard 1 to personally visit Sir Reinald, bearing a special gift: 10 carts filled with high-quality wheat produced at Blackstone Pass, 100 sets of new farming tools, and even a finely crafted suit of chainmail forged from the iron of Casterly Rock, alongside a preferential contract for purchasing iron ore from Casterly Rock at nearly a 30% discount compared to the prices offered to other families by the Lannisters. Upon witnessing these gifts, Sir Reinald was utterly astounded. The wheat meant his people could endure the long winter, the tools signified hope for the coming year, and the dazzling chainmail along with the advantageous iron ore contract presented a tremendous temptation for enhancing the strength of his domain. Shadowguard 1, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor, conveyed Lord Roderick's words directly to Sir Reinald. Lord Roderick has always held the ancient families of the Westerlands in high esteem. Disdainful of Tywin Lannister's tactics of rule through intimidation and oppression, he understands the predicament of the Reinald family. This grain and these tools are merely a gesture of goodwill. Furthermore, he invites Sir Reinald to ponder who truly embodies the ally capable of fostering prosperity for the families of the Westerlands. Sir Reinald contemplated deeply. He was acutely aware of Tywin's brutality and recognized that should his alliance with the Blackstone family be discovered, he would face the annihilation of his lineage. Yet, he also perceived the might of Blackstone Pass and the ascendance of Rodrick. Most importantly, Tywin offered him pressure and commands, while the Blackstone family provided him with tangible assistance and enticing prospects. After weighing the pros and cons, Sir Reinald made a bold decision. He would continue to feign loyalty to Tywin while covertly sending his trusted confidant to establish a secret liaison with Blackstone Pass. beginning to exchange intelligence and tacitly permitting the Blackstone family's clandestine trade routes to traverse certain concealed paths within his territory. Thus, the first breakthrough in the Westerlands was achieved. The utility of the Elementary Diplomatic Strategy Guide extends far beyond the Renly family. Rodrick adeptly harnessed the deeper intelligence provided by the Shadows to uncover several lesser lords in the Westerlands who, much like the Renlys, harbored discontent towards Tywin's rule, yet were intimidated by his oppressive might. Employing similar tactics, Rodrick discreetly funneled benefits and assistance to them through clandestine channels, gradually undermining Tywin's alliances in the Westerlands. System notification. The host successfully utilized the Elementary Diplomatic Strategy Guide to fracture Tywin Lannister's alliances in the Westerlands, earning 200 dominance points. Your influence is spreading throughout the Westerlands. This influx of 200 dominance points elevated Roderick's total to 300, granting him the means to continue exchanging for higher-level abilities. Meanwhile, the tumultuous tides of Westeros did not cease due to these undercurrents in the Westerlands. In King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister, though lacking his father's trust, remained acutely aware of the dynamics in the Westerlands. He learned from his informants that the Blackstone Pass was thriving under Tywin's economic blockade, even infiltrating Tywin's commercial networks, which further enhanced his appraisal of Rodrick. He began to contemplate whether he could leverage the power of House Blackstone to constrain his father, for a weakened Tywin would not be detrimental to his interests. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, was secretly orchestrating a more intricate scheme. Through his network of informants, he observed Roderick's balanced approach in the Westerlands and his counteractions against Tywin's blockade, recognizing the limitless potential of this individual. During the small council meetings, Littlefinger began deliberately emphasizing the disruptive nature of the Blackstone Pass on the Order of the Westerlands, seeking to incite Queen Cersei into direct military intervention against House Blackstone. Thus, regardless of the outcome at the Blackstone Pass, the chaos in Westeros would only intensify, allowing him to reap the benefits. In Riverrun, Robb Stark, having solidified his control over the Riverlands, was preparing to return to the north. However, a secret missive from Roderick altered his course. The letter detailed Tywin's relentless pressure in the Westerlands and the effectiveness of Roderick's counterstrategies. Robb understood that the Blackstone Pass, as the gateway from the north to the Westerlands, held an irreplaceable strategic significance. He resolved to dispatch additional troops and resources to support the Blackstone Pass, even contemplating a permanent garrison of House Stark's forces there to bolster its defenses and serve as a wedge for the north in the Westerlands. For Tywin Lannister, these surging currents were gradually surfacing, piercing his very marrow like venomous thorns. He realized that his economic blockade had failed, inadvertently fostering the clandestine prosperity of House Blackstone's trade. His threatening rhetoric had not isolated the Blackstone Pass, but rather sowed seeds of discontent among some disgruntled minor houses, particularly the stirrings within House Renly, which had been purposefully leaked to Tywin by the Shadows, incited his uncontrollable fury. "Renali, that worthless fool," Tywin roared, crumpling the parchment in his hand within the castle of Lannisport. "How dare he betray me? Does he truly believe he can survive with that Blackstone cur?" Tywin Lannister realized that Rodrick Blackstone was not the nameless nobody he had presumed him to be. The man possessed extraordinary intellect and cunning. No longer content with subtle political and economic strangulation, he resolved to eradicate this thorn in his side with a more direct and brutal approach. In Lannisport, Tywin's forces swelled, banners fluttering in the breeze, swords and spears gleaming ominously. Veterans who had survived the Battle of Oxton Plains mingled with the fresh recruits, forming an army nearing 10,000 strong. Though their numbers were reduced, Tywin personally oversaw their training, instilling a fierce morale and a thirst for vengeance. He commanded an unprecedented assault on Blackstone Pass, intent on utterly dismantling this border stronghold that dared to challenge the authority of House Lannister. Roderick stood upon the walls of Blackstone Pass, gazing into the distance of the west. He understood that Tywin's patience had worn thin, and a true tempest was about to descend. Yet, he felt no fear. Blackstone Pass was no longer the isolated bastion it once was. The fields were ripe with harvest. Secret trade routes had brought wealth and resources, and several families of the West had become covert allies, with reinforcements from the north on their way. Leaning against the cold stone of the wall, he sensed the formidable power that lay beneath, and a smile crept upon his lips as he called out to the system. System notification. Tywin Lannister is amassing forces, preparing to launch a large-scale military operation against the host. Large-scale war alert. Please prepare for battle. Roderick's gaze sharpened with resolve. He recognized that this would be the most formidable challenge he had faced since arriving in the land of Westeros. Yet, It was precisely such a trial that would allow House Blackstone to emerge prominently in the West, and indeed across the entire continent of Westeros, as an undeniable power. Blackstone Pass would ultimately forge its immortal legend through blood and fire. Chapter 27. The coming storm. The torrent of information from the West Realm Intelligence Network Enhancement Core had become Roderick's most prized asset. As the system issued its large-scale war alert, Rodrick understood that Tywin Lannister's fury was ablaze, far beyond the trivial skirmishes of the past. He paced in his study, the parchment tightly clenched in his hand, detailing the forces Tywin had amassed. Nearly 10,000 Lannister troops, including seasoned veterans from the Battle of Oxton Plains, heavily recruited mercenaries from the West, and the loyal private soldiers of several vassal families devoted to the Lannisters, with banners bold and armor gleaming. This army was far more elite and formidable than any Roderick had previously encountered. At last, they have come, Roderick murmured softly, his eyes devoid of fear, instead ignited with an unprecedented fighting spirit. This was precisely the moment he had been awaiting. A trial that would determine the fate of the Blackstone family and his standing in the West. He promptly summoned all core members, Steward Roland, Master Gregor, Captain Burin, and Shadow Guard 1. As the group gathered in the war room, filled with maps and strategic layouts, the atmosphere was heavy yet resolute. Gentlemen, as anticipated, Roderick declared, placing the intelligence report on the table and emphatically pointing to the mountain pass before Blackstone Keep. Tywin Lannister, accompanied by his army of nearly 10,000, is advancing towards our stronghold. Within 4 days, we shall behold the lion banner of the Lannisters beneath our walls. A flicker of concern crossed Steward Roland's pale visage. Yet he did not falter. Master Gregor clenched his ragged fists, while Captain Burin eagerly licked his lips. Shadow Guard 1 maintained his customary calmness, his keen eyes scanning the maps. This battle concerns the very survival of the Blackstone family, and the lives we are sworn to protect, Roderick proclaimed, his gaze unwavering as it swept across each face in the room. Yet, we still possess advantages, bolstered by our allies. We must, and we shall, emerge victorious. Before strategizing, Roderick first issued directives to the system in his mind. He possessed 300 dominance points, which he needed to allocate judiciously. Advanced fortress defense technology, 250 dominance points. This enhances the structural integrity of the keep's walls, optimizes the layout of defensive fortifications, provides new designs for traps and defensive mechanisms, and elevates the combat efficiency and morale of the garrison during the defense. Basic troop tactical enhancement, 50 dominance points. This improves troop formation training, command coordination, and battlefield adaptability, enabling basic units to wield greater combat power in actual engagements. With the expenditure of his dominance points, his current balance stood at 0. A torrent of profound information surged into Roderick's mind. In an instant, he gained a novel understanding and improvement plan for every inch of the Blackstone Keep's walls, every bastion, and every trap laid. Simultaneously, he achieved a deeper comprehension of troop command and tactical application. Gregor, Roderick immediately pointed to the design blueprint of the keep on the map. The system has provided advanced defensive technologies. You must organize the craftsmen at once to reinforce the walls urgently, particularly the gates and arrow towers. Moreover, according to these designs, new defensive traps must be established beneath the walls and in front of the gates, especially caltrops, ditches, and concealed stakes. The armory must ramp up the production of quenching oil, lime powder, and rolling logs, preparing ample arrows and crossbow bolts. With renewed vigor, Gregor committed the miraculous designs provided by the system to memory, knowing that these enhancements would significantly bolster the keep's defenses. He hastily exited the war room, plunging into the urgent task of upgrading the fortifications. The craftsmen of the entire keep were mobilized, fervently hammering, transporting, and fortifying, creating a scene of bustling activity. Burin. Roderick turned to Captain Belen, his tone steady and resolute. The implementation of advanced fortress defense techniques and fundamental troop tactical enhancements would significantly augment our defensive capabilities and operational efficiency. You shall immediately organize the Blackstone Guard and Blackstone Infantry into rotating shifts, tirelessly executing these new defensive maneuvers day and night, particularly focusing on wall defense and coordinated counterattacks from the bastion. The light cavalry of House Stark and our Blackstone Iron Riders will be tasked with reconnaissance and harassment beyond the pass, ensuring that we deplete the enemy forces as much as possible and delay their march before Tywin's army arrives. Yes, my lord, Belen responded, straightening with excitement. He could sense the invisible strength and tactical acumen in Roderick's words. He immediately integrated the knowledge of fundamental troop tactical enhancements into the training regimen and commenced urgent tactical adjustments and drills for the troops. Under Bellen's leadership, the Blackstone Iron Riders surged forth like arrows released from a bow, swiftly spreading across the vast expanse between Blackstone Pass and Lannisport, setting ambush points and disrupting supply lines. Awaiting the opportune moment to strike, Roderick turned to the steward, his voice gentle yet firm. Your task is to ensure stability within the pass. Inventory all food supplies and resources, redistribute as necessary to guarantee provisions throughout the conflict. Simultaneously, we must evacuate a portion of non-combatants to the secret caverns we have established in the mountains, ensuring their safety and maintaining public morale. Let all the citizens know that the Blackstone family will defend them to the death. Steward Roland nodded solemnly, filled with confidence in Roderick's leadership. With the aid of advanced agricultural improvement techniques, the food reserves at Blackstone Pass had indeed reached unprecedented levels, sufficient to sustain them for months. He promptly convened the village leaders and the women-s captains to methodically organize the evacuation and distribution of resources. Shadowguard 1. Roderick finally addressed the figure cloaked in shadows, his voice low and powerful. Your core enhancement of the Western Realm Intelligence Network and commercial intelligence infiltration will play a crucial role at this juncture. Infiltrate deep within Tywin's army, disrupt their supply lines, sow chaos, and spread disinformation to undermine their morale as much as possible. Additionally, utilize our secret trade routes to intercept any strategic resources that might flow to the Lannister forces or alternatively supply them with less favorable provisions. Most importantly, keep a vigilant watch on Tywin Lannister's movements, his deployments, his command center, and everything pertaining to him. Shadowguard 1 merely nodded before vanishing silently into the shadows. He was acutely aware of the weight of his responsibilities and was confident in the formidable capabilities of the core enhancement of the Western Realm Intelligence Network and commercial intelligence infiltration. He would dispatch more elite shadow guards, disguised to blend seamlessly into Tywin's ranks, becoming phantoms without a trace. Subsequently, Roderick sent an urgent raven to King Robb Stark of the North, detailing Tywin's military maneuvers and reaffirming the commitments between allies. He discreetly sent confidential letters to those families in the West that he had already secretly courted, such as House Rain, informing them of the imminent approach of Lannister forces. He urged them to maintain neutrality and, if possible, to offer small assistance at crucial moments. Tywin Lannister's army, departing from Lannisport amidst the thunderous sound of war drums and the synchronized march of soldiers, advanced like a torrent of iron towards the Blackstone Pass. Tywin, mounted on a magnificent warhorse and clad in resplendent crimson armor, exuded an air of authority and cold determination, his piercing gaze fixed upon the horizon. Each step he took resonated with unwavering resolve. To him, Rodrick Blackstone was no mere minor lord. Rather, he was a malignant force sowing chaos in the West and challenging the supremacy of House Lannister. This battle would serve as a stark reminder to all of Westeros regarding the consequences of defying the Lion of Casterly Rock. However, Tywin's march was fraught with obstacles. Reports flooded in. My lord, numerous caltrops and trenches have been discovered ahead. Scouts reported in haste. There are also traps with sharpened stakes. And several of our soldiers and horses have fallen, suffering heavy casualties. Further reports indicated a supply convoy was ambushed in a valley, losing most of its provisions and equipment. The assailants were swift and well-equipped, suspected to be cavalry from Blackstone Pass. Another report followed. Our message riders were ambushed on their return, and the ravens were shot down. A deluge of negative news descended upon Tywin like falling snowflakes. His countenance darkened. He recognized these as the tactics of that Blackstone wretch. His scouts, under the influence of the West's Intelligence Network Enhancement Corps and Basic Troop Tactics Enhancement, appeared clumsy and ineffective against the Blackstone Iron Riders and Shadow Wardens. The Iron Riders struck with spectral precision, while the Shadow Wardens infiltrated the Lannister supply lines and reconnaissance networks, sabotaging provisions, disseminating false intelligence, and directly ambushing scouts. Despite the setbacks, Tywin's resolve remained unshaken. Instead, he grew more furious, more determined to obliterate Rodrick Blackstone. He commanded his troops to bolster their defenses and accelerate their march, vowing to utterly crush that arrogant young man before the Blackstone Pass. Meanwhile, other factions throughout Westeros closely monitored the tumult in the west. In King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister continually received reports regarding the situation in the west from his intelligence network. He understood that while his father's army was formidable, the defenses of Blackstone Pass and Roderick's countermeasures were extraordinary. He had even heard rumors that morale within Tywin's army was beginning to wane. with whispers of the Lannister treasury nearing depletion and soldiers' pay being slashed. This rumor was disseminated by Shadow Warden 1 through trade intelligence penetration, coupled with minor economic disruptions, creating an unexpected ripple effect. Tyrion marveled inwardly that Blackstone wretch was proving to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. He began to raise the issue of the prolonged warfare and its potential financial strain during the Royal Council, hoping to indirectly influence Cersei and Joffrey. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish's smile grew ever more enigmatic. He observed the situation in Westeros unfolding in a manner that aligned with his desires for chaos. The more intense the conflict between Tywin and Rodrick, and the greater the casualties, the larger the power vacuum in Westeros, presenting him with increasingly lucrative opportunities. He continued to stoke the flames in King's Landing, exaggerating the threat posed by House Blackstone to Cersei, urging her to bolster Tywin's support, while discreetly leaking genuine intelligence regarding the demoralization of the Lannister forces to certain nobles who could exploit this information, further intensifying the anxiety regarding the Lannister army's prospects within the city. In Riverrun, Robb Stark received an urgent missive from Rodrick. He understood the critical importance of the Blackstone Pass and promptly convened a military council. Although the Riverlands had only just been pacified and many lords were reluctant to venture deeper into the west, Robb was resolute. He immediately ordered 300 elite heavy cavalry from House Karstark, led by one of their most valiant warriors, Halion Karstark, equipped with the finest weapons of the north, to take the secret mountain path and hasten to the Blackstone Pass for reinforcements. Simultaneously, Robb instructed the craftsmen within Riverrun to work through the night to fabricate a batch of siege weapon components, ready to be dispatched to the Blackstone Pass at a moment's notice. On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon, upon hearing that the fires of war in the west had yet to extinguish, merely scoffed. He regarded it as a futile internal strife, having no bearing on his ambitions for the throne. His fleet was prepared, awaiting only the command to surge toward King's Landing. For days later, as Rodrick had anticipated, the watchtower at Blackstone Pass sounded a thunderous alarm. The Lannister banner. It was the lion banner of House Lannister. Clad in plate armor forged from the finest iron of Casterly Rock, Rodrick stood atop the highest point of the wall, wielding the formidable Blackstone greatsword. Beside him stood Captain Burren and hundreds of newly equipped Blackstone Guard soldiers, steadfast as rock, their gazes sharp and resolute. At the horizon, dust swirled, and the bright red Lannister lion banners fluttered in the sunlight. The gleam of armored men surged like a tide, the booming of war drums, and the thunderous march of thousands reverberated across the land. It was an army without end, a formidable and vast force. Tywin Lannister, mounted upon a grand warhorse, loomed like a statue at the forefront of his troops, his icy gaze piercing the distance, aimed squarely at the Blackstone Pass and at Rodrick. Rodrick took a deep breath, feeling the oppressive force emanating from across the field. Yet he did not falter. Rather, a fiercer flame ignited in his eyes. He cast his gaze upon the Blackstone Guard behind him, surveying the vibrant fields that still thrived amidst the winter chill and the steadfast homes of the townsfolk, their doors firmly shut, yet unwavering in their resolve. For Blackstone, Roderick raised the great sword of Blackstone, his voice booming and resonating through the heavens. For Blackstone, the guards atop the walls roared in unison, their shouts echoing thunderously within the valley, intertwining with the war drums of the Lannisters, heralding the imminent clash that would be etched into the annals of history. The Blackstone Pass, the anvil of the West, stood poised to confront the wrath of the mighty Casterly Rock Lions. Chapter 28, The Wall of Blackstone. Roaring in defiance, the Lannister army surged forth like molten lava from the depths of hell, overwhelming the Blackstone Pass. Tywin Lannister rode at the forefront of the ranks, the banners behind him snapping in the wind, the golden lion upon a scarlet field appearing particularly fearsome. His eyes bore no trace of mercy, only a relentless thirst for the obliteration of the arrogant rebel Rodrick Blackstone and his lineage. Attack! Tywin's frigid command reverberated across the battlefield, accompanied by the blaring of horns and the cadence of war drums. The vanguard of the Lannisters, comprised of heavily armored infantry, charged forth with siege ladders upon their shoulders and massive shields in hand, bellowing as they approached the Blackstone Pass. They aimed to reach the base of the walls with utmost speed, to erect their siege ladders, or to directly assault the formidable gates. These elite Lannister soldiers were undoubtedly among the most fearsome infantry forces on the continent of Westeros. Yet, awaiting them were the meticulously arranged death traps devised by Rodrick Blackstone. As the Lannister forces surged within mere yards of the walls, the earth suddenly rumbled ominously. The deep trenches, expertly excavated and camouflaged under the guidance of advanced fortification techniques, were instantaneously revealed. Countless advancing Lannister soldiers were caught off guard, tumbling into the pits along with their shields, where sharpened stakes awaited them, resulting in a cacophony of screams. Then, the concealed rolling logs and caltrops were triggered, the massive logs cascading down from their carefully designed slopes, sending the crowded Lannister charge into disarray, blood and carnage ensuing. Those who narrowly escaped were halted by the sharp caltrops, their formation thrown into chaos. Fire! Shoot with all your might! Captain Burren of the Blackstone Pass shouted vehemently from the walls. Hundreds of Blackstone guard and infantry, equipped with bows and crossbows forged from the finest iron of Casterly rock, demonstrated astonishing discipline and shooting efficiency under Roderick's tactical guidance. Arrows rained down like a tempest, crossbow bolts swarming like locusts, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, striking the Lannister soldiers ensnared by traps or halted by caltrops. Each volley was accompanied by a chorus of agonized cries and the thud of bodies hitting the ground. Flaming oil arrows were ignited and shot into the trenches, fire consuming the fallen soldiers in an instant, the acrid scent of burning flesh permeating the air. The initial assault by the Lannisters suffered a devastating blow against the formidable defenses and meticulously laid traps of the Blackstone Pass. Years prior, the pass had been nothing more than a desolate wasteland, utterly incapable of withstanding any regular army. Yet now, it resembled a reawakened behemoth, mercilessly rending the invading foes with its fangs and claws. Tywin Lannister's countenance darkened with fury. He had never anticipated that such a humble border stronghold could inflict such grievous losses on his proud vanguard during its first charge. The dense arrangement of traps and the efficiency of the Blackstone defenders' ranged assaults exceeded his expectations. Advance the heavy trebuchets and crossbows, Tywin commanded, his voice a simmering cauldron of rage. Breach their gates and walls. The archers were instructed to suppress the fire from the ramparts. The Lannister siege engines began their advance, the colossal trebuchets and crossbows rumbling under the soldiers' efforts, aiming at the gates and walls of the Blackstone Pass. The defenders immediately felt the pressure as the Lannister archers unleashed a torrent of arrows, shielded by the trebuchets. At this juncture, Roderick exhibited his calmness and decisiveness as a commander. Greg, direct the new crossbow teams to target the Lannister trebuchets. Concentrate fire and destroy them, Roderick ordered emphatically. With the aid of advanced fortress defense technology, the Blackstone Armory had not only reinforced the walls, but also crafted several new heavy crossbows, which boasted greater accuracy and quicker loading times. Under Greg's direct supervision, multiple crossbows roared in unison, their massive bolts whistling as they soared toward the Lannister trebuchets. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a massive Lannister trebuchet was struck with pinpoint precision, the bolt piercing its critical support structure, leading to a catastrophic collapse that sent debris flying and injured several of the operating soldiers. Soon after, the second and third trebuchets met the same fate. The morale of the Lannister siege forces plummeted as they faced yet another setback. "My lord, I have news from Shadowguard 1. Captain Burren whispered into Roderick's ear. Discontent is brewing within the Lannister ranks. Complaints about inadequate pay and subpar rations are surfacing. Tywin's earlier defeat on the plains of Oxton had also become a topic of hushed conversation among the soldiers. Roderick nodded slightly, recognizing the fruits of the enhanced Western intelligence network and trade intelligence infiltration. The rumors sown by the shadows within Tywin's army and the disruption of supply lines were beginning to bear fruit. Just as the Lannister offensive began to falter, a sudden clamor of hooves echoed from the valleys behind Blackstone Pass. "Look, what banner is that?" a guard on the ramparts exclaimed, pointing into the distance. A black flag emblazoned with a white mammoth billowed in the wind, heralding the sigil of House Karstark. 300 elite knights of House Karstark, under the command of Sir Halion Karstark, surged forth from the valley like a tempest of darkness, aiming directly at the flank of the Lannister forces. Reinforcements led by Robb Stark had finally arrived. These valiant northern cavalrymen had journeyed a great distance, yet their spirits remained undaunted. Instead of charging headlong into the Lannister formation, they circled the periphery like a pack of wolves, shooting arrows and seeking the vulnerable points in Tywin's supply lines. Their sudden emergence was akin to rubbing salt into the wounds of the Lannisters. Tywin Lannister's countenance darkened to an ominous shade. He recognized the Karstark banner and understood that this was the aid from the north, led by King Robb Stark. And he was all too aware of the formidable prowess of these northern heavy cavalry. "General," a loyal guard swiftly approached, with the northern reinforcements in play. "Should we redeploy the cavalry?" Tywin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the walls of the Blackstone Pass, then shifted to the oncoming Karstark riders. He realized that he was confronted not merely with a formidable fortress, but with a meticulously orchestrated ambush devised by Rodrick Blackstone. Rodrick Blackstone raised his great sword, surveying the beleaguered Lannister forces below the walls and the incessantly harassing Karstark cavalry in the distance, his heart swelling with valor. Burin, command the Blackstone Iron Riders to strike. Let them synchronize with the Karstark cavalry, harrying the Lannister siege forces from the flanks and rear. Distract them, exhaust them. Rodrick commanded. Yes, my lord. Captain Burin responded with vigor, leading the Blackstone Iron Riders to gallop out through the side gate of the pass, like two sharp arrows piercing towards the Lannister army, coordinating with the Karstark cavalry to execute a pincers maneuver, severing their supply lines and disrupting their formations. The Lannister siege had stumbled into fierce resistance from the outset. The defenses of Blackstone Pass exceeded all expectations, and the arrival of the northern reinforcements was akin to adding insult to injury. Tywin Lannister's wrath reached a boiling point. Yet he understood that this was an adversary he must confront directly. As the first day of the siege drew to a close beneath the fading light of the setting sun, the Lannister forces suffered heavy casualties and dwindling morale, having failed to even breach the gates of Blackstone Pass. The banner of Blackstone Pass still billowed high in the wind, a steadfast monolith standing proud. Rodrick stood atop the walls, gazing at the distant campfires flickering within the Lannister encampment, aware that this was merely the beginning. Tywin Lannister would not yield easily. The true test lay ahead, but he was prepared. Meanwhile, other factions across Westeros were receiving the latest news regarding the defense and assault of Blackstone Pass. In King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister was astonished at how Rodrick Blackstone could withstand the might of Tywin Lannister's army so resolutely, especially with the support of the Northern Cavalry. Undoubtedly, this represents a significant blow to the reputation of House Lannister. In the council chamber, he seized the opportunity to emphasize the severity of the conflict and the losses sustained by the Lannisters, striving to secure greater influence before Cersei, while secretly contemplating that a lord who could so thoroughly embarrass Tywin might be a worthy investment for the future. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, reveled in the unexpected developments brought about by the battle. He had not anticipated that the Blackstone Pass would withstand Tywin's initial assault, bolstered by support from the north. Such a stalemate was precisely to his liking. He immediately recalibrated the rumors circulating in King's Landing, exaggerating the casualties and low morale of the Lannister forces, even implying that Tywin Lannister might already be in dire straits, further undermining the confidence of the capital in the Lannisters. In Riverrun, Robb Stark smiled with satisfaction upon receiving news of the successful arrival of the Karstark cavalry. He recognized Rodrick as a capable ally, and this support not only safeguarded the Blackstone Pass, but also solidified the North's foothold in the Westerlands. He promptly dispatched more ravens, instructing several cavalry houses from the Riverlands to assemble towards the Blackstone Pass, preparing to offer a second wave of support should Tywin attempt a resurgence. On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon remained indifferent to the developments in the Westerlands. He believed that the civil strife between the Lannisters and the North would only expedite the internal decay of Westeros. His fleet had already set sail, its course aimed directly at King's Landing, where he intended to seize the Iron Throne and bring an end to this relentless infighting. Upon the walls of Blackstone Pass, Rodrick stood, embraced by the night breeze. He understood well that this battle had merely commenced. Tywin Lannister, the once dreaded Lion of Casterly Rock, would not concede defeat easily. Tomorrow's conflict would undoubtedly be even more brutal. Yet, Rodrick had resolved firmly to shatter the Lannisters' arrogance with the indomitable will of Blackstone Pass. Chapter 29, Siege and Bloodshed. Hearts in turmoil as the sun rose anew. The morning chill still lingering, the drums of war from the Lannisters shattered the tranquility surrounding Blackstone Pass. Tywin Lannister's countenance was as grim as iron. He had scarcely slept the night before, his mind replaying the failures of the previous day's siege. His proud vanguard had faltered before a mere pass, a humiliation he found intolerable. He summoned all his commanders, sternly reprimanding their incompetence and recalibrating their battle strategy. Today, we shall employ greater siege machinery and a denser rain of arrows to crush this stubborn stone. Tywin's voice was as piercing and sharp as winter's ice, declaring that the Blackstone family, daring to challenge the Lannisters' authority, must pay a bloody price. With Tywin's command, the Lannister forces commenced their second assault on the pass. Several colossal siege towers were gradually advanced towards the front line, shielded by formidable trebuchets as they approached the walls of Blackstone Pass. Lannister archers and crossbowmen formed numerous formations, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows upon the battlements, seeking to suppress the defenders' firepower. Rodrick closely monitored the situation from atop the walls, recognizing the impending ferocity of Tywin's assault with the sight of the Lannister siege towers. These towering constructs reached up to the clouds, enabling Lannister soldiers to engage in close combat with the defenders stationed on the walls. Baron, command the archers and crossbowmen to concentrate their fire upon the supports and drawbridges of the siege towers. Rodrick ordered in a low voice. Greg, direct the crossbows to target those approaching towers. We must destroy them before they set up their drawbridges. Under Roderick's precise command, the defenders of Blackstone Pass showcased remarkable efficacy in their defense. The crossbows emitted a deafening roar as massive bolts were launched toward the siege towers. Just as one drawbridge was about to connect with the walls, it was struck by a perfectly aimed bolt, causing it to tremble and plummet, while the Lannister soldiers inside cried out in terror. Nevertheless, the Lannister onslaught remained relentless. On both sides of the walls, 2 more siege towers successfully established connections. Clad in heavy armor, Lannister soldiers brandished their swords and shields, roaring as they surged onto the battlements, engaging in a brutal melee with the Blackstone Guard. For Blackstone, for our homeland, Captain Baron led the charge, wielding his shield and long sword like a ferocious tiger, each swing accompanied by the sharp whistle of the blade. Each shield bash echoing the cries of fallen Lannister soldiers. Under his leadership, the Blackstone Guard and infantry demonstrated extraordinary resilience. Utilizing the formations and cooperative tactics learned from the basic troop tactical enhancement, they shielded one another, forming an impregnable line that held steadfast against the Lannister soldiers attempting to breach the walls. Below the gates, the Lannister battering ram relentlessly pounded against the heavy gates, each impact resonating ominously. Prepare the boiling oil and rolling logs. Roderick commanded loudly. From the defensive ports above the gates, the defenders poured down copious amounts of boiling oil, igniting the liquid as it flowed downwards, transforming the approaching Lannister soldiers into living torches. Enormous logs and boulders plummeted like a torrential downpour upon the besieging forces, claiming countless lives with each descent. Outside the pass, the heavy cavalry of House Karstark and the Blackstone Iron Riders pressed on without pause. They sliced through the flanks and rear of the Lannister army like 2 sharp daggers. Sir Halion Karstark, donned in heavy northern chainmail and wielding a battle axe, led his cavalry into the Lannister supply lines. They incinerated provisions, severed supply routes, and executed precise strikes against Lannister reinforcements. Under the leadership of Captain Burren's younger brother, the valiant cavalry commander Norman, the Blackstone Riders charged like bolts of black lightning against the Lannister crossbow formations, compelling them to exhaust their efforts. Unable to effectively suppress the fire from the walls, the system prompted, the host successfully commanded the defenders to repel 3 major assaults from the Lannisters, allowing the Blackstone Guard and the Blackstone Riders to accumulate a wealth of combat experience. The successful defense resulted in the acquisition of 300 dominance points. This resounding victory restored Roderick's dominance points to 300. He was acutely aware that this triumph was but a fleeting moment, for Tywin's forces remained vast and relentless. Nevertheless, despite the impregnable defense of Blackstone Pass, the casualties among the defenders were steadily increasing. The formidable strength and numerical superiority of the Lannister army permitted them to launch assaults without regard for losses. My lord, the 4th siege tower has reached the walls. A panting messenger reported, the defenders on the battlements have suffered heavy casualties and request reinforcements. Roderick's expression hardened. He knew that he could no longer allow the Lannister onslaught to persist. He had to discover a means to break the stalemate before Tywin committed all his forces to the siege. He rapidly pondered in his mind. What is Tywin Lannister's weakness? Shadowguard 1. Where is Tywin Lannister's command center? Roderick inquired in a calm voice amidst the fierce battle. My lord, according to the analysis from the Westerlands Intelligence Network Enhanced Core, Tywin Lannister's command center is located in his main tent, situated at the rear of the army. Protected by layers of Lannister heavy infantry and archers, the figure of Shadowguard 1 appeared behind Roderick once more and within the Lannister ranks. Rumors about Lord Tywin's defeat of Lord Jaime at the Oxenford Plains and the Blackstone Lord's victory over his forces had begun to circulate widely. The morale of the soldiers was waning, with some starting to question the endless siege. This was an opportunity. Roderick immediately conceived a plan. Burren, assemble our most elite Blackstone Guard, 100 men, under my command. Roderick commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Sir Karstark and Captain Norman continue to harass the Lannister forces from the periphery to draw their attention. Shadowguard 1. Prepare to infiltrate Tywin's main tent and create chaos from within when I give the signal. Captain Burren was taken aback. My lord, are you truly going to leave the city yourself? This is the only way. Roderick stated solemnly, "Tywin believes we can be trapped beneath the walls. But he has forgotten that we can also take the initiative." The defenders on the walls continued to fight valiantly. The bodies of Lannister soldiers piling up both inside and outside the fortifications. Flames burned beneath the city gates, and the sounds of screams and clashing weapons filled the air. Blackstone Pass, like a black gem set amidst the mountains of the Westerlands, blazed with an indomitable light amidst the raging inferno of battle. Roderick was acutely aware of the immense risks associated with this endeavor. However, should he succeed in delivering a decisive blow to Tywin Lannister's command center, thereby utterly thwarting his ambitions, it is conceivable that the protracted siege might come to a premature conclusion. Concurrently, the situation across the continent of Westeros was further evolving. In King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister began to publicly question the wisdom of Tywin Lannister's actions in the Westerlands during the Royal Council meeting. Utilizing intelligence garnered indirectly from the First Shadow, he meticulously outlined the grievous casualties and financial drains suffered by the Lannister forces, alongside Roderick's impregnable defenses at Blackstone. This sowed the seeds of doubt in Queen Cersei regarding Tywin's strategies, while King Joffrey displayed signs of impatience. Tyrion even broached the notion of negotiating for peace at Blackstone in exchange for the freedom of Jaime Lannister. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, was covertly instigating further chaos. He purposefully leaked Tyrion's remarks from the council to Cersei's close confidants, intensifying her ire towards Tyrion. Simultaneously, he insinuated to various merchant guilds in the free cities that the Lannister war could be drawn out, potentially jeopardizing the grain supply to King's Landing. This led to fluctuations in prices within the city, stirring unrest among the populace and setting the stage for Littlefinger's subsequent maneuvers. In Riverrun, Robb Stark received Roderick's latest report on the battlefield. He was acutely aware of Roderick's predicament and his unwavering resolve to take action. He promptly issued a dire command for the cavalry gathered in the Riverlands, to be led by Ser Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish, to hasten to Blackstone and provide support, instructing them to sever any potential Lannister reinforcements at all costs. On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon's fleet was closing in on King's Landing. The flames of war poised to ignite. He had entirely disregarded the situation in the Westerlands, his gaze fixed solely on the Iron Throne. Outside Blackstone, the fires of battle blazed fiercely. Roderick, clad in black leather armor and wielding the tempered Blackstone greatsword, led 100 elite men, stealthily emerging from the secret tunnel beneath the pass. This cadre, personally trained by Roderick, was agile, well-equipped, and unwaveringly loyal to him. They represented the true trump card of House Blackstone. Under the aegis of Roderick's tactical enhancement for basic forces, they were not merely warriors of the battlefield but adept phantoms of the night, proficient in stealth and infiltration. Their objective lay deep within the encampment of the Lannister army, specifically the command tent of Tywin Lannister. Maintain formation, advance silently, leave no survivors. Roderick's voice, deep and resonant, was nearly whisked away by the night wind, yet distinctly reached the ears of every sentinel. Guided by Shadowguard 1, they skillfully evaded the patrol's gaze, as if they melded seamlessly into the darkness. The Western Intelligence Network Enhancement Corps provided by Shadowguard 1 not only furnished a detailed map of the encampment, including patrol routes and sentry positions, but also meticulously tracked the guard rotation times surrounding Tywin's command tent. More crucially, commercial intelligence infiltration enabled him to orchestrate minor disturbances within the camp in advance. As Roderick and his contingent approached Tywin's command tent, a sudden commotion erupted from the opposite side of the encampment. A group of Lannister soldiers, tasked with patrolling, stumbled over gold coins deliberately strewn by Shadowguard 1, triggering a chain reaction of chaos as several squads collided, torches fell, and disorder spread like wildfire. Mercenaries covertly bribed by the Shadowguard seized the opportunity to amplify the ruckus, even feigning a brawl to divert the attention of nearby Lannister guards. Now is our moment. Roderick seized the fleeting chance, leading his elite guard like phantoms cloaked in darkness, sprinting towards Tywin's command tent. The Lannister heavy infantry surrounding the tent. Tywin's personal guard, though elite, were caught off guard by the sudden assault and had no time to mount an effective defense. Roderick surged forth, his obsidian greatsword cutting through the air with a chilling breeze, precise and lethal, enhanced by the tactical improvement. Roderick's combat instincts and judgment of the enemy's vulnerabilities reached their zenith. Like a whirlwind, he plunged into the enemy ranks, his blade finding no equal. "For Blackstone!" roared the guards behind him, their charge disciplined yet fierce. The weapons forged from the finest iron of Casterly rock glimmered with a sanguine sheen in the night. They engaged in close-quarters combat with the Lannister guards. The cacophony of clashing blades, anguished cries, and the scrape of armor shattered the tranquility of the night. Tywin Lannister, within his command tent, was reviewing scout reports upon his campaign bed. He keenly sensed the disturbance outside, nearly at the moment his guards engaged with Rodrick. He seized the long sword that had been prepared at his side. Assassins! Tywin bellowed, but it was too late. Rodrick had breached the final line of defense, charging directly into the command tent. Inside, the flickering candlelight illuminated Tywin Lannister, clad in light armor, sword in hand, his gaze fierce and predatory. The Blackstone hounds! Tywin barked. How dare you? The Lion of Lannister has also been bitten by my hounds, Rodrick retorted. With a cold smirk, Rodrick wasted no words and lunged directly at Tywin. Though aged, Tywin Lannister was a seasoned warrior, his combat experience and swordsmanship still formidable. He wielded his long sword with heavy force, each block and counterstrike resonating with power. Rodrick, relying on his youthful physique, agile speed, and the extraordinary intuition bestowed by his enhanced base troop tactics, danced around Tywin. He understood that prolonged combat was not his objective. Rather, he aimed to create chaos and severely wound Tywin without the intent to kill. As their fierce battle raged on, more Lannister soldiers were stirred outside the main tent. Rushing in, Roderick's elite guard held steadfast against the onslaught, yet found themselves in a grueling struggle. Shadow Guard 1. Roderick shouted, his voice booming amidst the fray. Yes, my lord, came the response from Shadow Guard 1, who had stealthily infiltrated the main tent. At the moment when Tywin and Rodrick clashed, he precisely located a military order box set aside, swiftly extracting several highly confidential documents before deploying a special smoke bomb, enveloping the tent in a dense, acrid fog. Coughing, Tywin staggered backward, instinctively shutting his eyes and swinging his long sword to disperse the smoke. Seizing the moment, Roderick struck like lightning through the haze, and Tywin stumbled as Roderick's blade carved a deep wound into his left arm, blood instantly saturating his garments. Retreat, Roderick commanded, knowing his mission was accomplished. He swiftly led his guard to break through the predetermined evacuation point at the rear of the main tent amidst the smoke and chaos created by Shadow Guard 1. Before departing, the guard ignited several supply depots within the camp, flames soaring high and further escalating the disorder. When Lannister reinforcements finally breached the guard's defenses and entered the main tent, they were met with the sight of the injured Tywin Lannister and the surrounding devastation. Tywin stared at the blood gushing from his left arm and the charred military order box, his face pale with fury, his eyes nearly ablaze with anger. The humiliation was unparalleled, an affront he had never experienced in decades. Guided by Shadow Guard 1, Roderick and his guard deftly evaded their pursuers, successfully retreating to the Blackstone Pass. This raid dealt a catastrophic blow to the morale of the Lannister forces. With Tywin wounded, the command structure faltered, orders became chaotic, the main tent was assaulted, and supplies were incinerated, all of which spread rapidly throughout the camp, igniting a flurry of rumors. Shadow Guard 1 seized the opportunity to circulate tales of Tywin's injury and the disastrous command that led to their defeat, plunging the already demoralized Lannister soldiers into deep despair and panic. System notification. The host has successfully executed a decapitation strike against Tywin Lannister's command center, severely wounding the enemy commander, and has successfully retreated, delivering a significant blow to enemy morale. Acquired dominance points, X500. The cavalry of House Stark and the Blackstone Iron Riders seized the opportunity to launch a more vigorous harassment around the perimeter of the camp, leaving the Lannister forces in a state of sleepless exhaustion. As dawn broke the following day, Tywin Lannister, dragging his injured body, struggled to command his troops. He understood that he was now contending not only with the Blackstone Pass, but also with an army whose morale had shattered. He ordered a more frantic offensive against the Blackstone Pass, attempting to salvage the situation through brute force, yet he could no longer muster an effective assault. The soldiers were listless, the siege engines operated sluggishly, and the rain of arrows became sparse and feeble. On the walls of the Blackstone Pass, Roderick observed the turmoil within the Lannister ranks. He recognized that this was the opportune moment to decisively defeat Tywin. Burin, assemble all Blackstone guards and infantry. Follow me outside the city for a counterattack. Sir Stark and Captain Norman organized the cavalry to encircle from both flanks. Today, we shall see the Lion of Lannister fall beneath the Blackstone Pass. Roderick raised the great sword of Blackstone once more, and the spirited defenders of Blackstone responded in unison, their battle cries resounding through the air. The gates of the Blackstone Pass slowly creaked open, and Roderick led the charge, like a tide of darkness. surging forth with the defenders to confront the disarrayed Lannister forces. Far away in King's Landing, news from the Westerlands ignited an urgent meeting of the court. Tyrion Lannister. Upon learning of his father's injury, the attack on the command post, and the crumbling morale of the Lannister army, felt a tumult of emotions. He felt a pang of sympathy for his father's plight, yet was awestruck by Rodrick of Blackstone's capabilities. This marked a definitive declaration of Tywin's failure in the Westerlands. Seizing the moment, he immediately requested Queen Cersei to dispatch Prince Rhaegar Targaryen to the Westerlands, ostensibly for reinforcement, but in reality to take command of the faltering Lannister forces, simultaneously diminishing Tywin's influence in the region. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He quickly disseminated the news of Tywin's disastrous defeat throughout King's Landing, embellishing the tale as he went. He even began to spread rumors that the Lannister family's power in the Westerlands was beginning to wane, prompting some nobles who had previously been loyal to the Lannisters to secretly reach out to their former allies in search of new opportunities. In Riverrun, Robb Stark received the joyous news via Raven of Roderick's successful raid. Elated, he immediately ordered the forces led by Ser Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish, to hasten their advance, ensuring that the Lannister army could not retreat or regroup. He understood that Tywin's failure would irrevocably alter the landscape of Westeros. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon's fleet had arrived at Blackwater Bay, poised to launch the final assault on King's Landing. He was indifferent to the outcome in the Westerlands. For him, any loss suffered by the Lannister family was a boon to his claim on the Iron Throne. On the lands of the West, the banner of House Blackstone fluttered fiercely amidst the flames of war, presenting a stark contrast to the Golden Lion standard of the Lannisters. Rodrick Blackstone, through an audacious decapitation, decisively altered the tide of battle, pulling the once mighty Lion of Casterly Rock from its pedestal. This triumph was destined to be inscribed in the annals of Westeros, redefining the power dynamics of the West. Chapter 31. The Lion Falls. The Blackstone rises as the morning mist lingered. The gates of Blackstone Pass creaked open. Clad in black armor, Rodrick Blackstone raised the banner of his house high, leading his fully armed Blackstone Guard and infantry like a raging tiger unleashed from its cage. Their ranks surged forth like a torrent of steel, fueled by vengeance and a thirst for victory. For Blackstone. Roderick's voice thundered across the battlefield. For Blackstone. For our homeland. The defenders roared in unison, their spirits soaring. Simultaneously, from the mountains flanking the pass, the elite cavalry of House Casterly and the Blackstone Iron Riders surged forth like a black tempest, launching a fierce assault upon the flanks of the Lannister forces. Sir Halion Casterly, a master of horsemanship, wielded his battle axe with devastating precision, each swing delivering overwhelming force. The young Captain Norman led the Blackstone Iron Riders, darting through the Lannister lines like a bolt of black lightning, each charge tearing through enemy defenses. The Lannister army, already demoralized from Tywin's injury, dwindling morale, and severed supply lines, faced a sudden counterattack that shattered their remaining resolve. The faltering formation, already on the brink of collapse, disintegrated under the onslaught of cavalry and the relentless advance of infantry. Injured and struggling, Tywin Lannister attempted to regroup his defenses. He brandished his longsword, hoarsely commanding his captains to hold the line, yet his once terrifying authority had grown pale in the face of defeat. The soldiers' eyes were filled with fear and despair as they began to scatter, desperate to save their own lives. Hold the line, you cowards! Hold the line! Tywin's roar seemed feeble amidst the chaos. Roderick's objective was clear: decapitate Tywin. He led his most elite guard straight into the heart of the Lannister command. Along the way, he cleaved through any adversaries that dared to obstruct him with an unstoppable momentum. The Blackstone greatsword danced in his hands, each swing ushering forth a downpour of blood. Just as the Lannister forces teetered on the brink of total collapse, a tremor shook the distant valley, dust rising ominously. Another cavalry force swept in like a fierce gale. It was the banner of Riverrun. It was the Blackfish. A Lannister commander cried out in despair as Ser Brynden Tully, leading 500 elite horsemen from the Riverlands, charged towards the retreating Lannister troops with the weight of a mountain. Their emergence was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, transforming the Lannisters' defeat into a brutal massacre. Ser Brynden led the charge, his ancestral sword dancing through the air, each swing taking the life of a Lannister soldier. The arrival of the Riverlands cavalry severed the Lannisters' retreat, turning the battlefield into a one-sided slaughter. Tywin Lannister's personal guards fought valiantly to protect him, attempting to carve out a path for his escape. He gazed at the crumbling army around him, watching as the banners of the North and the Riverlands descended upon him like shadows of death, a flicker of unprecedented despair and fury flashing in his eyes. He understood he had been utterly vanquished. Retreat! Retreat! Tywin bellowed, issuing the most arduous and humiliating command of his decades-long career. Forced to mount his steed amidst the desperate cover of his guards, he fled into the depths of the Westerlands. His banners, his glory, were utterly shattered before the Blackstone Pass. Rodrick did not pursue Tywin, knowing the latter was wounded and that the Lannister reinforcements would soon realize the extent of the rout. His primary objective was to stabilize the battlefield, thoroughly eliminate the remaining Lannister forces, and solidify the victory at Blackstone Pass. Captives! I demand as many captives as possible, Rodrick commanded loudly. Before Blackstone Pass, the proud Lannister lion banner was forcefully torn down, replaced by the resolute black stone banner of House Blackstone, fluttering in the morning breeze. On the battlefield, the corpses of Lannister soldiers lay scattered across the ground, the cries for mercy and the sounds of combat gradually fading, leaving only the busy figures engaged in the aftermath of the battle. System prompt. Congratulations, host. You have achieved victory at the Battle of Blackstone Pass, defeating Tywin Lannister's main army despite being outnumbered. This victory will profoundly alter the dynamics of the Westerlands and have far-reaching implications for the balance of power across Westeros. You have earned 1,000 dominance points. System prompt. In recognition of your exceptional military command abilities, strategic planning, and diplomatic acumen displayed in this battle, you have successfully defeated one of the most formidable military leaders of the Seven Kingdoms, Tywin Lannister. You are awarded military talent, strategic master, rare. System prompt. Your influence has reached a new level, and the title of Westeros Overlord has been activated. The nobility of the Westerlands will regard you with awe, and your commands will be more readily executed. As Rodrick listened to the successive system notifications ringing in his ears, a storm of emotions surged within him. The 1,000 dominance points, along with the military talent, strategic master, and the title of Westeros Overlord, undoubtedly constituted a victory that would transform his destiny. Military talent, strategic master. The host will gain immense insight and coordination in formulating large-scale military strategies, battlefield layouts, and commanding vast armies. The assessment of enemy strategic intentions will be more precise, significantly enhancing troop morale and cooperative combat efficiency. The host's prestige and influence among the lords of the West have significantly ascended. Summons and commands directed at the nobility of the region will now receive additional enhancements, making it easier to secure their obedience and support. The newfound talents and titles signify a qualitative leap in Roderick's military and political capabilities. He has finally acquired the means to contend on equal footing with Tywin, perhaps even surpassing him. The battlefield is being meticulously cleared, and the capture of prisoners is proceeding in an orderly manner. Roderick personally surveys the field, witnessing the numerous Lannister soldiers lying lifeless, alongside the fallen members of the Blackstone Guard and soldiers from the North and the Riverlands. Victory is indeed brutal, yet it is a necessity. My lord, Sir Brynden Tully, the aged yet still formidable Blackfish, rides forth to Roderick, his eyes reflecting admiration as he bows in respect. My lord Roderick, you are a born commander. To achieve such a victory with such a modest force, I am in awe. Sir Brynden, you flatter me. Roderick dismounts immediately, returning the gesture. Without the steadfast support of you and Sir Catelyn Stark, this battle would not have unfolded so smoothly. The Blackstone family shall forever remember your kindness. Sir Halion Catelyn Stark joins the two, his excitement barely contained. My lord Roderick, after this battle, it seems the Lion of the West will need a new seat. His gaze towards Roderick is filled with genuine respect. He understands that this young lord is truly a leader worth following. Roderick smiles subtly, recognizing that from this moment forward, the name of the Blackstone family will resonate throughout the entirety of Westeros. In King's Landing, news of Tywin Lannister's catastrophic defeat spreads like wildfire, igniting the city in a storm of panic. Tyrion Lannister, amidst the royal council, maintains his characteristic composure, even in the face of Cersei's hysteria and Joffrey's terror. He casually mentions Rodrick Blackstone's display of mercy during the battle. Many Lannister soldiers were captured rather than slaughtered, laying the groundwork for his forthcoming negotiation strategies. He understands that now is the opportune moment to seize control of power in King's Landing and guide Cersei and Joffrey toward decisions favorable to him. Peter Baelish, in the privacy of his chamber, savors the sweetness brought forth by this chaos. Tywin's defeat signifies a tremor in the Lannister family's absolute dominion over the capital. He promptly sets his preordained plans into motion, inciting discontented nobles within King's Landing to create a greater power vacuum, thus paving the way for his next move towards seizing power. His assessment of Rodrick Blackstone rises once more, recognizing that this individual is a formidable force in the future landscape of Westeros. In River Run, Robb Stark, upon receiving the battle report, embraces his mother Catelyn with unrestrained joy. Tywin Lannister's total collapse ensures the safety of the western flank of the north, allowing him to confidently shift his focus toward King's Landing. More significantly, the ascent of Rodrick Blackstone has secured for him a formidable and loyal ally, undoubtedly augmenting his odds in the War of the Five Kings. At this moment, Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone stands poised before the gates of King's Landing, indifferent to the situation in the Westerlands, firmly believing that only the Iron Throne is his true objective. Unbeknownst to him, it is precisely Roderick's victory in the Westerlands that has weakened the core strength of House Lannister, providing him with an indirect yet pivotal opportunity to seize King's Landing. The skies over the Westerlands, after the fierce battle, have finally cleared. The Blackstone Pass is no longer a barren frontier. It has transformed into an impregnable fortress, a fluttering banner proclaiming the birth of a new sovereign. Rodrick Blackstone, through blood and fire, has inscribed a new chapter for House Blackstone upon the continent of Westeros. Under his reign, the Westerlands shall usher in a radically different era. Chapter 32. The afterglow of victory and the new order of the Westerlands. The battlefield before the Blackstone Pass has transitioned from a blood-soaked slaughterhouse to a solemn site of clearance. The rout of the Lannister forces was so utter that their iconic Golden Lion banner now lies trampled underfoot by the Blackstone Guard, a trophy of triumph. Sunlight cascades upon the heap of bodies, glinting off the cold reflections of weaponry, as the air is thick with the mingled scents of blood, gunpowder, and earth. Rodrick rides forth, surveying this land recently stained anew with blood. He gazes wearily yet resolutely at his casualty report. Nearly 200 losses among the Blackstone Guard and infantry, over 50 among the Stark cavalry of the north, and 30 among the Riverlands cavalry. While these figures pale in comparison to the near 10,000 losses inflicted upon the Lannisters, the weight of each lost life presses heavily upon his heart. Clear the battlefield. Collect all usable arms and weapons. Tend to the wounded, tally the captives. Roderick's voice reverberates across the field, imbued with authority, bestowing due respect upon all the deceased, regardless of allegiance, as they are laid to rest on the spot. Those valiant souls who fought for Blackstone shall receive the most solemn tribute. The number of Lannister captives reaches into the thousands. They are disarmed, their hands bound behind their backs, their eyes filled with fear and despair. They are escorted to an open area before the pass, under the strict watch of the Blackstone Guard. My lord, Tywin Lannister and his personal guard have fled deep into the Westerlands. Our men are in pursuit, but it is unlikely we shall catch up, reports Captain Norman. Rodrick nods, feeling no surprise. Tywin's elite guards exhibited remarkable loyalty and combat prowess during the rout, and the complex terrain makes a prolonged pursuit difficult. His aim is to shatter Tywin, rather than entirely eradicate him. An injured Tywin, a retreating lion, could incite even greater chaos. Ser Brynden, Ser Harrion, this resounding victory is owed entirely to your efforts and the valiant contributions of all our warriors. Roderick approached his two allies, bowing deeply with a tone of sincerity and gratitude. The Blackstone family shall forever remember this kindness. Sir Brynden Tully chuckled heartily, patting Roderick on the shoulder. My lord, you are the true hero. In my long life of warfare, I have never witnessed such a dazzling strategy. Were it not for my own eyes, I would never have believed that anyone could force Tywin Lannister into such a predicament. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Sir Halyon Stark added with a smile, My lord, it seems the banner of the Westlands shall soon be replaced by that of the Blackstone family. The Stark family is eager to follow you, to jointly reshape the future of the Westlands. He understood well that aligning with such a formidable young lord as Roderick would bring immeasurable benefits to the Stark family's future. Roderick recognized that this victory not only solidified his alliance with the North and the Riverlands, but also established an unassailable reputation in the hearts of these battle-hardened nobles. Upon returning to Blackstone Pass, Roderick promptly summoned his core members to strategize the forthcoming tasks. System notification: you have 1,000 dominance points available for use. Without hesitation, Roderick mentally exchanged for two pivotal abilities: efficient administrative management system, 500 dominance points, a comprehensive optimization of the administrative structure within his territory, enhancing tax efficiency, rationally allocating resources, swiftly integrating newly acquired regions, strengthening the ability to guide public opinion, and effectively increasing the loyalty of the populace. Intermediate military knowledge, 500 dominance points, a profound understanding of military logistics, siege tactics, combined arms operations, and troop morale management. The effectiveness of all military units under his command would be significantly enhanced, while also effectively suppressing enemy morale. The dominance points were expended, current dominance points, 0. A torrent of information surged into Roderick's mind, instantly deepening his understanding of governance and military management. Roland. Roderick turned to his steward, his eyes glimmering with insight. You are to immediately commence arrangements for a complete administrative reorganization of Blackstone Pass and its surrounding areas, establishing new management bodies and recruiting more capable individuals to assist us in handling taxation, public safety, and the welfare of our citizens. We need to swiftly consolidate those Westland territories that may fall into chaos due to Tywin's defeat. Steward Roland felt invigorated, sensing the clarity and efficiency brought forth by the new system. He realized this was not merely an upgrade in management, but a transformation that would elevate the Blackstone family from a remote outpost to a legitimate lordly power capable of governing a realm. Shadow Sentinel 1. Roderick turned toward the figure cloaked in shadows. You are to dispatch more Shadow Sentinels throughout the Westlands to disseminate news of Tywin Lannister's catastrophic defeat, while also promoting the benevolence and strength of the Blackstone family, particularly our humane treatment of captives, to sow discord among the Lannister vassal families. Reach out to those nobles who were wounded in the Battle of Oakstand Plains or oppressed by Tywin, and inform them that the Blackstone family shall offer them refuge. And thus, they were compelled to choose between continuing to follow a faltering lion on the brink of collapse or joining forces with the burgeoning Blackstone family to forge a new future. Shadow Guard 1 nodded in silence, already acutely aware of the tremendous advantages bestowed upon him by his newfound abilities. He recognized that this was the opportune moment to dismantle the Lannisters' dominion over the Westerlands. Biren immediately organized the Blackstone Guard and the Karstar Cavalry for joint training, particularly in siege tactics and combined arms operations. We must not only defend, but also take the offensive. We must be prepared to seize more strategic strongholds in the Westerlands while Tywin is in disarray. Captain Biren's eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood that his lord's words were not to be taken lightly. The combat prowess of the Blackstone Guard had vastly improved beyond their previous capabilities, and with the acquisition of advanced military knowledge, their fighting strength was poised for another leap. Meanwhile, throughout the Westerlands, the news of Tywin Lannister's defeat reverberated like a bombshell. Families that had previously been covertly contacted by Roderick, such as House Rain, swiftly recognized the shifting tides. They no longer concealed their dissatisfaction with the Lannisters and began to openly realign with the Blackstone family, dispatching envoys to the Blackstone Pass to express their loyalty. Those families punished by Tywin during the Battle of Oxton Plains, akin to seeing a savior, hurriedly sought clandestine communication with the Blackstone family. Tywin Lannister, under the desperate protection of his personal guard, finally retreated in disarray to Casterly Rock. His injured left arm throbbed with excruciating pain. But more agonizing was the humiliation of having his supreme honor as the Lion of Casterly Rock trampled upon. He gazed at the desolate castle and the families ravaged by war, his heart swelling with unprecedented indignation and fury. He was in dire need of reorganizing his forces. However, most of his elite troops had been decimated, and those vassal families he had summoned now wavered, even beginning to forsake him. Outside Casterly Rock, the once loyal nobles who had pledged their lives to the Lannisters began to covertly circulate information. Some started to dispose of items associated with Tywin, while others simply shut their doors, awaiting the latest developments. The situation in the Westerlands was undergoing a remarkable reversal at an astonishing pace. In King's Landing, on the very day the battle reports arrived, the Royal Council descended into a state of panic. Tyrion Lannister now exhibited an unprecedented calmness and leadership. He capitalized on Cersei's disarray and Joffrey's incompetence, successfully persuading the council to allow him to temporarily assume the role of Hand of the King, promptly dispatching a messenger to the Westerlands demanding that Tywin Lannister halt all military actions and return to King's Landing to face an inquiry. Simultaneously, he sent a raven to the Blackstone Pass, adopting a friendly tone, indicating that King's Landing was willing to engage in peaceful negotiations with the Blackstone family, suggesting the potential exchange of Jaime Lannister in return for peace in the Westerlands. He endeavored to sway Roderick to his side, aiming to jointly diminish Tywin's influence. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, was secretly orchestrating a more chaotic scenario. Tywin's downfall signified a significant blow to the most formidable military power in the Seven Kingdoms. The allies of House Lannister within the capital of King's Landing began to waver in their loyalties. Peter Baelish, seizing upon this intelligence, further incited the nobles' animosity towards the Lannisters. He clandestinely commenced maneuvers, aiming to sever the ties between King's Landing and the Westerlands at an opportune moment, thereby rendering Cersei and Joffrey truly isolated and defenseless. Meanwhile, the fleet of Stannis Baratheon was drawing perilously close to King's Landing. Tywin's failure had significantly weakened the city's defenses. Stannis remained blissfully unaware of this. Perceiving it merely as a favor from fate, he devoted all his energies to the military strategy for assaulting King's Landing, preparing to seize the Iron Throne in one fell swoop. Within River Run, Robb Stark, upon learning of Roderick's resounding victory, promptly summoned all his vassals. He recognized that Tywin's defeat had bestowed upon the North and the Riverlands an unprecedented strategic advantage. He could advance southward with greater confidence, even directly threatening King's Landing. More critically, he could leverage the Blackstone Pass as a formidable stronghold in the Westerlands, thereby constraining House Lannister. Rodrick Blackstone stood atop the walls of Blackstone Pass, gazing into the morning light to the west. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Though the Lion of Tywin had faltered, the foundation of House Lannister remained formidable. However, with the advantages of an effective administrative system and intermediate military knowledge, along with the title of Warlord of the Westerlands, he was poised to seize the power vacuum left by Tywin Lannister and fundamentally reshape the history of the Westerlands and the entirety of Westeros. His subsequent actions would determine the future of the Westerlands and profoundly influence the impending Battle of King's Landing. Chapter 33: The Iron Hand Shapes the Westerlands. The Lion falls into isolation. The victorious aftermath of the Blackstone Pass swept through the entirety of the Westerlands like a tempest. Rodrick Blackstone, once a lord of the fringes, had now become the most illustrious name in the region. Within the pass, the post-battle cleanup proceeded with meticulous order. Thousands of Lannister prisoners were disarmed. Rodrick personally scrutinized these ragged soldiers, their eyes vacant. Any who wish to join the Blackstone Guard and serve House Blackstone shall be granted amnesty and afforded the same privileges as my Blackstone Guard. Roderick's voice resonated through the prisoners' camp, each word resonating with authority. Otherwise, you will be relegated to common laborers, contributing to the rebuilding and development of Blackstone Pass. When the time is ripe, you may regain your freedom or be redeemed by House Lannister. These words stirred a ripple of excitement among the prisoners. Many Lannister soldiers had grown weary of Tywin's iron-fisted rule and ceaseless warfare. Roderick's proposal represented a lifeline for them. With the support of an effective administrative system and intermediate military knowledge, Roderick understood that a substantial prisoner camp was not merely a burden, but also a potential source of troops and labor. He dispatched agents to infiltrate the ranks of the captives, spreading rumors concerning the Lannister family's shortage of military funds and the merciless nature of Tywin, further undermining their loyalty. Ultimately, hundreds of veteran Lannister soldiers opted to join the Blackstone Guard, pledging their allegiance to the Blackstone family, while the majority of the remainder were conscripted into labor battalions, tasked with the reclamation of farmland and reconstruction of fortifications. Roderick promptly engaged in profound discussions with Ser Brynden Tully and Ser Halion Karstark. He elucidated his vision for the future of the Westerlands, which encompassed the eradication of Lannister remnants, the establishment of a new administrative framework, and the assurance of strategic collaboration with the North and the Riverlands. Although Tywin Lannister was defeated, the strength of Casterly Rock remained formidable. Roderick declared solemnly that he would dispatch the Blackstone Iron Riders to collaborate with the Karstark cavalry, applying pressure on the Lannister vassal castles surrounding Casterly Rock, compelling them to submit. Concurrently, our network of shadows would intensify the dissemination of rumors regarding the Lannister family's empty coffers and their inability to pay soldiers, aiming to dismantle their support from within. Both Ser Brynden and Ser Halion expressed their strong agreement with Roderick's strategy. Halion even volunteered to lead the Karstark cavalry in continued assistance to Roderick, recognizing in him an innate leadership quality and a strategic vision that surpassed his years. Under the guidance of an efficient administrative system, Roderick began swiftly to consolidate the abandoned territories surrounding Blackstone Pass. He dispatched teams to occupy the mines and farmlands previously neglected or exploited by the Lannister family, organizing laborers for extraction and cultivation. A new taxation policy was instituted, reducing taxes for impoverished farmers while increasing them for wealthy merchants, thus garnering widespread support from the populace. The Shadow Guard maximized the effectiveness of the Westerlands intelligence network. His shadows flitted like phantoms among the noble houses and markets throughout the Westerlands. The news of Tywin Lannister's injuries and his army's rout was rapidly processed and disseminated, prompting many of the Lannisters' vassal families, those lords who had suffered heavily during the Battle of the Golden Plains yet were forcibly suppressed by Tywin, to receive clandestine letters from the Blackstone family. These missives not only detailed Tywin's downfall, but also explicitly offered protection and cooperation from the Blackstone family, promising to safeguard their lands and rights provided they ceased their support for the Lannisters. System notification: the effect of the title, Overlord of the Westerlands, has been activated. Several noble families from the Westerlands have dispatched envoys to the host, expressing their intent to submit. Within a matter of days, unprecedented fissures emerged among the once tightly united factions under the Lannister banner. Some minor noble families were the first to declare fealty to the Blackstone family, followed by mid-tier nobles who, seeing the opportunities presented by the rise of the Blackstone family, began to covertly engage with Roderick in search of sanctuary. The situation in the Westerlands was experiencing a remarkable turnaround at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, within Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister furiously hurled the parchment scroll in his hand to the ground. His left arm bore a wound inflicted by Roderick's blade, although it had been bandaged. The intense pain and sense of humiliation rendered him sleepless through the night. The Blackstone wild dogs. Cursed be they. How dare they provoke him so? Tywin seethed with rage. Before him stood several pale-faced loyal commanders of House Lannister, who brought even graver tidings. The majority of the army had utterly collapsed, with many soldiers taken captive, and the few who returned were utterly exhausted and devoid of morale. Even worse, those vassal families that had promised support were now making excuses to withdraw, with rumors circulating that several minor houses had already defected to that Blackstone wild dog. "My lord, this is a raven from King's Landing." A trembling squire presented a wax-sealed letter. Tywin tore it open, revealing the calm, yet sardonic script of Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion not only demanded that Tywin immediately cease military operations in the Westerlands and return to King's Landing to explain his failures to the small council, but he also insinuated that a suitable envoy should be dispatched from King's Landing to assist Tywin in reorganizing the army and stabilizing the situation. "Scoundrel!" Tywin roared, shredding the letter into pieces. He understood that the suitable envoy Tyrion referred to was undoubtedly himself or another member of the royal family capable of undermining Tywin's authority. This signified that his son, in the wake of his military defeat, was attempting to usurp actual control within the family. For the first time, the Lion of Casterly Rock felt the weight of true isolation. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister sat in the Hand's chamber, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He had received a response from Rodrick Blackstone, which was both amicable and resolute. Roderick expressed a desire to maintain peace with King's Landing and was willing to discuss the exchange of Jaime Lannister, provided that King's Landing recognized the legitimate status of House Blackstone in the Westerlands and guaranteed the safety of its territories and vassal families. This was a condition Tyrion was eager to accept. Tyrion recognized that Tywin's failure had irrevocably altered the standing of House Lannister in King's Landing. He was seizing this opportunity to consolidate power and diminish Cersei's and Joffrey's interference in his affairs. "Littlefinger, your rumors about the Lannister coffers being empty spread rather swiftly," Tyrion remarked, glancing at Peter Baelish, who was idly toying with gold coins. Littlefinger looked up, revealing his signature smile. "My Lord Hand, you know that rumors always outpace the truth, especially when people are willing to believe them. Lord Tywin's influence in the small council is likely to suffer considerably." Tyrion chuckled inwardly. He understood that Littlefinger was merely exploiting others' crises for his own gain, but this aligned perfectly with his current objectives. However, a more imminent threat loomed over King's Landing. Report: a multitude of ships has appeared in Blackwater Bay. It is Stannis Baratheon's fleet. A sentinel soldier burst into the Prime Minister's office, his voice laden with incredulous panic, a cacophony of urgency stretching infinitely before him. Tyrion's countenance instantly grew grave. He realized that the true trial had finally arrived. In the bustling city of Riverrun, Robb Stark received a missive from Lord Roderick. The letter meticulously outlined his plans for consolidating the Westerlands and the preliminary intentions for negotiations with King's Landing. "Mother, indeed, Lord Roderick is a wise ruler," Robb exclaimed to Lady Catelyn, his excitement palpable. He had not only fortified the Blackstone Pass, but had also cornered Tywin Lannister into a precarious position. Now, Tywin Lannister posed no threat to them, and Roderick had pledged support from the Westerlands to contain the remnants of the Lannisters. Lady Catelyn breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that this signified substantial security for the northern flank. "Robb, Stannis Baratheon's fleet has arrived at Blackwater Bay." At that moment, a Raven emissary hurriedly entered, bearing news of an impending assault on King's Landing. Robb's gaze sharpened, resolute. He recognized that this was the opportune moment to utterly vanquish the Lannister family and seize the Iron Throne. "Order all troops. The entire army shall march towards King's Landing." encircling it alongside Stannis Baratheon. Robb Stark commanded loudly. Chapter 34. The Flames of Blackwater, a new chapter for the Westerlands west of the Blackstone Pass. Rodrick Blackstone was methodically filling the power vacuum in the Westerlands. Each day, envoys from various noble houses arrived at the Blackstone Pass, pledging their loyalty and humbly requesting assistance. Those once subservient to the Lannisters were now, in light of Tywin's catastrophic defeat, choosing to align themselves with the ascendant Blackstone family. Under the aegis of an efficient administrative framework, Rodrick amalgamated the surrendered Lannister soldiers with the Blackstone Guard, led by seasoned veterans to ensure the army's loyalty and combat efficacy. Steward Roland, accompanied by a proficient administrative team, ventured to the newly subjugated territories to assist local lords in enacting administrative reforms, calming the populace, and swiftly expanding the jurisdiction of the Blackstone family. My lord, the Lothans, SWYFT, and Black families have officially dispatched their eldest sons to the pass to pledge their fealty to you, Steward Roland joyfully reported to Rodrick. They expressed a desire for the Lord to send garrison troops to aid them in stabilizing their lands and to assist against neighbors still loyal to the Lannisters. Roderick's gaze was penetrating. He understood that the allegiance of these families was not entirely born of loyalty, but rather a quest for protection and opportunistic expansion. Yet, he did not mind. This was precisely the opportunity he sought to consolidate the Westerlands under the title of Lord of the Westerlands. Shadowguard 1. This is your moment to reveal your prowess, Rodrick instructed the figure cloaked in shadows. Go tell them that as long as they sincerely submit and pledge loyalty to Blackstone, their lands and familial interests will be thoroughly safeguarded by the Blackstone family. Simultaneously, our cavalry detachments are dispatched to patrol the lands of these noble families, demonstrating strength and deterring the restless Lannister forces. The mission of Shadowbinder 1 extends beyond mere rumor-mongering. It is fundamentally about infiltration and division. He is acutely aware that to utterly dismantle the Lannister stronghold in the Westerlands, one must strike precisely at its economic lifeblood and internal cohesion. My lord, intelligence regarding trade infiltration has arrived, Shadowbinder 1 murmurs, revealing that recent merchant activities in Casterly Rock have drastically dwindled, and the treasury is likely in dire straits. Tywin has summoned several loyal houses, attempting to initiate a new conscription, yet the response has been dismally sparse. Roderick nods in satisfaction. Tywin's predicament represents the opportune moment for him to rise. He refrains from hastily attacking Casterly Rock, opting instead to consolidate the surrounding territories, amassing strength to encircle the stronghold, allowing Tywin to languish in isolation and despair, awaiting the final reckoning. However, as currents swirl ominously in the Westerlands, a far greater tempest has erupted in the heart of Westeros, King's Landing. On the Blackwater Bay, Stannis Baratheon's fleet looms like an endless black forest, obscuring the sun's radiance. Hundreds of warships, carrying tens of thousands of soldiers, launch a fierce assault on King's Landing at dawn. Their horns and war drums resonate throughout the land. Inside King's Landing, chaos reigns. Tyrion Lannister, clad in armor, struggles to maintain composure as he commands his beleaguered forces. With Tywin Lannister's defeat in the Westerlands and the elite troops all but decimated, the city's defenses are stretched thin, comprised mainly of the city guard, mercenaries, and hastily assembled militias. He knows well that this is a nearly unwinnable defensive battle. Wildfire. Prepare the wildfire. Tyrion bellows, directing the catapults to hurl jars filled with the volatile substance towards Stannis' fleet. The green flames roar forth like an enraged dragon, wreaking havoc upon the Blackwater Bay. The flames engulf Stannis' ships, billowing smoke and cries of despair, explosions reverberating in the air. The potency of the wildfire astonishes all, including Tyrion himself. Hundreds of vessels are consumed, and thousands of soldiers perish in the inferno. Stannis' advance falters for the first time, yet his fleet remains formidable, the surviving ships continuing their relentless approach towards King's Landing. On the battlements, arrows rain down like locusts, crossbow bolts falling like rain, as soldiers engage in the most brutal close-quarters combat atop the walls. Stannis Baratheon leads his men, breaking through the defenses, his figure resembling a demon from the depths of hell, instilling fear in the remaining Lannister defenders. Meanwhile, Queen Cersei, sequestered in the Red Keep's chambers with King Joffrey, awaits their fateful destiny with trepidation. She drinks incessantly, attempting to numb her senses, while deep within, she curses Tywin's ineptitude and the loathsome Roderick Hightower of the Westerlands. It is precisely due to Tywin's collapse in the west that King's Landing finds itself in such a weakened state. Pedro Baelish, perched in a high tower of the Red Keep, observed the brutal siege with a detached demeanor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The rumors he had previously disseminated regarding Tywin's disastrous defeat had led many of the Lannister vassal families in King's Landing to adopt a stance of cautious observation, some even covertly opposing Tyrion, thereby further weakening the city's defenses. As the situation in King's Landing grew increasingly dire, the opportunities for him to profit from the chaos expanded correspondingly. Just as the garrison was on the verge of collapse, a stunning revelation swept across the battlefield like a divine proclamation: reinforcements. From the north, the Grey Wind, leading Robb Stark's army, descended upon the outskirts of King's Landing as if sent by the gods, arriving at a critical juncture. Robb, at the helm of his finest cavalry, launched a fierce assault on the flank of Stannis Baratheon's forces. For the north, he bellowed, brandishing his family sword, his voice resonating with a thunderous fury. Soon after, an even more astonishing announcement emerged: reinforcements from the Westerlands, the sigil of the Lannister Lion. Shortly after Robb's arrival, a massive army advanced swiftly under the cloak of night towards King's Landing, their banners emblazoned with a golden lion. This was none other than Tywin Lannister, who, upon learning of the perilous situation in King's Landing, had resolutely gathered the remnants of his forces from Casterly Rock, disregarding his own battered troops, to rush to the city's aid. Despite his grievous injuries from the earlier defeat, Tywin managed to muster a small contingent of loyal bannermen and hastily made his way to King's Landing. He understood that if the city fell, the Lannister family would face total annihilation. The battlefield along the Blackwater River instantly transformed into a complex and chaotic landscape. Stannis Baratheon's army found itself beset on all sides, with Robb Stark striking from the west and Tywin Lannister launching a fierce attack from the south. A system alert indicated that Stannis Baratheon's forces were in dire straits, and the tide of battle in King's Landing had turned. Far away at the Blackstone Pass, Rodrick received messages from both King's Landing and the north. As he meticulously perused the reports concerning the Battle of the Blackwater, his expression remained impassive, yet a profound light flickered in his eyes. He knew that all of his actions had culminated in this moment. Tywin's defeat at Blackstone Pass necessitated a withdrawal from the consolidation of the Westerlands, compelling him to divert his remaining forces to rescue King's Landing. This created a significant power vacuum in the Westerlands, which Rodrick seized upon, swiftly engulfing this void. Robb's northern army, which would have been constrained by Tywin's superior forces in the Westerlands, was now unshackled to advance southward, thanks to Roderick's victory over Tywin's main contingent, allowing Robb to charge directly towards King's Landing. Though Stannis' wildfire tactics were formidable, they also revealed his determination to seize King's Landing. "My lord, will Tywin Lannister's reinforcements restore him to the status of a hero?" Captain Norman inquired, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. Roderick gazed westward, towards the direction of Casterly Rock, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A hero? Perhaps. Yet, first and foremost, he was a failure, a wounded lion. Regardless of the outcome of the Battle of King's Landing, the Lannister family had sustained grievous injuries, and the Westerlands were now ours. He understood that, irrespective of who ultimately triumphed in the battle, the power of House Lannister would be significantly diminished. As for him, Rodrick Blackstone, he had quietly established his stronghold upon the fertile lands of the Westerlands, akin to a slumbering dragon, biding his time, poised to alter the power dynamics of the entire continent of Westeros with his formidable claws. Chapter 35, The End of Blackwater. A reshuffling of power. The Blackwater Bay of King's Landing had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The green flames of wildfire blazed ferociously upon the surface of the sea, consuming the majority of Stannis Baratheon's fleet, while the acrid stench of sulfur mingled with the odor of charred corpses, inducing nausea. Stannis led his remaining forces ashore, only to become embroiled in a fierce urban battle for the streets and walls, orchestrated by Tyrion Lannister. The city's defenders unleashed a relentless barrage of crossbow bolts and boulders, while the Lannister garrison, demoralized by Tywin's previous defeat, displayed remarkable resilience under Tyrion's direct supervision. Just as Stannis' forces were on the verge of breaching the inner city defenses, and victory seemed within reach, a thunderous drumbeat and the clamor of battle erupted from beyond the eastern walls. It was the banner of the north, reinforcements from Robb Stark. The defenders atop the walls cried out in terror. Robb Stark's intentions were not to rescue the Lannisters. He led the elite forces of the north and the Riverlands straight towards the eastern gate of King's Landing, intending to encircle Stannis and decisively shatter Lannister rule. His cavalry surged against the city gates like a torrent, striving to create a breach for the infantry to pour into the city. However, just as King's Landing appeared to be caught in a vice, facing imminent doom, the southern plains trembled, dust swirling in the air. It was the banner of the Lannister Lion. Reinforcements from Lord Tywin. Despair transformed into ecstatic shouts among the defenders within the city. Tywin Lannister, the once defeated Lion of Casterly Rock, dragged his weary and furious remnants, racing against the night, finally arriving at the gates of King's Landing. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a thunderous assault upon Stannis Baratheon's flank. Stannis had committed all his forces to the fierce assault on King's Landing, leaving his rear vulnerable. At that moment, Tywin's troops struck like a dagger, piercing deep into Stannis' formation, surrounded and weakened by the devastation of wildfire. Stannis' army disintegrated in an instant, morale shattered, soldiers scattering in panic. Stannis himself barely managed to retreat from the battlefield, shielded by his loyal guards. Escaping in disarray aboard a ship back to Dragonstone. The crisis in King's Landing had been averted. Tywin Lannister entered the gates of King's Landing, embodying the role of the city's savior, and was fervently embraced by both the populace and the nobility. He embraced Queen Cersei and met with King Joffrey, as if he had never faced defeat in the Westerlands. Meanwhile, Robb Stark's northern army encountered fierce resistance from the remaining Lannister forces while assaulting the eastern gates of King's Landing. Upon receiving news of Stannis' defeat and Tywin's successful entrance into the city, Robb acutely realized he had become ensnared in a perilous situation, isolated and deep within enemy territory. His objective was to weaken the Lannisters, not to confront a freshly victorious army brimming with morale. Withdraw, Robb Stark commanded through clenched teeth, his eyes glimmering with frustration. He understood that this was not the time for a direct confrontation. He led his troops in an orderly retreat from King's Landing, redirecting them toward the depths of the Riverlands in search of new opportunities for engagement. Though he failed to seize King's Landing, he inflicted considerable losses upon House Lannister and, most crucially, preserved the core strength of the Northern and Riverlands alliance. With that, the Battle of Blackwater drew to a definitive close. In the aftermath of the battle, Tywin Lannister, though hailed as the hero of Blackwater, was acutely aware of his family's true predicament. Within the city, Tyrion Lannister's display of ingenuity and bravery during the wildfire defense earned him the love of the common folk, yet it also incited Cersei's jealousy and Joffrey's disdain. Tywin promptly relieved Tyrion of his position as Hand of the King, relegating him to the margins. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, thrived amidst the chaos, facilitating an alliance with House Tyrell, which culminated in the betrothal of Joffrey to Margaery Tyrell. This maneuver further solidified his standing and granted him the lordship of Harrenhal, elevating him to the rank of a prominent duke. He was acutely aware that although Tywin had returned, the foundation of House Lannister had been undermined by Roderick's actions in the Westerlands, affording him greater latitude for manipulation. In the Westerlands, at the Blackstone Pass, Rodrick Blackstone received a comprehensive report following the Battle of Blackwater. There was no trace of surprise upon his countenance. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. While Tywin Lannister had salvaged King's Landing, the cost was substantial. Roderick addressed the assembled figures around the map, Steward Roland, Shadowbinder No. 1, and Captain Burren, stating that Tywin's main forces had been severely weakened in the Westerlands and had suffered considerable losses in their hastened support for King's Landing. Now, though he held a high station, his actual military strength had been significantly diminished, and the power vacuum in the Westerlands had been entirely filled by us. He gestured towards the map, indicating the vast areas surrounding Blackstone Pass, now adorned with the banners of House Blackstone. Our efficient administrative system has begun to take effect. Under Roland's coordination, we have consolidated the territories of over 20 loyal families, integrating their military forces, taxes, and resources into the governance of House Blackstone. Roderick stated solemnly, the military contributions from these families will suffice to form a new legion of 10,000. Shadowguard 1. What is the feedback from the discontented nobles regarding Tywin? My lord, Tywin Lannister's prestige in the Westerlands has plummeted to an unprecedented low. The voice of Shadowguard 1 was calm and objective. Numerous smaller houses, including some that have been bound to the Lannisters for generations, have expressed their loyalty to you. They believe Tywin's failures mark the beginning of the Lannister family's decline, while you represent the hope for the future of the Westerlands. The title of Lord of the Westerlands has also brought us unexpected advantages, added Steward Roland, as many nobles, upon receiving our missives, chose to submit without hesitation. Their financial conditions are far worse than we had imagined. Tywin's long-term exploitation has bred deep resentment among the Westerlands nobility towards the Lannister family. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Roderick's eyes. Excellent. The time has come. Burren, you shall lead the newly formed Blackstone Legion into the heart of the Westerlands, encircling but not attacking. I wish to raise our banner on Lannister soil. But remember, our aim is to recruit, not to slaughter. Do not excessively disrupt the livelihoods of the people. Yes, my lord. Captain Burren responded with enthusiasm. Rodrick gazed at the position of Casterly Rock on the map, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Shadowguard 1. Continue to strengthen our infiltration and undermine influence in Casterly Rock. Spread further rumors regarding the Lannister treasury being utterly depleted, as well as Tywin's inability to maintain control over the Westerlands. I want Tywin to feel besieged when he returns to Casterly Rock. He knows Tywin has temporarily returned to King's Landing, but will inevitably come back to Casterly Rock. And when he does, he will find that his Westerlands is no longer his to command. In the north and the Riverlands, although Robb Stark has retreated from King's Landing, his army remains unscathed. After discussions with Ser Brynden Tully, he has decided to focus on the Riverlands and further weaken the remnants of Lannister power in the Westerlands. In order to secure greater strategic space for the north, Roderick's actions in the Westerlands have also alleviated the direct military pressure from the Lannister family. Robb knows he requires a sufficiently powerful ally to confront the Lannisters, and Rodrick Blackstone is undoubtedly the most trustworthy and dependable figure amidst the chaos of Westeros. The sunlight illuminates the Westerlands, yet it no longer belongs solely to the singular lion. The banner of House Blackstone flutters boldly over the former Lannister territories, like an indomitable boulder, heralding the dawn of a new era. Rodrick Blackstone, with his far-reaching strategic vision and decisive military maneuvers, has emerged as the only lord on the continent of Westeros to achieve a substantial victory amidst the turmoil following the Battle of Blackwater. He is no longer merely the defender of Blackstone, but the true master of the Westerlands. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister, once the formidable lion of Casterly Rock, now finds himself in King's Landing, grappling with the open and covert conflicts instigated by his own son and various factions, as well as the substantial dilemma of his ancestral home being encroached upon. In the forthcoming phase, Roderick shall embark on a comprehensive reclamation of the entirety of the Westerlands, met with Tywin's feudal countermeasures. Chapter 36. The Golden Lion fades. The Blackstone forged a new order. Following the conclusion of the Battle of Blackwater, Tywin Lannister, through his desperate counterattack, has temporarily preserved King's Landing. However, the true cost incurred is far more immense than anyone could have anticipated. Upon returning to King's Landing, while he clutches the Iron Throne, he simultaneously endures the anguish of the Westerlands being gradually consumed. Meanwhile, Roderick Blackstone embarks on his genuine path to ascendance within the Westerlands. Under the comprehensive operation of an efficient administrative system and intermediate military knowledge, Roderick's integration of the Westerlands unfolds at an extraordinary pace. A legion, comprised of conscripted Lannister veterans and newly trained recruits from House Blackstone, swiftly takes shape. This well-trained army replaces Lannister garrisons across the Westerlands, ensuring the loyalty of the newly surrendered nobility. My lord, the yield from the Golden Hills has doubled this month, reported Steward Roland, his hands clutching a hefty ledger, a broad smile illuminating his face. With the establishment of the Blackstone family workshops, we have commenced minting our own gold coins. Furthermore, under your command, we have secretly seized control of several key gold mines belonging to House Lannister in the Westerlands, and their output is gradually diminishing. Roderick nodded in satisfaction. Controlling the gold mines equates to controlling the lifeblood of Westeros. The loss of the gold mines in the Westerlands would strip House Lannister of its most formidable war capital. His innate talent for the economics of war enables him to deploy these newly acquired riches with remarkable efficiency, whether for recruiting mercenaries, fortifying defenses, or funding allies. Simultaneously, the infiltration and division efforts of Shadowguard 1 proceed methodically. My lord, Shadowguard 1 reported in a hushed tone, at your behest. We have begun large-scale acquisitions of grain, iron, and timber in the Westerlands, as well as recruiting skilled artisans at premium prices. This has led to a growing scarcity of resources in the remaining territories of House Lannister, with prices soaring. Their vassal families are in utter discontent. Excellent, Roderick replied. To encircle militarily without assaulting, while undermining economically. Let those families that once depended on the Lannisters witness who their true benefactor is, capable of bestowing them with prosperity and stability. Roderick understood that to dismantle Lannister's centuries-long dominion over the Westerlands, mere military victories would prove insufficient. He needed to establish a system more efficient and equitable than that of the Lannisters, thereby winning the hearts of the people. He decreed a reduction in agricultural taxes and organized extensive irrigation projects and road constructions, significantly enhancing the living conditions of the populace, which elevated the Blackstone family's reputation among the common folk to unprecedented heights. In King's Landing, Tywin Lannister, post-Battle of Blackwater, basked in a fleeting glory. Yet, He soon realized that this glory paled in comparison to the exorbitant price he had paid. He successfully marginalized Tyrion, striving to restore his absolute control over the court. Yet the ascent of Petyr Baelish and the Tyrell family has irrevocably altered the political landscape of King's Landing. Compounding his distress were the alarming reports from the Westerlands. Outside Casterly Rock, the banner of House Blackwood has been planted upon the Golden Hills. A trembling messenger reported that numerous families have defected to Rodrick Blackwood, even commencing the minting of their own gold coins. What? Tywin slammed his hand upon the table, crumpling the parchment in his grip. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. He could scarcely believe that the loyalists he had left in the Westerlands could be so incompetent, allowing Rodrick Blackwood to expand his influence to such an extent in such a short span of time. The Blackwood Hounds. They dare to encroach upon my gold mines. Tywin roared. He understood all too well that the gold mines were the bedrock of House Lannister's power. Without them, the military machinery of the Lannisters would grind to a halt, and his Iron Throne would be perilously threatened. He yearned to return to Casterly Rock and personally deal with Rodrick Blackwood. However, the situation in King's Landing was fraught with complexity. Joffrey's brutality, Cersei's instability, the formidable intervention of the Tyrell family, and Petyr Baelish's clandestine machinations rendered his departure untenable. He knew that if he were to leave King's Landing, the fragile equilibrium he had established could collapse in an instant. Father, the reports from the Westerlands grow increasingly grim. Tyrion Lannister, though marginalized, still wielded some intelligence channels. Rodrick Blackwood appears to be systematically undermining Lannister rule in the Westerlands. He has not only dispatched troops to seize numerous noble territories, but is also dismantling our vassals from within through economic means, such as controlling the gold mines and resources. Tywin cast a cold glance at Tyrion, refraining from a response. He recognized the truth in Tyrion's words, yet he loathed hearing them spoken by this imp. Summon all commanders of House Lannister in King's Landing. Tywin finally commanded, his voice laced with suppressed fury. I shall return to Casterly Rock. I will personally see that Blackwood Hound hanged upon my walls. He had to go back. Otherwise, the legacy he had built over centuries would be obliterated. In the north and the Riverlands, Robb Stark was rallying his forces. He had received a detailed report on the state of the Westerlands from Rodrick Blackwood, a smile of appreciation gracing his face. Lord Rodrick is indeed a genius, Robb remarked to his mother, Catelyn. He is rapidly dismantling the foundations of the Lannisters in the Westerlands. Now, Tywin must withdraw from King's Landing back to the Westerlands. This presents us with an exquisite opportunity to strike at King's Landing. Lady Catelyn's expression mirrored his joy. This means the Lannisters will face the dilemma of fighting on two fronts. We can exert pressure on the Westerlands from the Riverlands while simultaneously threatening King's Landing once again. Indeed, mother. In the depths of Robb's eyes gleamed ambition. I shall dispatch an army to coordinate with the Blackstone family in the Riverlands, threatening the western heartland from the east to restrain Tywin's main forces. And I shall personally lead the Grand Army to storm the capital. He was acutely aware that Tywin's absence from King's Landing presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At Casterly Rock, when Tywin Lannister finally returned with a meager force drawn from King's Landing, accompanied by a scant few loyal vassals, he beheld a Westerland starkly transformed from his memories. The once bountiful Golden Hills now bore the banners of the Blackstone family. Nobles who had once obeyed his every command now exhibited indifference, some even openly pledging allegiance to Rodrick Blackstone. The treasury within Casterly Rock had dwindled to near emptiness, and the few remaining veins of gold struggled to operate under Roderick's economic warfare. Traitors, cowardly traitors. Tywin stood atop the battlements of Casterly Rock, gaze fixed upon the distant banners of the Blackstone family, his furious roars carried far by the wind. He realized that he had not only lost the Westerlands, but also the hearts of its people. In mere months, Rodrick Blackstone had dismantled the dominion he had spent decades constructing. The glory of House Lannister must not wither away. Clenching his fists, Tywin's eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. He began to muster the last remnants of Casterly Rock's defenses, though scant in number and low in morale. He remained resolute in his determination to confront Rodrick Blackstone in a final battle. He vowed to make that Blackstone cur and his family pay a bloody price. Rodrick Blackstone, at the Blackstone Pass, received word that Tywin had returned to Casterly Rock. The Lion of Casterly Rock has finally returned, Rodrick murmured, a confident smile gracing his lips. He realized that this time, his opponent was no longer one of Westeros's ancient lords. He was to face a new power endowed with the titles of Master Strategist, Dominion of the Westerlands, and all the talents of modern technology. In his hand, he clutched a letter from Robb Stark. expressing Robb's resolve to once again assault King's Landing and promising to coordinate with the Blackstone family in the Westerlands endeavors. System notification, side quest, Dominion of the Westerlands, progress, 90. System notification, main quest, Shattered Lion phase task, completely defeat Tywin Lannister, is now active. Completion of this task will yield epic rewards. Roderick's gaze hardened. He understood that the inevitable confrontation with Tywin Lannister loomed ahead. This decisive battle would solidify the Blackstone families standing on the continent of Westeros and herald the dawn of a new era. Chapter 37. The Golden Lion Trapped. Blackstone besieges the city. Tywin Lannister returned to Casterly Rock, seething with rage and accompanied by a small contingent of loyal troops. However, this castle, once a symbol of House Lannister's supreme power, now felt like a besieged island. The scenery of the Westerlands remains magnificent, yet much of the land that once bowed to the Golden Lion now flies the banner of House Blackstone. As soon as he returned to Casterly Rock, Tywin summoned all the remaining lords and nobles within the castle. He endeavored to rally his forces, issuing a conscription order, demanding that the remaining vassal families gather once more. The traitors of the Westerlands seek to overthrow the Lannister rule, and we must not stand idly by. Tywin's voice echoed within the council chamber of Casterly Rock. Though it lacked some of its former authority, infused instead with a weariness and anger. The glory of Casterly Rock must be defended with your blood. However, few responded. Many families had suffered grievous losses during the Battle of Blackwater, their spirits severely diminished. Others had received secret missives from Rodrick Blackstone, promising tax reductions, and had already begun to harbor dissenting thoughts. Some even openly declared their inability to provide troops, as their lands were now protected by the forces of House Blackstone. My lord, the soldiers of House Blackstone have already taken residence in the gold mines of our territory. A lord from the fringes of the Golden Hills reported tremulously, explaining that they claimed to ensure security and had completely taken control of the mine's operations. Furthermore, it has become exceedingly difficult for us to procure food and iron ore. Another lord lamented, House Blackstone has monopolized the majority of the supply chain. Their prices are low, but they sell only to those who pledge their allegiance to them. Tywin listened to these reports, his face ashen. He sensed an invisible net tightening around Casterly Rock, ensnaring it quietly. Roderick did not directly assault Casterly Rock. Instead, he executed a comprehensive economic and psychological strangulation. This insidious strategy, akin to a dull knife slicing flesh, instilled a sense of despair far more profound than any fierce siege. Damn it! Tywin slammed his fist onto the table, causing the candlestick at the corner to jump. He felt an unprecedented sense of isolation, as though the entire Westerlands had turned its back on him. He yearned to launch a counteroffensive, yet the treasury within Casterly Rock was depleted. Food reserves were insufficient to sustain a prolonged conflict, and there were not enough troops to reclaim the strategically vital locations now under Blackstone control. At Blackstone Pass, Rodrick Blackstone was engaged in discussions with Steward Roland, Shadow Guard No. 1, and the newly appointed commander of the Blackstone Legion, Captain Burren, regarding their forthcoming actions. Tywin Lannister now resembled a wounded lion trapped in a cage. Roderick, pointing to Casterly Rock on the map, allowed a cold smile to creep upon his lips, declaring, He is fierce, but we shall afford him no opportunity for retaliation. Our objective is to induce his self-destruction. The vision of the strategic master enabled him to perceive the larger picture, while the title of Sovereign of the Westerlands endowed him with a silent charisma. My lord, through the integration of an efficient administrative management system, we have completely seized control of all critical transportation routes and resources in the Westerlands, Steward Roland reported. Casterly Rock now faces a severe shortage of supplies, and essentials cannot be procured even at exorbitant prices. Tywin attempted to send small detachments to forcibly requisition supplies, but they were intercepted in advance by Captain Burren's new forces. Shadow Guard 1 added, Our intelligence network in the West ensures that all of Tywin's maneuvers fall under our control. Captain Burren, a former veteran of the Blackstone Guard, now commanding a formidable army of 10,000, exuded an air of remarkable composure. My lord, the forces dispatched by Tywin are demoralized and inadequately trained. They are no match for our new army. We strike with precision each time, inflicting minimal casualties, effectively dismantling their intentions to counterattack. Roderick was thoroughly satisfied. He had no desire to engage in a bloody siege beneath the walls of Casterly Rock. His strategy hinged on attrition, isolation, and psychological warfare. Shadow Guard 1. Continue to spread rumors, Roderick commanded. Circulate the notion that the Lannister treasury is utterly depleted, leaving Tywin incapable of paying his soldiers. Simultaneously, Inform the populace within Casterly Rock that the outside world, under the governance of the Blackstone family, is becoming increasingly prosperous and peaceful, creating a stark contrast. He understood that undermining the people's morale was the most effective weapon for breaching a fortified stronghold. Meanwhile, other regions of Westeros were also in turmoil due to the power reshuffle occurring in the west. In King's Landing, the impending wedding of King Joffrey loomed, and the influence of House Tyrell was growing ever more formidable. Queen Cersei found her position in the capital increasingly precarious. The departure of the new hand, Tywin, brought forth a resurgence of chaos in King's Landing. She constantly feared that Robb Stark from the north would once again march upon the city. Peter Baelish continued weaving his intricate schemes, cleverly exploiting Tywin's predicament in the west while disseminating details of Tywin's military failures to further diminish the Lannister family's standing. He reveled in the sight of the great houses balancing each other out, thereby creating more opportunities for his own ascendants. In the Riverlands, Robb Stark was orchestrating military deployments. Upon learning that Tywin Lannister had returned to Casterly Rock, he seized the opportunity with determination. Tywin is preoccupied, Robb declared to his commanders. This is our perfect moment to strike King's Landing. With Tywin gone, only the incompetent Joffrey and Cersei remain within the city. We must seize King's Landing at once and irrevocably alter the future of Westeros. He positioned a portion of his forces in the western Riverlands, led by Ser Brynden Tully, coordinating strategically with Rodrick Blackstone's troops in the west to contain Tywin Lannister, preventing him from diverting forces to support King's Landing. Meanwhile, Robb himself led the main force of the north, advancing once more toward the capital. He knew the time had come. The fate of Westeros would be determined by his hand. The mountain winds of the west howled through the towers of Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister stood atop the castle, gazing down upon the lands gradually consumed by the Blackstone family. Once the realm of gold, it now appeared to be transforming into an immense prison. He yearned to roar, to wield his sword, to reassert his iron grip over all. Yet, he felt powerless. His army was utterly exhausted, resources depleted, and internal morale shattered. The populace now feared the justice of House Blackstone rather than his tyranny. Rodrick Blackstone, once regarded by him as an insignificant lord from the fringes, had now ascended to become the true ruler of the Westerlands. Tywin, the wealth you have amassed shall ultimately become your prison, Rodrick whispered at the Blackstone Pass. As if he could envision Tywin's face, contorted with rage and helplessness, while I shall forge a new era with your riches. The situation in the Westerlands had reached a decisive state. Casterly Rock was completely isolated. Meanwhile, King's Landing, under the looming threat of Robb Stark, was on the brink of a new tempest. The power dynamics of Westeros were undergoing a tumultuous reshuffling, with House Blackstone emerging as one of the principal victors in this upheaval. How Rodrick manages Tywin Lannister and Robb Stark's actions in King's Landing will collectively determine the future of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 38, The Lion Falls. Casterly Rock changes hands. The autumn of the Westerlands bore a chilling essence, enveloping Casterly Rock. This magnificent fortress, built against the mountains, exuded a suffocating sense of death amidst its former glory and grandeur. Within Casterly Rock, resources were scarce, the treasury was empty, and Tywin Lannister's wrath was gradually supplanted by a sense of impotence. His former subordinates, be they generals or nobles, were filled with exhaustion and despair. Rodrick Blackstone's strategy was remarkably effective. Without rashness or direct assaults, he dismantled every vestige of resistance in Casterly Rock through economic blockade, psychological warfare, and a slow but relentless encroachment. My lord, the food supplies in the castle can last at most another fortnight, the trembling chef reported. Another 50 soldiers have fled. My lord, the captain of the guard said, his head bowed. They claim that in Blackstone territory, there is ample food and clothing, and they receive higher pay than we do. Tywin closed his eyes, sensing that the banners of the once steadfast Lannister family no longer fluttered in the wind, but hung limply. He had never envisioned that one day he would be driven to despair by a mere pawn in this grand game. He sent out ravens to King's Landing, pleading for reinforcements, but the responses he received were merely the hollow words of Joffrey and Cersei's ignorance regarding the situation in the Westerlands. Littlefinger, of course, relished the decline of House Lannister and had already spread various rumors detrimental to Tywin. The Tyrells, on the other hand, observed from a distance, showing little interest in the shift of power in the Westerlands, more concerned with solidifying their own position in King's Landing. In despair, Tywin attempted to organize a breakout. He summoned his last 600 loyal guards, preparing to carve a bloody path to reclaim crucial supply lines. However, as they burst forth from the gates of Casterly Rock, they were met by the Blackstone Legion, led by Captain Burren. These soldiers, whether former Lannister defectors or new recruits of House Blackstone, were well-equipped and brimming with morale. Under the guidance of intermediate military knowledge, they are well-trained, their tactical coordination seamless. More importantly, they are acutely aware that they are fighting for the new sovereign of the West, for the subjects whose taxes have been reduced, roads repaired, and whose lives are progressively improving. This battle, rather than a fierce clash, resembles a one-sided suppression. The Blackstone Legion, wielding overwhelming advantage, swiftly routed Tywin's breakout forces. Though Tywin himself was valiant, it was only through the desperate cover of his soldiers that he managed to retreat, in disarray, back to Casterly Rock with merely a handful of men. System notification, side quest, Sovereign of the West completed. System notification, main quest, Shattered Lion stage task, completely defeat Tywin Lannister, completed. When Tywin Lannister stepped once more into Casterly Rock, weary and worn, he perceived a subtle stir within the castle. Lord Rodrick Blackstone decreed that should Tywin Lannister voluntarily surrender, the direct descendants of House Lannister would be spared their lives and granted a remote fiefdom from which they would never depart. All soldiers and servants within the castle would face no repercussions and could find refuge under the Blackstone family's protection. Rumors, or rather, the conciliatory message disseminated by Shadow Guard No. 1 on Roderick's behalf spread through the famished and desperate Casterly Rock like a plague. Ultimately, on the morning of the third day following Tywin Lannister's return, the main gate of Casterly Rock slowly opened, following secret consultations between the captain of the guard and several nobles. The Lannisters, once a prominent family reigning over the bounteous lands of the West, a confluence of wealth and power, witnessed their ancestral stronghold, Casterly Rock, open its gates peacefully, even without a bloody siege, to Rodrick Blackstone. Rodrick, mounted on his steed and surrounded by Captain Burren and the Blackstone Guard, gradually entered Casterly Rock. Along the streets, citizens stood with pale faces and complex expressions. They were filled with trepidation, yet also anticipation. They beheld the Blackstone family's banner depicting a formidable boulder, starkly contrasting with the golden lion of House Lannister. "And where is Tywin Lannister?" Rodrick inquired, his voice calm, yet authoritative. The captain of the guard, trembling, pointed deep into the castle. "He is in his chambers." Rodrick proceeded into Tywin's bedroom. Once resplendent, the room now bore an air of desolation. Tywin Lannister, the once mighty figure who towered over Westeros, now sat at his desk, his back to Rodrick. He did not turn. "You have won, Blackstone," Tywin uttered, his voice hoarse and weary, as though he had expended every ounce of strength. "But do not celebrate too soon. The power struggles of Westeros are far more intricate than you can fathom." "I am aware," Rodrick replied calmly, "but this time, the West is mine." Tywin remained silent, sitting motionless, like a stone statue. Rodrick commanded the confinement of Tywin in a remote tower of Casterly Rock, guarded by a formidable force. He refrained from executing Tywin, fully aware that a living Tywin held greater strategic value than a deceased one. A powerless yet alive Tywin became the very source of discord within House Lannister and served as a pawn for his continued infiltration into King's Landing. The task, Lord of the West, was accomplished. The title of King of the West was bestowed upon him. Effective King of the West, absolute dominion over the Westerlands. All noble houses in the region start with a reputation of 50, production efficiency across all territories increases by 20, and recruitment training for Westerland soldiers is enhanced by 10. Trade profits with the Western Seas increase by 15. The phase task, Crush the Lannister Lion, was completed. He gained the epic talent, Lion Tamer. Effect of Lion Tamer: he instills profound dread among members of House Lannister, causing a reduction of 50 points in the initial reputation of its core members, convertible to fear value, or adversely affecting their loyalty, making it easier to sway the vassals of House Lannister. Additionally, it inflicts an extra morale penalty of 20 to the Lannister armies. He achieved the accolade of Unifier of the West, earning a reputation score of 1,000. In King's Landing, the news of Tywin Lannister's confinement at Casterly Rock detonated like a bombshell. Queen Cersei was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend that her formidable father could be vanquished in such a manner. King Joffrey, however, appeared indifferent, even sporting a hint of smugness. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, wore a triumphant smile, leveraging this news to further diminish House Lannister's influence within King's Landing while hastening the arrangements for Joffrey's marriage to Margaery Tyrell, aiming to seize control of the Iron Throne through the might of House Tyrell. In the Riverlands, Robb Stark rejoiced at the tidings. He understood that the path to King's Landing was now devoid of the formidable obstacle that was Tywin Lannister. "March on King's Landing. This time, none shall impede us," Robb Stark proclaimed, his northern army's morale soaring. He penned a letter of gratitude to Roderick Hightower, reaffirming their alliance. Roderick's triumph in the Westerlands had alleviated Robb's concerns, allowing him to devote his full strength to the siege of King's Landing. Roderick Hightower sat in the council chamber once belonging to House Lannister within Casterly Rock, surveying the opulent decor and feeling the weight of the scepter in his hand. At this moment, he was the king of the West, commanding unwavering loyalty. He recognized that the unification of the Westerlands was merely the first step towards his ascension to the Iron Throne. The flames of war continued to spread across Westeros, and a tempest was poised to erupt in King's Landing. And he, Roderick Hightower, would intervene in this epic power transition in the name of the King of the West, employing his strategy and wisdom to craft a legendary tale for House Hightower. Chapter 39. The Blackstone Regime at the Lion's Seat in the once glorious heart of House Lannister. The city of Casterly Rock, a profound transformation has taken place. Rodrick Blackstone has ascended to the illustrious throne of the Lion, yet his ambitions extend far beyond mere indulgence. He is acutely aware that to fully consolidate the fertile lands of the Westerlands, mere military conquest will not suffice. It necessitates profound political acumen. Following the successful confinement of Tywin Lannister, Roderick's initial course of action was not to revel in triumph, but rather to summon the nobility of the Westerlands without delay, both those newly aligned and those formerly loyal to the Lannisters, now compelled to pledge fealty anew. Lords and ladies, Roderick proclaimed from the very seat once occupied by Tywin, his gaze as deep and resolute as ancient stone. In the past, the Westerlands were ensnared by the avarice and internal strife of House Lannister. Today, House Blackstone shall usher in an era of order and prosperity. I pledge that our house will treat every lord and every domain with utmost fairness. He subsequently announced a series of progressive reforms: tax reformation, a substantial reduction in agricultural and local taxes to alleviate the burdens upon the populace. A unified levy on gold mining and strategic resources was established, with an increased proportion of returns directed to localities to foster production. Infrastructure development, the initiation of an extensive restoration program for roads and ports, aimed at connecting towns across the Westerlands and enhancing trade. Special emphasis would be placed on coastal regions to invigorate fisheries and shipping. Security enhancement, a reorganization of the Westerlands defense forces, establishing a cohesive system of peacekeepers to combat banditry and local tyrants, thereby ensuring the safety of the populace and their properties. Military restructuring, the dissolution of the traditional noble retinue system, with all military forces of noble families reallocated to the Blackstone Legion. New officers would be appointed based on merit and capability, with former Lannister commanders receiving new ranks should they demonstrate exceptional skills and genuine loyalty. Educational promotion, the establishment of a scholarly institution, recruiting scholars to disseminate basic education throughout the Westerlands, thus cultivating future administrative talents for House Blackstone. Roderick's policies far surpassed the ineffectiveness of the former Lannister regime, bolstered by a robust administrative management system and the principles of wartime economics. He adeptly calculated the costs and anticipated benefits of these reforms, ensuring each step was both prudent and fruitful. My lord, the response from the Westerlands nobility has been overwhelmingly positive, reported Steward Roland with palpable excitement. Many smaller and mid-sized houses expressed that the rise of House Blackstone rekindles their hopes for the revival of the Westerlands. They stand ready to support your new policies wholeheartedly. And what of the old retainers of House Lannister? Roderick inquired. A portion remained skeptical, Roland replied. However, given your conciliatory approach and Lord Tywin's current predicament, they dare not oppose openly. Shadowguard 1 added, our intelligence network is monitoring all activities, and thus far, no significant plots of rebellion have been uncovered. Roderick understood that eradicating the centuries-old influence of House Lannister would be no simple endeavor. Nevertheless, he possessed patience and time. As the new policies gradually took root, the prestige and foundation of House Blackstone would steadily solidify. Outside the city of King's Landing, Robb Stark's forces have besieged the capital. As Roderick consolidates his rule in the Westerlands, the Northern and Riverlands coalition led by Robb Stark has once again approached the gates of King's Landing. This time, devoid of the hindrance posed by Tywin Lannister, Robb's army advances with unyielding determination, reaching the very walls of the capital. Yet, King's Landing is not easily conquered. Although Tywin is absent, the formidable financial backing of House Tyrell and the clandestine manipulations of Peter Baelish loom large. Under the machinations of Queen Cersei, King Joffrey has taken refuge in the Red Keep, defended by the City Watch and the Tyrell Guard. The soldiers of House Tyrell are well-equipped and numerous. revealing their profound ambition for the Iron Throne. The Northern Legion launches a fierce assault upon the city. Catapults and siege engines operate day and night, yet the city watch, under the command of the Tyrell's general, exhibits a tenacity that exceeds Robb's expectations. Damn the Tyrells. Robb Stark stands in the siege camp, gazing at the rose banners of House Tyrell upon the walls, his brow furrowed, realizing they are more formidable than the Lannisters. Ser Brynden Tully's expression is grave. Robb. The Tyrells possess ample supplies within the city. They are evidently prepared for a prolonged defense. A direct assault will only result in severe losses. Robb feels the weight of pressure. His northern army, having traversed great distances, faces stretched supply lines, and time is not on his side. At the Blackstone Pass, Rodrick Blackstone receives a letter from Robb Stark detailing the progress of the siege. He meticulously peruses the reports, his gaze lingering on the mention of the Tyrells' fierce resistance. It appears that the situation in King's Landing is more intricate than Robb had anticipated. Rodrick addresses his steward Roland and Shadecloak I, stating, "The Tyrells are ambitious. They will not easily relinquish control of the Iron Throne to Robb Stark. Moreover, Baelish is likely stirring the pot, aiming for both the North and the Tyrells to suffer mutual destruction." Possessing the talent of a strategic mastermind, Rodrick discerns the true intentions of the great houses of Westeros. He understands that while sending troops to aid Robb may facilitate the capture of King's Landing, it would also prematurely expose the Blackstone family to the scrutiny of other houses and entangle them in direct confrontation with the Tyrells. Our aim is to maintain control of the broader situation, not to mire ourselves in conflict, Rodrick declares solemnly. Shadecloak I, enhance our intelligence network within King's Landing. I wish to be apprised of the detailed movements of the Tyrells and all key figures, particularly Baelish. We must monitor his every action. Roland, prepare a letter to be issued in the name of the King of the Westerlands, making a declaration to the Seven Kingdoms. A glint of determination flashes in Roderick's eyes as he outlines the declaration's content, emphasizing that the Blackstone family has firmly established control over the Westerlands and pledging to uphold peace and stability in Westeros. Simultaneously, it subtly expresses our concern regarding the current turmoil in King's Landing, urging all parties to resolve disputes through dialogue rather than warfare. My lord, Roland said, somewhat perplexed. This serves to declare our position to all the great houses and to seek a legitimate reason for our future intervention in the affairs of King's Landing, Rodrick explained. When all parties are utterly exhausted, only a powerful mediator can reap the greatest benefits. Rodrick understood that the struggle for power in Westeros had shifted from mere military confrontation to intricate political maneuvering and diplomatic games. He possessed formidable military strength and a solid economic foundation, but, more importantly, he was endowed with the insights afforded by a master strategist and an intelligence network. He would not act in haste, but rather, like a seasoned chess player, quietly observed every piece on the board, awaiting the opportune moment to make his move. The Blackstone family of the Westerlands lay like a slumbering giant, gathering strength, anticipating the power vacuum at the pinnacle of Westeros, and waiting for a moment capable of overturning everything. The bloody battle outside King's Landing raged on, but the true outcome may have already been determined far away in Casterly Rock by an emerging king. Chapter 40. The Night Before the Purple Banquet. A tumultuous prelude as Rodrick Blackstone consolidated his dominion over Casterly Rock. The flames of war outside King's Landing remained fiercely entangled. Robb Stark's siege faltered, stymied by the impenetrable defenses of House Tyrell, with the rose banners on the walls mockingly fluttering in the wind. The supply lines for the Northern Army grew increasingly strained, and the soldiers began to feel fatigue and restlessness. My lord, 2 more siege engines have been lost, a dejected engineer reported, disheartened by the overwhelming firepower of the defenders that rendered their soldiers unable to approach. Robb Stark stood before the map, his expression darkening. He had once believed that with Tywin's departure, King's Landing would be within his grasp. However, the intervention of House Tyrell complicated the situation immensely. He could not afford further large-scale casualties, as the number of able-bodied men from the north was already limited. We can no longer afford a direct assault, Ser Brynden Tully said in a grave tone. Perhaps we should besiege without attacking, sever their supply lines, and force them to surrender? King's Landing is well stocked. They can endure for quite some time. Robb shook his head. Moreover, our supplies are also dwindling. He glanced westward, in the direction where Rodrick Blackstone sat comfortably in Casterly Rock, yet remained silent. Although Robb understood Roderick's caution, at this moment, he yearned more than ever for reinforcements from the Westerlands. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within King's Landing was equally tense. The wedding between Joffrey and Margaery Tyrell approached, and the influence of House Tyrell was at its zenith. Queen Cersei felt an unprecedented sense of isolation and unease. She had reached out to Tywin multiple times, yet her messages seemed to vanish without a trace. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, was active in every corner of the court. He deftly sowed discord between the Tyrells and the remnants of House Lannister while whispering into King Joffrey's ear, inciting his dissatisfaction with House Tyrell. My Majesty, Lady Margaery Tyrell is a beautiful queen, yet her family appears to wield excessive power. In a hushed conversation during a private meeting, Littlefinger whispered to Joffrey that they had seized control of the defenses of King's Landing, monopolizing the majority of resources, and even the command of the city guard was gradually slipping into their hands. Your Lannister family seems to be rendered powerless, he remarked. Joffrey, inherently suspicious and cruel, felt a dangerous glint in his eyes upon hearing Littlefinger's words. His wariness towards the Tyrell family deepened, sowing the seeds of a fatal mistrust that would haunt the forthcoming Purple Wedding. Meanwhile, Littlefinger's network of intelligence began to turn its attention to Rodrick Hightower of the Westerlands. When he received reports of the Hightower family's new policies gaining public favor in the region, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. How intriguing! A true king is rising. He mused softly. Rodrick Hightower, he noted, understood the governance of lands better than Tywin and possessed a greater sense of timing than Robb Stark. He commenced discreetly dispatching messengers to the Westerlands, seeking to establish a rapport with Rodrick, or at the very least, to better leverage the influence of this new king. Rodrick, in turn, received various intelligence reports from King's Landing, including Littlefinger's tentative messages. He sat in the council chamber of Casterly Rock, a vast map of Westeros spread before him. The red markings of King's Landing intertwined with the wolf sigil of the north, while the Hightower family loomed like a great beast poised to strike at the side. Robb Stark's forces had grown weary, and the power struggle between the Tyrells and Lannisters was bound to reach its zenith at Joffrey's wedding. Rodrick analyzed the situation with his steward Roland and his shadow assassin. Littlefinger's meddling would only incite chaos within King's Landing. The strategic genius that defined Rodrick allowed him to foresee the impending storm. He recognized this as the opportune moment to intervene in the affairs of King's Landing. My lord, the North's supply lines have reached their limit. They cannot maintain a prolonged siege of King's Landing, Roland added, while here in the Westerlands, we possess ample grain, a full treasury, and a formidable army. Indeed, our efficient administrative system has ensured that the productivity of the Westerlands has soared to unprecedented heights, Rodrick replied, his eyes glinting with determination. Shadow Assassin number 1. Have your men uncovered any anomalies, particularly concerning plots against King Joffrey? After a moment of hesitation, the Shadow Assassin quietly reported, My lord, we have intercepted fragmented intelligence regarding King Joffrey's wedding. It appears that there are assassination plans brewing against either Joffrey or the Tyrell family, though the identities of the masterminds remain unclear. Littlefinger's presence is discernible within the shadows. Rodrick scoffed. Littlefinger is always like this. He relishes chaos, seeking to profit from it. Yet, he shall not realize that this time. He too will become a pawn in my game. He rose and approached the map, his fingers gently tracing the location of King's Landing. Roland, prepare a strongly worded letter to be sent to Robb Stark. Rodrick commanded with clarity, emphasizing that the Blackstone family would not permit the North to sacrifice the peace of all Westeros for the sake of personal vendettas. However, he subtly suggested that should Robb be willing to commit to certain conditions, the Blackstone family could offer political and economic collaboration. My lord, Roland expressed with some confusion. This presented him with an avenue of retreat and a choice. Rodrick elucidated his need for an opportunity, a dignified pretext for withdrawal. They would provide him with this rationale, but it would come at a price. Shadow Guard 1. Intensify surveillance on all key figures within King's Landing, particularly on the day of the wedding. Roderick's gaze was sharp. Should King Joffrey meet with an unforeseen incident, the blame would swiftly be cast upon the internal strife of the Tyrells and Lannisters. Simultaneously, preparations must be made for their intervention in the affairs of King's Landing, ensuring that their peacekeeping forces could be dispatched to the most critical positions at a moment's notice. Rodrick did not intend to directly assault the city. He awaited its self-destruction from within. His role was not that of a conqueror, but rather a restorer of order, a savior amidst chaos. He sought to demonstrate to all of Westeros that the Blackstone family was the sole entity capable of delivering true peace and stability. He understood that the calm before the storm was on the verge of being shattered by a blood-soaked revelry, and at that moment, the Blackstone eagle would soar to new heights. Chapter 41. The Purple Feast. The King's grief. A grand wedding took place in the gardens of the Red Keep in King's Landing. King Joffrey's purple wedding was destined to become one of the darkest chapters in the annals of Westeros. The sun shone brightly, flowers bloomed. Yet the air was thick with tension and an eerie atmosphere. The Tyrell family exerted every effort to showcase their wealth and influence, striving to make this wedding the pinnacle of their glory. Guests gathered from all corners, including captives from the north. Tyrion Lannister was compelled to attend. The nobility of the Riverlands, and various power players from King's Landing, all adorned in their finery. King Joffrey donned a lavish silk outfit, crowned with a golden diadem, his face adorned with his characteristic cruel smile. Marjorie Tyrell radiated elegance and confidence, her beauty and charm capturing the attention of the entire celebration. Tyrion Lannister, forced to stand amidst the crowd, observed the farcical proceedings with cold detachment. He sensed the undercurrents of intrigue within the court, the smirk of Peter Baelish, the tension in Cersei, and the smugness of the Tyrells. As the feast reached its zenith, Joffrey commenced his usual display of arrogance and cruelty. He publicly humiliated Tyrion and mockingly enacted a crude pantomime of Robb Stark's defeat. After a bout of raucous laughter, he raised a cup of wine, prepared to share the king's toast with Marjorie. Just as Joffrey brought the cup to his lips and began to drink, his complexion abruptly turned ashen. He erupted into violent coughs, his throat emitting desperate gasps, pointing a trembling finger at Tyrion before collapsing with a thud, his face contorted in agony. It was poison. It was Tyrion. Queen Cersei emitted a heart-wrenching scream as she rushed to her son's side, cradling him while helplessly witnessing Joffrey's life ebb away in agony. The guards immediately sprang into action, encircling Tyrion. Pandemonium erupted, with the nobles thrown into a state of panic. Peter Baelish, unfazed by the turmoil, bore a barely perceptible smile as he exchanged a knowing glance with Lady Olenna Tyrell. Their silent understanding spoke volumes. King Joffrey had perished at his own wedding. In that moment, the scales of power in Westeros were irrevocably disturbed. Outside King's Landing, at the northern encampment, the news of King Joffrey's demise reached Robb Stark with shocking swiftness. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he felt a flicker of confusion. This was an immense opportunity, yet it also introduced significant unpredictability. Joffrey was dead. Robb struggled to comprehend who was responsible. Was it infighting within House Tyrell, or the machinations of Peter Baelish? Ser Brynden Tully furrowed his brow. Chaos would certainly reign within King's Landing, presenting an opportune moment for a siege. However, Robb found himself engulfed in hesitation. He had previously received a letter from Rodrick Blackstone, subtly cautioning him against rash decisions. The situation in King's Landing had now spiraled beyond his control. His target had been Joffrey, but with the king's death, who would ascend the Iron Throne? Would it be Cersei's next son, Tommen? Or would the Tyrells seize the opportunity to rise? The tumultuous power vacuum was far more intricate than he had anticipated. If we attack now, we will be at odds with the entire Lannister and Tyrell families, Robb stated gravely, aware that the entirety of Westeros might accuse them of exploiting the chaos. At that moment, a messenger dispatched by Rodrick Blackstone arrived at the northern camp. The envoy brought urgent correspondence from Rodrick, accompanied by a contingent of the well-equipped and disciplined Blackwood guards, a stark contrast to the weary northern soldiers. Rodrick's letter expressed profound sorrow over King Joffrey's unexpected demise, suggesting it was the inevitable consequence of internal strife within King's Landing. It pointed out the needless casualties that would arise from Robb Stark's siege. The letter proposed a peaceful resolution. House Blackwood was willing to mediate the crisis in King's Landing as the King of the West. It urged Robb Stark to lift the siege and withdraw to the Blackwater defense line. In exchange, House Blackwood would provide food and material assistance, promising to advocate for justice for the North in the future. The letter also made it clear that if Robb refused, House Blackwood would have to contemplate necessary measures to uphold peace and order in Westeros. Robb gazed at the missive, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that this was Rodrick's final opportunity for him, whether to continue the siege, risking greater losses, or to accept Rodrick's terms. He would inevitably relinquish the initiative. However, he found himself with no alternative. His army was utterly exhausted, and the situation in King's Landing was shrouded in uncertainty. Ultimately, Robb Stark made a formidable decision. He ordered the northern forces to retreat, temporarily lifting the siege of King's Landing and falling back to the Blackwater River defense line. Upon receiving the news of Joffrey's death and the northern withdrawal, Roderick Hightower sat in the council chamber of Casterly Rock, his eyes shimmering with profound insight. Everything unfolded as anticipated. He softly remarked to Steward Roland and Shadowguard I that Joffrey's demise had disrupted the equilibrium of King's Landing. The retreat of the North provided us with a justification for intervention. My lord, congratulations. Everything is within your grasp. Steward Roland genuinely marveled at Roderick's foresight. System notification. Side quest, Storm of King's Landing. Phase task, King Joffrey's death completed. System notification. You have seized the optimal moment to intervene in the affairs of King's Landing. Immediately issue a proclamation from the King of the Westerlands. Roderick commanded, his voice steady and authoritative. The proclamation declared that House Hightower mourned the death of King Joffrey, vowing to uncover the truth and uphold the stability of the Iron Throne. Simultaneously, to prevent further chaos and bloodshed in King's Landing, the Hightower Legion would enter the city under the orders of the King of the Westerlands, emphasizing that our intent was to protect innocent civilians and maintain order. Captain Buren dispatched the elite forces of the Hightower Legion to King's Landing with utmost urgency. Roderick turned to Captain Buren, issuing his command. Shadowguard 1. Ensure that our intelligence network accurately depicts the power vacuum and chaos among the noble houses within King's Landing. We must enter as saviors, leaving no trace of those who covet power. He understood that, at this moment, King's Landing was akin to a decaying apple, awaiting cleansing. He intended to exploit this turmoil, infiltrating every corner of the city under the guise of peacekeeping. The old order of Westeros had crumbled. Roderick gazed out the window. The rolling hills of the Westerlands beneath Casterly Rock, symbolizing the burgeoning empire he was building. A new era was on the horizon, and I shall be its architect. Within King's Landing, Tyrion had been captured, while Cersei and House Tyrell were embroiled in a power struggle. Outside the city, the northern legions were retreating. Meanwhile, the Hightower family of the Westerlands was advancing toward the center of power, adopting the mantle of peacekeepers. The landscape of Westeros was poised for a complete transformation. Chapter 42. Peacekeeping in the capital, control of order. The shadow of King Joffrey's funeral loomed over King's Landing. Amid Queen Cersei's sorrow and fury, she directed all her ire toward the imprisoned Tyrion Lannister. Nevertheless, the power struggles within King's Landing did not cease. Instead, they intensified. Under the guidance of Lady Olenna Tyrell, the Tyrell family sought to distance themselves from the king's death, while quietly bolstering their control over the city's defenses and preparing for Prince Tommen to ascend the throne swiftly, ensuring that Marjorie would still become queen. Peter Baelish, the cunning Littlefinger, observed from the shadows, weaving through the factions like a serpent, spreading rumors to his advantage and fomenting doubt and suspicion, hoping to catch more fish in the murky waters. As the order in King's Landing teetered on the brink of collapse, Lord Roderick Hightower's Blackstone Legion marched grandly down King's Road in the name of the King of the West. They did not arrive as conquerors, but rather as peacekeepers. The disciplined ranks of the Blackstone Legion presented a sight to behold, with their polished armor and neatly arranged weaponry. Instead of wreaking havoc or plundering, they were led by Shadowguard 1, who promptly aided the city's guard in restoring order amidst the chaos. They quelled the panic following Joffrey's death, thwarted looters, and even distributed provisions from the west to calm the populace. In the name of Lord Roderick Hightower, Shadowguard 1 proclaimed to the nobles and citizens of King's Landing that the Blackstone family harbored no ambitions for the Iron Throne, but sought only justice for the king and peace for the people. This declaration immediately garnered favor from certain nobles and the majority of commoners, weary of the power struggle between the Lannisters and Tyrells, as they recognized the order and hope brought by the Blackstone Legion. Queen Cersei, witnessing the entrance of the Blackstone Legion, felt a mix of wariness and reluctant relief. The wolves of the north had been driven away, and the Blackstone family had restored order, presenting an unexpected ally against the Tyrells just when she needed one. She temporarily accepted their intervention, even hoping that Roderick would help uncover the truth behind Joffrey's demise and ensure Tyrion's conviction. The Tyrell family, however, sensed immense pressure. They had intended to seize control of King's Landing amidst the chaos of the Lannisters. But the emergence of the Blackstone Legion disrupted all their plans like a boulder cast into a still pond. Lady Olenna Tyrell regarded the orderly ranks of the Blackstone Legion with a wary eye. This Lord of Blackstone was indeed no trifling character, she murmured to herself, recognizing that he entered King's Landing under the pretense of peace, yet with an army, which was merely a different form of occupation. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish sat in his private abode, gazing at the silhouettes of the Blackstone soldiers outside, a complex smile gracing his face. A masterful player, he mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had not directly wielded force, yet had seized control over the entryways of King's Landing. The game of Westeros was becoming increasingly intriguing. Shadowguard 1 established a temporary peace and order committee within King's Landing, composed of senior officers from the Blackstone Legion and loyal former courtiers, gradually assuming command over the city guard and controlling the operations of court affairs. They conducted an inquiry into the cause of King Joffrey's demise, thereby curbing the power of Cersei and the Tyrell family within the city. The discipline and fairness of the Blackstone Legion not only garnered the affection of the populace, but also swayed many neutral nobles towards the Blackstone family. Rodrick Blackstone received various reports from King's Landing in Castle Rock. My lord, the Blackstone Legion has successfully established its presence in King's Landing and has gained initial control of the situation, reported Steward Roland with excitement. The Shadow Guard is gradually infiltrating all key departments of the city under the pretense of peacekeeping. Excellent, Roderick replied calmly, gazing at the map before him, which was encircled by a symbol representing the Blackstone Legion. What is the public opinion? How have the various kingdoms reacted? Our circulated declarations have proven effective, wrote the Shadow Guard in a message from King's Landing. The Riverlands, Stormlands, and Dorne have expressed understanding of your lordship's peacekeeping efforts, even showing a degree of envy. Only the Vale and the North remain silent, but they are preoccupied with their own affairs. And what of Robb Stark? What movements has he made? Roderick inquired. After the Northern Army retreated to the Blackwater River line, their morale has plummeted, rendering them incapable of launching an offensive, Roland added. It appears that Robb Stark is quite displeased with your lordship's cunning stratagem, yet he is forced to endure. Roderick smiled faintly. Robb Stark had effectively been sidelined, at least in the power struggle within King's Landing. Now, it is time to play the Tywin Lannister card. A glint of determination flashed in Roderick's eyes. Roland, in my name, publicly announced to King's Landing and the great houses of Westeros. King Rodrick Blackstone of the West shall personally journey to King's Landing to oversee a just investigation into the cause of King Joffrey's death and assist the Iron Throne in selecting a new heir. He would step from the shadows into the spotlight, assuming the role of the Order's keeper and the King's judge, formally intervening in the very heart of Westeros's power vortex. Simultaneously, I intend to bring Tywin Lannister to King's Landing. Roderick's declaration was startling. A living Tywin was far more valuable than a deceased one. Steward Roland and the Shadow Guard exchanged glances, their eyes filled with admiration for Roderick's inscrutable strategy. Roderick understood well that bringing Tywin to King's Landing would intensify the conflict between Cersei and Tyrion, while also rendering the Tyrell family cautious. He aimed to demonstrate that he possessed not only formidable military strength, but also the wisdom to control the situation and the authority to oversee all. Within the sturdy walls of Castle Rock, Rodrick Blackstone had completed his layout in the west, successfully infiltrating the core of the Iron Throne under the guise of peace. He was poised to travel to King's Landing with his strategic masterpiece, the living Tywin Lannister, to reap the ultimate fruits of this power struggle. The future of Westeros would be irrevocably reshaped under his iron-fisted governance. Chapter 43. The Arrival of Rodrick Blackstone in King's Landing. The Lion as a captive. The journey from Casterly Rock to King's Landing was a meticulously orchestrated display of power. Rodrick Blackstone, astride his ebony steed, advanced eastward with an imposing entourage of elite guards bedecked in the sigil of House Blackstone. At the heart of this procession was a heavily guarded prison cart, within which sat the once mighty Tywin Lannister, a formidable figure of Westeros. Despite his captivity, Tywin's pride remained unbroken. Seated in the cart, disheveled and wan, he nonetheless maintained an air of unyielding dignity. As the caravan passed through towns, the populace gathered along the route, whispering in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the once exalted lion now found himself a mere pawn, caged and at the mercy of others. This spectacle was more chilling than any military conquest could ever convey. Roderick maintained an aura of solemn authority throughout the journey. He understood that Tywin's very existence served as the preeminent testament to his dominion, as well as a stern warning to any with treacherous intentions. 3 days later, the vast retinue of House Blackstone arrived at King's Landing. Awaiting them at the city gates were soldiers of the Blackstone Legion and representatives of the nobility within the city, all greeting the new king of the Westerlands with expressions laden with complexity. Accompanied by thousands of Blackstone cavalry, Roderick made his way down the King's Road. The crowds erupted into cheers, recognizing the upholder of order and the terminator of tyranny. Meanwhile, the nobles within the court felt an intangible pressure weigh upon them. Welcome, His Majesty Roderick Blackstone, King of the Westerlands. The temporary regent from House Tyrell and several ministers who had sought to curry favor with House Blackstone approached with respectful bows. Roderick offered a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd before resting upon the prison cart. Take Duke Tywin Lannister to the highest tower of the Red Keep for strict confinement, Roderick instructed, his voice low yet resonant along the entirety of King's Road. He would serve as a crucial witness in the investigation into the circumstances surrounding King Joffrey's demise. This proclamation sent ripples of shock through the factions within King's Landing. Tywin Lannister, a living symbol of power, was presented before all, yet relegated to the status of a mere witness in chains. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war against Cersei and House Tyrell, proclaiming that Rodrick Blackstone was the true sovereign of the city. Upon entering the Red Keep, Rodrick proceeded directly to the council chamber. He refrained from taking the Iron Throne, opting instead for a position befitting a just adjudicator. Queen Cersei, her face pale, attended this extraordinary meeting alongside Lady Olenna Tyrell. The air between the two great houses was thick with suspicion and animosity, fueled by the death of Joffrey. Your Highness, King of the Westerlands. Cersei managed to restrain her emotions, her voice trembling slightly as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for coming to King's Landing to ensure justice for my son. The perpetrator is none other than the malevolent Tyrion, who has already been apprehended by my guards. Olenna Tyrell retorted with a cold smile, Your Majesty, we must refrain from hasty conclusions until the truth is unveiled. At the time of his arrest, there was no evidence to implicate Duke Tyrion in the king's poisoning. Listening to the heated exchange, Rodrick recognized the chaos he so desperately needed. Ladies, please remain calm. Roderick's composed voice resonated through the council chamber. The forces of House Blackstone have taken control of the defenses of King's Landing and have conducted a thorough investigation of all suspicious individuals surrounding King Joffrey. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Cersei and Olenna, his tone growing more serious. Now, I, Rodrick Blackstone, as the King of the West and the protector of order in the Seven Kingdoms, shall re-examine the case of King Joffrey's assassination. We demand a fair and transparent investigation, rather than unsubstantiated accusations. As for Duke Tywin Lannister, Rodrick continued, he will fully cooperate with our inquiry. As the former hand of the king, he possesses many secrets that are crucial for unveiling the truth. Cersei's complexion turned ashen upon hearing that Tywin was to be imprisoned as a witness. She understood the implications. She had lost her father's support, and now he was a hostage in Roderick's grasp. Olenna Tyrell, however, allowed a barely perceptible smile to surface. Roderick's actions undoubtedly undermined the last vestiges of House Lannister's prestige in King's Landing. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, sat quietly in a corner of the meeting, observing everything with keen interest. Roderick's words and actions demonstrated his extraordinary strategy. He did not rush to claim the Iron Throne. Instead, under the guise of order and justice, he methodically encroached upon the power in King's Landing. In the depths of the cold dungeons of the Red Keep, Tyrion Lannister was imprisoned. He knew he had been framed, yet he felt powerless to prove his innocence. He had even prepared himself for the worst. However, when he learned from a guard that Rodrick Blackstone had arrived in King's Landing with Tywin Lannister and announced a reinvestigation of the case, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Rodrick? He has come? Tyrion mused to himself in the darkness, a bitter smile creeping across his face. This is indeed unexpected. He recognized Rodrick as a clever man who knew how to seize every opportunity. While he understood that Rodrick would not genuinely seek to exonerate him, his involvement would undoubtedly introduce more variables into the murky waters of King's Landing, possibly granting him a glimmer of life. Upon returning to his temporary quarters, Rodrick summoned Shadow Guard 1 and Captain Burren. Issue orders to commence a census and restore order within King's Landing, Rodrick commanded. Simultaneously, in the name of protecting the royal family, intensify surveillance over Prince Tommen and Princess Myrcella. Ensure that no one dares to act against them under our watch. He understood that with Joffrey's death, the heir to the Iron Throne had become a pivotal factor. He must ensure control over the succession to the throne to truly dominate Westeros. Shadowbinder number 1. Intensify the intelligence infiltration on Littlefinger. I desire to uncover all of his secrets. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Roderick's eyes. He was a perilous variable, yet also a sharp whetstone. As for the trial of King Joffrey, Rodrick continued, Tyrion's trial must be conducted with utmost transparency, but the outcome must be directed by us. We must make it evident to all that the corruption and strife within King's Landing led to the king's assassination, rather than a solitary assassin. With his unique strategy, Rodrick Blackstone gradually brought King's Landing under his sway. He did not directly seize the Iron Throne, yet under the guise of peace and order, he became the de facto ruler. The future of Westeros was firmly in his grasp. He awaited the opportune moment to claim the Iron Throne for himself. Chapter 44. The Public Trial. The shadow of Blackstone beneath the Iron Throne. The day after Rodrick Blackstone assumed control of King's Landing, He announced that a public trial would be held regarding the assassination of King Joffrey, personally assuming the role of chief judge. This action undoubtedly focused all eyes within King's Landing upon him. The trial was held in the Hall of the Red Keep, where all prominent nobles were summoned to attend. The hall was tightly guarded by the soldiers of the Blackstone Legion, creating an atmosphere heavy with gravity. Rodrick sat upon the high judgment seat, his gaze tranquil yet penetrating. The assassination of King Joffrey is a tragedy for Westeros. Roderick's voice echoed through the hall. I hereby pledge to ascertain the truth with impartiality, providing justice for the deceased and clearing the names of the living. Anyone attempting to obscure the truth or disrupt the proceedings shall face severe punishment. The first item on the agenda was the confession of Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion was brought before the judgment seat, his countenance haggard, yet his eyes gleamed with defiance. He denied all accusations against him, pointing out the baseless nature of Queen Cersei's claims. Queen Cersei, in turn, hysterically accused Tyrion of various misdeeds, attempting to lay the blame for all Lannister family scandals at his feet. Meanwhile, Lady Olenna Tyrell observed with a cool detachment, occasionally uttering remarks that appeared neutral yet subtly undermined Cersei's credibility. Rodrick did not rush to a conclusion. He signaled Shadowbinder No. 1 to begin summoning witnesses. However, these witnesses were not solely aimed at Tyrion. Summon the former captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Barristan Selmy, Rodrick commanded. Ser Barristan stepped forward, recounting the tyrannical actions of King Joffrey since his ascension and the growing discontent among the nobles of the court. Following this, Rodrick called forth several court attendants, servants, and even ordinary citizens. The focus of their testimonies gradually shifted from whether Tyrion had poisoned Joffrey to the tyranny of King Joffrey's reign, the arrogance of House Lannister, and the various clandestine maneuvers of House Tyrell to consolidate their power. The strategic mastery and intelligence network possessed by Rodrick enabled him to meticulously select witnesses and guide them to unveil the true conflicts within King's Landing. The steward Roland whispered to Captain Burren, indicating that they were not judging Tyrion, but rather the old order of King's Landing itself. Tywin Lannister was brought to a special cage in the trial hall to listen. Though he could not speak, his very presence exerted immense pressure on Cersei, rendering the Tyrell's confidence cautious. Cersei's numerous pleading glances towards her father met only Tywin's impassive countenance and Roderick's meaningful smile. Peter Baelish, the cunning Littlefinger, was also present at the trial, observing how Roderick skillfully leveraged the proceedings to expose the corruption of King's Landing, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. He recognized that Roderick was a far more dangerous player, one who understood the manipulation of hearts better than he did. The trial spanned several days, each hearing peeling back layers akin to an onion, revealing deeper contradictions and conspiracies within King's Landing. Tyrion's culpability seemed to pale in significance, overshadowed by the moral and power dilemmas engulfing the entire city. Concurrently, Rodrick Blackstone, under the guise of stabilizing the situation, was advocating for Prince Tommen's ascension to the throne. He summoned Queen Cersei and Olenna Tyrell, asserting that King's Landing required a stable king. In light of King Joffrey's assassination, the Iron Throne cannot remain vacant, Roderick stated calmly. Prince Tommen is the most suitable heir. Queen Cersei naturally concurred, yet she desired a swift dissolution of Tommen's betrothal to Margaery. Your Majesty, given the current strife within and outside the city, the Tyrell's loyalty to the Iron Throne is paramount, Roderick insisted. King Tommen must wed Margaery Tyrell. It is a necessary condition for stabilizing the situation. Upon hearing this, Olenna Tyrell's expression softened. She recognized Roderick's respect for House Tyrell and glimpsed hope for the preservation of their familial interests. Ultimately, under Rodrick Blackstone's auspices, Prince Tommen Baratheon was crowned king at the Red Keep. This coronation, lacking the grandeur of previous ceremonies, was nonetheless imbued with the solemnity and order brought forth by the Blackstone Legion. Roderick did not assume the role of Hand of the King. Instead, he appointed the First Shadow as the governor responsible for maintaining order in King's Landing, thereby effectively wielding military and political power over the city. Deep within the dungeons, Tywin's gaze remained steadfast. After the trial concluded, Roderick personally visited the tower where Tywin Lannister was imprisoned. Bound by chains and appearing weary, Tywin nonetheless fixed his cold, once dominant eyes upon the young king of the Westerlands as Roderick entered. Duke Tywin, you were once the master of Westeros, yet now you find yourself a prisoner. Roderick spoke calmly, inquiring about Tywin's thoughts on the matter. Tywin remained silent, merely emitting a low, guttural sound from his throat. The trial of King Joffrey had laid bare the corruption of House Lannister and the chaos engulfing King's Landing. Roderick continued, stating that the final verdict regarding Tyrion would be determined by him. However, before that, He suggested that Tywin might share some secrets about Tyrion or the capital. A flicker of complexity crossed Tywin's gaze. He understood Roderick's intent to extract more information from him while simultaneously humiliating him. Yet, at that moment, he resembled a toothless old lion, powerless to resist. "You have prevailed," Tywin eventually spoke, his voice hoarse. "But do you believe that occupying a throne equates to wielding total control? This world is far more intricate than you can fathom. Its complexity is, indeed, its exquisite charm." Roderick smiled faintly, acknowledging that Tywin had already revealed its intricacies to him. Now, he intended to simplify it in his own manner. This would require time. Roderick recognized that Tywin Lannister's pride and wisdom remained a tremendous asset. Thus, he chose not to execute Tywin immediately, opting instead to utilize him over the long term. As a silent advisor or a formidable threat, he departed the tower, leaving Tywin to contemplate in the darkness. King's Landing had fallen into his grasp. He had successfully fashioned himself as the guardian of order and the harbinger of an end to chaos. Next, he would employ the young King Tommen to commence the implementation of his new policies, truly hoisting the banner of House Blackstone to the zenith of power across Westeros. Everything lay within his strategic mastery. Chapter 45, The Puppet King's Court. The dawn of a new regime. The public trial of the assassination of King Joffrey concluded in an unexpectedly dramatic fashion. On the final day of the trial, Rodrick Blackstone announced a shocking verdict before all the nobles present. Based on testimonies and various pieces of evidence, Roderick's voice resonated in the halls of the Red Keep. This court finds that Duke Tyrion Lannister is not the direct assassin of King Joffrey. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in uproar. Queen Cersei screamed in protest, while Lady Olenna Tyrell narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Nevertheless, Roderick raised his voice, cutting through the clamor, stating that Duke Tyrion had publicly threatened the king on multiple occasions during Joffrey's reign, and his behavior at feasts lacked the respect due to the crown, indeed providing a catalyst for the king's assassination. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Tyrion, subtly assessing him. Given his Lannister lineage and his failure to prevent the situation from deteriorating, Duke Tyrion Lannister was found guilty. However, considering that he was not the direct perpetrator, the Iron Throne would spare him from death. The verdict was as follows. Duke Tyrion Lannister would be exiled for life to the Wall, pledging allegiance to the Night's Watch until the end of his days. This judgment neither granted Cersei her desire to witness Tyrion's execution nor completely absolved him of guilt. Instead, it astutely banished the sharp-witted dwarf to a realm far removed from the core of power, ensuring he could no longer stir the pot in King's Landing while preserving his value in life. Simultaneously, it sent a clear signal to House Lannister. House Blackstone was the ultimate arbiter of decisions. Following Tyrion's trial, Rodrick Blackstone swiftly commenced a reorganization of power in King's Landing and the implementation of new policies. First, he officially appointed the First Shadow as the governor of King's Landing, responsible for all civil and military affairs of the city. This position wielded immense authority, surpassing all members of the council and commanders of the city's garrison. Reporting directly to Roderick, the city garrison underwent a thorough cleansing, with numerous officers from the Blackstone Legion embedded within, ensuring absolute control of the city remained in the hands of their own. Subsequently, Roderick announced a series of reforms in the Royal Small Council. 1. Fiscal reform. He pointed out the long-standing chaos and deficit in the finances of King's Landing and the entire realm. He appointed a professional treasurer from the Westerlands to audit the treasury, eliminate redundancies, and establish a stringent taxation and expenditure system. He assured the nobles that unnecessary royal expenditures would be curtailed in the future, alleviating the burdens on the common folk. 2. Legal reformation. Roderick personally reviewed the existing laws, identifying numerous injustices and loopholes. He declared the establishment of an independent judicial committee, led by the First Shadow, responsible for adjudicating all significant cases, ensuring equality before the law. 3. Security enhancement. With the assistance of the Blackstone Legion, the security of King's Landing witnessed unprecedented improvement. Crimes such as theft and robbery were dealt with severely, allowing the common people to venture out at night with peace of mind. Simultaneously, Roderick ordered the establishment of several public granaries throughout the city, regularly distributing food to the impoverished, thereby stabilizing public sentiment. Queen Cersei found her movements restricted by Roderick, her power undermined. Relegated to the role of King Tommen's mother within the Red Keep, unable to interfere in any governmental affairs, Tywin Lannister remained under soft house arrest in his tower, his fate now entirely in Roderick's hands. Although Lady Olenna Tyrell recognized the unstoppable rise of House Blackstone, Marjorie remained queen, and the interests of House Tyrell were fundamentally secured. prompting her to choose a path of temporary patience while closely observing Roderick's next moves. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, displayed an unusual deference before Roderick. Rather than outright dismissing him from his position as the master of coin, Roderick appointed him as an advisor on commerce and strategic development. Leveraging his extensive commercial acumen and intelligence network, yet all significant decisions required Roderick's or the First Shadow's approval. This arrangement served both as Roderick's utilization of him and as a means of limitation and surveillance. Littlefinger, he said, I urge you to employ your intellect to devise strategies for the economic advancement of Westeros. Roderick addressed Peter with a calm, yet undeniably authoritative tone, reminding him that all plans and actions must remain within the confines he had set. Peter Baelish felt a jolt of surprise, for it was the first time he sensed power being so distinctly constrained. Nevertheless, he maintained a humble smile, saying, Your will is my direction, Your Majesty. Rodrick Blackstone stood upon the balcony of the Red Keep, surveying the city he had come to command. Soldiers adorned with the Blackstone family crest patrolled the streets of King's Landing, maintaining an orderly presence. The populace began to acclimate to the changes heralded by their new king from the west, witnessing both hope and a sense of security. The synergy of an efficient administrative management system and the talent of a strategic master enabled Roderick to swiftly and effectively impose his will upon the vast metropolis of King's Landing. He refrained from hastily declaring himself king, opting instead to infiltrate and transform the antiquated system gradually, presenting himself as both a guardian of order and a reformer. My lord, Stannis Baratheon's fleet continues to gather at Dragonstone, seemingly preparing for another assault, reported the steward Roland. Additionally, letters have arrived from the north, dispatched by Robb Stark, who seeks to negotiate with you. Roderick smiled faintly, recognizing that Stannis was merely a matter of time. Once King's Landing achieved true stability, he would find a way to deal with this defender of the old order. As for Robb Stark, Roderick understood that the young lord, having endured the Battle of King's Landing and the imprisonment of Tywin, had lost much of his former confidence. Respond to Robb Stark. Welcoming him to King's Landing for amicable discussions, Roderick commanded, while also ordering the mobilization of the 3rd and 4th Legions of the Blackstone Army towards King's Landing and the Blackwater River in preparation for any eventualities. Yes, my lord, Roland acknowledged. Roderick understood that the new order he had established was merely in its infancy. He had grasped the heart of Westeros. Yet to truly alter the world would require both wisdom and an iron fist. He intended to see all the old nobility prostrating at his feet, while allowing the common folk to glimpse hope beneath the glow of a new dawn. The power of the Iron Throne was now within his reach. Chapter 46. The North seeks peace. The Lion bows the news of Robb Stark's arrival in King's Landing. Propagated by the Blackstone family's deliberate promotion, swiftly spread throughout the city. Once the young wolf, he now approached the heart of his enemies in search of reconciliation. A testament to Rodrick Blackstone's formidable grip on power. Accompanied by Ser Brynden Tully and a handful of loyal guards, Robb arrived without the imposing presence he once commanded. His face etched with fatigue from the journey and trepidation in his heart. As they traversed the King's Road, they beheld the orderly patrols of the Blackstone Legion and a King's Landing that appeared more tranquil and organized than ever before. Rodrick Blackstone received Robb Stark in the council chamber of the Red Keep. Roderick did not occupy the Iron Throne. Rather, he sat in the high-backed chair of the Chief Arbiter, symbolizing his role as a just mediator. King Tommen of the South perched upon the Iron Throne, appearing somewhat apprehensive, while beside him sat the impassive Queen Marjorie. Queen Cersei had not been granted permission to attend such a significant meeting, further humiliating the Lannister family. Robb Stark entered the council chamber, his gaze meeting Roderick Blackstone's for the first time. He beheld a youthful yet composed visage, with deep-set eyes that emanated authority without anger. The formidable aura radiating from Roderick instilled in Robb an unprecedented sense of oppression. Welcome, King Robb Stark of the North, Roderick spoke calmly, expressing his pleasure at Robb's acceptance of the invitation to King's Landing to discuss matters of peace. Your Majesty, Roderick Blackstone of the West. I thank you for your invitation, Robb replied, suppressing the tumult within him. I have come on behalf of the people of the North, to bring an end to this senseless war. Roderick smiled faintly. Indeed, war is devoid of meaning, especially following the assassination of King Joffrey. The Blackstone family has always been committed to upholding peace and order across the Seven Kingdoms. He paused, his tone turning serious. Robb Stark, your march southward, proclaiming the North's independence, is an act of rebellion against the Iron Throne. However, in light of Joffrey's tyranny and the misguided decisions of Duke Tywin Lannister, I can comprehend your indignation. Roderick's words shifted the burden of responsibility onto the deceased Joffrey and the imprisoned Tywin, which surprised Robb. I am well aware of the Stark family's deep-rooted governance over the North, and I understand the unique culture and aspirations of its people, Roderick continued. Thus, I present to you a peace treaty, one that shall end this conflict and ensure the future stability of the North. Roderick gestured to Steward Roland, who presented a parchment scroll to Robb. As Robb accepted the scroll, the tension in the room palpable, he unfurled it to read. The contents of the treaty were stark. 1. Submission of the North. Robb Stark relinquishes the title of king in the North and reaffirms his loyalty to the Iron Throne. 2. Amnesty and recognition. The Iron Throne grants amnesty for the rebellious actions of Robb Stark and his Northern army, recognizing the Stark family's authority over the North and affirming Winterfell's lordship. 3. Autonomy and power. The North, under the leadership of the Iron Throne, shall possess a high degree of autonomy, with Northern nobles allowed to adjudicate most matters independently, free from interference by the Iron Throne. 4. Marriage alliance. To solidify peace, it is proposed that Robb Stark would a noblewoman closely related to either the Blackstone or Tyrell families, symbolizing loyalty. 5. Compensation and aid. The Blackstone family agrees to provide material and food assistance for the losses incurred during the war and to aid in the North's reconstruction. 6. War criminal accountability. Key individuals within the Lannister family responsible for the war shall be subjected to fair trial. After perusing the treaty, a complex expression settled upon Robb Stark's face. Though this agreement mandates his abdication from the throne, it ensures the practical interests and autonomy of the North, even providing assistance. This surpasses his expectations and far exceeds what could be gained through continued warfare. He surveyed his surroundings, observing the elite guards of the Blackstone Legion, feeling the formidable aura of Roderick's authority. He understood that this was not a plea, but an edict, an irrevocable command. Your Grace, Robb Stark, he began with difficulty. Roderick raised a hand to interrupt him. You have little choice. The North is weary, and King's Landing lies within my grasp. Do you wish to continue spilling the blood of the North, or will you strive for this hard-won peace for your people? Ultimately, Robb Stark inhaled deeply, perceiving the shadow of his father, Eddard Stark. For the sake of his family and subjects, he lowered his young and proud head. I accept this agreement, Robb declared solemnly. But the Blackstone family must ensure the well-being of the Northern folk, preventing the recurrence of bloodshed and tyranny. I guarantee this with the honor of the King of the West, Roderick replied calmly, a flicker of triumphant joy gleaming in his eyes. The threat to the North was thus wholly alleviated. Meanwhile, shrouded in the mist of Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon was apprised of the events transpiring within King's Landing. The assassination of Joffrey, Roderick's ascendance into King's Landing, Tywin's imprisonment, Tyrion's exile, Tommen's coronation, and the most intolerable of all, Robb Stark's capitulation to the Blackstone family. This is a conspiracy. The damned machinations of the Blackstone family, Stannis bellowed, tearing the map in his hands to shreds. He slithered into King's Landing like a viper, seizing control without donning a crown. Melisandre stood quietly beside him. The flames of the Red God have foretold that he is a formidable and cunning adversary. Yet, the power of the Lord of Light shall ultimately triumph over darkness. However, Stannis was acutely aware that he had now lost all advantages, without the North to restrain them. The Blackstone family's position in King's Landing grew increasingly solidified. Though his armies and ships were well equipped, he struggled to find the opportune moment to assault King's Landing, let alone the absence of allies. As Stannis pondered his predicament, a letter from King's Landing arrived by Raven, sealed with the Blackstone family's wax. The contents of the letter were unexpected. Rodrick Blackstone invited Stannis Baratheon to King's Landing to discuss the future of Westeros and hinted at a willingness to negotiate a fair resolution to the inheritance dispute from years past. The letter's tone was courteous, yet every word brimmed with powerful confidence. Stannis gazed at the letter, lost in contemplation. It was both an overture and a threat. He recognized the deeper calculations behind Roderick's invitation, yet he found himself with few alternatives. He could either remain marooned on his isolated island, waiting for an opportunity that seemed unlikely, or he could risk venturing to King's Landing for a face-to-face confrontation with Roderick, perhaps securing a glimmer of hope. Prepare the ships. I shall journey to King's Landing. Stannis ultimately made a difficult decision. He resolved to personally ascertain the true nature of the newly appointed king of the Westerlands. In the council chamber of the Red Keep, Rodrick Blackstone listened as Steward Roland reported the news of Stannis' impending arrival, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. My lord, congratulations. Robb Stark has signed the agreement. The troubles in the North have been resolved, Roland exclaimed with excitement. "This is merely the first step," Rodrick replied calmly. "The strategic master within me tells me that a true king must earn the unwavering loyalty of all factions." He gazed upon the map of Westeros before him, the north, the westerlands, and the riverlands, all under his invisible influence. Now, only Storm's End and Dorne remained. "Stannis will come. He is obstinate yet pragmatic," Rodrick stated solemnly. "He is but a remnant of the old order. I am prepared to offer him a dignified exit." Rodrick understood that this was his final opportunity to ascend to the Iron Throne. He had entered the city through peacekeeping, established his authority through judgment, won the people's favor with new policies, and alleviated the threat from the north through negotiation. The existence of the puppet King Tommen was now redundant. "It is time," Rodrick murmured to himself, "for Westeros to recognize who its true ruler is." He cast his gaze upon the Iron Throne within the Red Keep, its embodiment of supreme power igniting a fervent light in his eyes. Chapter 47. The Last Baratheon. The Iron Throne ultimately belongs to Blackstone Stannis Baratheon. Accompanied by a handful of ships and loyal guards, arrived at the Blackwater Bay of King's Landing. His arrival lacked the grandiosity of Rodrick Blackstone's entrance, nor did it possess the spirited vigor of Robb Stark upon his initial arrival in the capital. Weariness and a hint of reluctance shadowed his eyes, yet they also sparkled with the stubborn resolve characteristic of House Baratheon. Rodrick Blackstone made no effort to slight Stannis. Instead, he dispatched Shadow Guard No. 1 to lead an elite escort, formally welcoming him with high honors. This was intended not only to showcase the grace of House Blackstone, but also to ensure that from the moment Stannis crossed the city gates, he would understand who the true master of King's Landing was. In the council chamber of the Red Keep, Rodrick once again occupied the high-backed chair of the chief adjudicator. With young King Tommen and Queen Margaery still seated beneath the Iron Throne, resembling exquisite decorations, Stannis Baratheon, clad in simple battle armor, strode into the hall with purpose. He did not kneel, but instead held Roderick's gaze, his eyes aflame with indomitable spirit. "Stannis Baratheon, welcome to King's Landing," Rodrick said calmly, his voice betraying no emotion. "The King of the Westerlands, Rodrick Blackstone," Stannis replied, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "I have come for my rightful throne. I am Robert's brother, the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne." A murmur of discussion rippled through the chamber, quickly subdued by the oppressive presence of the Blackstone Guard. Rodrick smiled faintly as he turned his gaze first to Tommen and then to Stannis. "Stannis, you claim to be the legitimate heir. Yet the political landscape of King's Landing has already stabilized. King Tommen has ascended to the throne with the support of House Tyrell and all loyalists. As for the cause of King Joffrey's demise, our investigations have revealed no connection to your accusations." He paused, his tone becoming laden with significance. "Westeros craves peace, a future free from bloodshed. Your obstinacy will only result in further suffering for the innocent and prolong this kingdom's struggle amidst flames of war. Such actions are unbecoming of a true king." Stannis scoffed. "Peace. The so-called peace you advocate is merely an order imposed through sword and conspiracy. You have imprisoned Tywin, sidelined Cersei, and coerced Robb into submission. Surely your aim is the Iron Throne?" "My ambition lies in the prosperity and stability of Westeros," Rodrick replied with unwavering composure. "The nobility present here, along with all the citizens of King's Landing, can attest to the fact that House Blackstone brings order, not chaos, justice, not tyranny." Roderick's words sparked a murmur among the gathered nobles. Many nodded in silent agreement, having witnessed firsthand how the Blackstone Legion had restored stability to King's Landing, enacted new policies, and revitalized a populace beleaguered by war. "Stannis, I offer you a choice," Rodrick continued. "Considering your esteemed status as the brother of King Robert, I can absolve you of all your transgressions. In return, you must renounce all claims to the Iron Throne and journey to the Night's Watch, becoming the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch." This proposition took everyone by surprise. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. It was both an honor and a permanent exile, banishing him to the cold expanse of the Wall, alongside the exiled Tyrion, thereby completely removing him from the seat of power while still granting him a dignified conclusion. Stannis' countenance darkened as he surveyed Rodrick and then the other nobles in the council chamber. He noticed the gleam of triumph in Margaery's eyes, the amusement on Peter's face, and the resignation and compliance reflected in the eyes of many subdued nobles. He understood that he had lost all chances. "Lord Commander of the Night's Watch," Stannis murmured, a flicker of struggle crossing his features. He had spent his life in pursuit of the throne, yet now he was to forsake everything and venture to the frigid north. "Stannis, this is an opportunity for you to serve the realm in another capacity," Rodrick stated calmly, though the weight of his words was undeniable. You can choose to become a rebel forsaken by time, ultimately disgraced, or you can opt to be a guardian remembered by history, offering your final loyalty to the realm. He held all the cards. Stannis stood alone, devoid of allies, with insufficient strength to contend against the Blackstone Legion. Ultimately, Stannis Baratheon sighed, acutely aware that he had no other choice. His rigid spine, under the unyielding pressure of Rodrick Blackstone, finally began to bend slowly. I accept your terms. Stannis' voice was deep, each word seeming to emerge from his throat with great effort. But I hope you will honor your promise, ensuring justice and peace for the realm. I guarantee it by the honor of House Blackstone, Rodrick replied calmly. Stannis Baratheon's concession marked the closing chapter of the War of the Five Kings. With his departure, no force remained in King's Landing that could directly threaten Rodrick Blackstone's power. Months later, on an autumn day in King's Landing, Rodrick Blackstone summoned all the significant nobles from the Seven Kingdoms, including Robb Stark from the north, the Tyrells of the Reach, as well as representatives from Dorne and the Stormlands. He did not ascend the Iron Throne immediately, rather, in a grand assembly before all the nobles. He issued a declaration that would reverberate throughout Westeros. Nobles, lords, and my people. Roderick's voice was resounding and resolute, echoing through the marble halls of the Red Keep. Since the death of King Robert, Westeros has been engulfed in blood and fire. The monarchy is in chaos, the nobility is in conflict, and the common folk are displaced. King Joffrey's tyranny is unbridled, Prince Stannis is obstinate, and while Robb Stark fights for his kin, he has also exacerbated divisions. He pointed toward the young Tommen seated upon the Iron Throne. Tommen Baratheon is innocent, young, and kind-hearted, but Westeros requires a king who is strong, stable, and capable of leading the realm toward prosperity. A king who can unify the Seven Kingdoms and all disputes and usher in a new era of peace. His gaze swept over the assembled nobles, finally resting on Cersei Lannister, who had been allowed to attend but appeared pale, her fists clenched tightly. Tywin Lannister's governance had tarnished the Lannister family's reputation. Joffrey's despotism had called the legitimacy of House Baratheon into question. The old order in King's Landing had decayed beyond repair. Unable to sustain the crumbling kingdom, he paused for a moment, inhaling deeply, then declared with unwavering resolve, as the king of the Westerlands, I, Rodrick Blackstone, with the Westerlands forged in blood and fire as my foundation, and the peace and order of the Seven Kingdoms as my duty, hereby officially declare that I will assume the responsibilities of King of Westeros. I shall depose King Tommen Baratheon from the throne and, in the name of Blackstone, forge a new era. The hall fell into a profound silence, soon erupting into a tempest of discussion. Rodrick did not afford them much time. Shadowguard 1. In accordance with prior decree, escort King Tommen and Queen Marjorie to Blackstone Castle deep in the Westerlands for their rehabilitation, Rodrick commanded, his tone brooking no argument. They shall receive the finest care, ensuring their safety and dignity. Tommen's face turned ashen, and a glimmer of despair flickered in Marjorie's eyes. Queen Cersei could endure no longer. She screamed and lunged at Rodrick, only to be ruthlessly intercepted by the Blackstone guards beside her. I am the conqueror. I shall bring forth true order and unity. Roderick's voice remained clear and powerful amidst the chaos. I will restore the glory of the kingdom, ensuring that Westeros shall know neither war, nor hunger, nor endless strife. He rose slowly, advancing step by step toward the Iron Throne, the symbol of ultimate authority. Under the watchful gaze of all the nobles, Rodrick Blackstone finally ascended the throne forged from 1,000 blades. He did not immediately don the crown, yet the moment he took his seat, the future of Westeros was irrevocably rewritten. The curtain was raised on a new era, in King's Landing, upon the Iron Throne, heralded by Rodrick Blackstone, the new ruler of Westeros. His reign would be the age of the Blackstones, an era where order and iron-fisted governance coexisted. Chapter 48. The Coronation of Blackstone. The Ascendance of the New King. The instant Rodrick Blackstone claimed the Iron Throne, a brief silence enveloped the hall, soon to be overwhelmed by a tide of murmurs. The expressions of the nobles varied. Some were shocked, others fearful, some exhilarated, and a few contemplative. Cersei Lannister was taken away by the Blackstone guards, her screams echoing down the corridors of the Red Keep, yet they could not alter the course of events. Rodrick paid no heed to the uproar within the hall. He rose steadily, his gaze piercing, surveying each noble present. His figure loomed tall and imposing in the shifting light of the Red Keep. Silence. The voice of Shadowguard 1 rang out, fierce as a sword unsheathed, silencing all murmurs of dissent. The soldiers of the Blackstone Guard struck their halberds in unison, producing a resounding clang that quelled the tumult in an instant. Roderick spoke once more, his voice soft yet unmistakably authoritative. I, Rodrick Blackstone, with the dignity and might of the King of the West, driven by the grand aspiration to end warfare and restore order, hereby declare, I shall become the 7th conqueror of Westeros. His words resounded like thunder in the ears of all present. He did not claim to be the heir of House Baratheon, nor did he emphasize any lineage. Instead, he boldly identified himself as a conqueror, undeniably issuing a direct challenge to the old power structures, asserting his most formidable declaration. He would establish an entirely new dynasty through his own strength and will. Today, I shall be crowned king, Roderick proclaimed loudly. Henceforth, Westeros shall be unified beneath the banner of House Blackstone, ushering in a true era of peace and prosperity. All who support me shall share in the glory. All who oppose me shall bear the brunt of my wrath. Roderick gestured to Steward Roland, who approached bearing a crown crafted from pure black iron and deep crimson gems, dignified in design, starkly contrasting with the traditional crowns of Westeros. It bore no excessive embellishment, but radiated a sense of power. Surrounded by the Blackstone Legion, and spurred by the kneeling of House Tyrell and other opportunistic nobles, the vast majority of those present chose to bow in submission. Although Robb Stark of the North bore a complex expression, he ultimately chose to kneel once more under the formidable dominion of House Blackstone, fulfilling the peace accord he had just established. Roderick Blackstone personally placed the crown upon his own brow. He ascended the Iron Throne once again. At this moment, he was no longer merely the King of the West, but rather the supreme ruler of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, Roderick I. Following the coronation ceremony, King Roderick promptly convened a small council, the nucleus of his governance over Westeros. Hand of the King, Roderick appointed his most trusted confidant, Shadowguard I, to serve as the Hand of the King. As his right-hand man for many years, Shadowguard I was well-versed in all of Roderick's strategic intentions, and his iron-fisted methods and efficient execution made him the ideal safeguard for the implementation of the new regime. Master of Coin, he retained Peter Baelish in the role of Master of Coin. Roderick was acutely aware of Littlefinger's astuteness and his grasp over the commercial networks of King's Landing. He required this strength to consolidate the kingdom's economy, while simultaneously intensifying surveillance over him by appointing financial advisors from House Blackstone to his side. Master of Ships, he elevated a capable naval commander from the West, Captain Burren, to the position of Master of Ships. House Blackstone required a formidable navy to control the coastline and guard against potential future threats. Legal advisor, he appointed a young, just, and learned scholar from Old Town to serve as legal advisor, tasked with the establishment of a new legal framework, recognizing the urgent need for reform of Westeros's antiquated laws. Master of Whisperers, this position was entrusted to an inconspicuous, yet loyal spy from House Blackstone, who continued to infiltrate and oversee the kingdom's information network. Of course, Steward Roland remained as King Roderick's chief private advisor, coordinating various affairs, acting as a bridge between the king and the small council. Roderick sat at the forefront of the council chamber, surveying the newly assembled small council, fully cognizant that this was merely the beginning. He intended to utilize these reliable individuals to gradually bring all of Westeros under his iron-fisted rule. On the day following the coronation ceremony, King Roderick ordered the public display of Tywin Lannister and Cersei Lannister in the plaza of the Red Keep, announcing their ultimate fates before the gathered populace of King's Landing. Tywin Lannister was unshackled yet appeared ashen. King Roderick declared that, in light of Tywin's destructive actions in the War of the Five Kings and his failure to effectively restrain his family members, he would remain imprisoned for life in the high tower of Blackstone Castle, a living relic of a bygone era, forever barred from interfering in worldly affairs. Cersei Lannister, due to the false accusations surrounding King Joffrey's assassination and her malicious framing of Tyrion, was sentenced to a public penance after having her hair shorn, stripped of all noble titles, and condemned to lifelong imprisonment in a convent, never to step outside again. As Cersei was held down by guards while her golden locks were shorn, paraded through the streets amidst the furious spittle and curses of the crowd, the entire city of King's Landing erupted in turmoil. The splendor of House Lannister had, at last, met its irrevocable demise. This undoubtedly serves as the most severe warning to all who dare to challenge the authority of House Blackstone or harbor nefarious intentions. Far away in Dorne, Prince Doran Martell's expression was complex upon receiving the news of Roderick's coronation as king and the downfall of House Lannister. He recognized Rodrick Blackstone's extraordinary capabilities and strength, while simultaneously perceiving that the demise of the Lannisters provided a perfect opportunity for the Martell family to exact their long-awaited vengeance. Yet, He was acutely aware that this new king would not be easily trifled with, and Dorne's independence would soon face fresh challenges. In the Reach, the Tyrell family, despite Margaery losing her queenly position, found solace in Roderick's fulfillment of previous agreements. Though Tommen and Margaery were placed under house arrest, their lives were spared, and the family was not subjected to purges. After careful consideration, Lady Olenna Tyrell chose to pledge her allegiance to the new king, hoping her family might maintain its influence within the newly established order. Roderick understood that achieving total dominion over the Seven Kingdoms would present one of his greatest challenges in Dorne. However, he had already secured the most prosperous, populous, and strategically significant core regions of Westeros. He would, at the opportune moment, with the foresight of a strategist, address these divergences and challenges one by one. Sitting upon the Iron Throne, he gazed into the distance, as if he could envision the vast expanse of Westeros before him. A new era had arrived, and he, Rodrick Blackstone, would reign as the singular monarch of this age. Chapter 49, The Reign of the New King. The light of Rodrick Blackstone's coronation as king ushered in an unprecedented transformation within and beyond King's Landing. He did not adopt the name of the former dynasty, but instead inaugurated the Blackstone dynasty as the prologue to a new epoch. Although the legitimacy of his throne was established through military conquest, his swift and effective governance instilled hope in many of the war-weary populace. At the commencement of his reign, King Roderick issued a series of impactful decrees that aimed to fundamentally reshape the administrative and judicial systems of Westeros. The promulgation of the Blackstone Codex, Roderick abolished certain outdated and widely criticized laws, commissioning a judicial committee led by the First Shadow to rapidly compile a new Blackstone Codex. With assistance from the learned scholars of Old Town and legal advisors from the Westerlands, this codex emphasized equality before the law, imposed severe punishments for aristocratic oppression of commoners, and streamlined the lengthy judicial processes. Following its enactment, the order within King's Landing improved significantly, with a marked decline in crime rates, and the populace hailed the new king's fairness. Administrative restructuring. Roderick undertook a thorough review and adjustment of certain administrative divisions across the Seven Kingdoms based on actual geographical and economic conditions, aiming to enhance management efficiency and dismantle the long-standing monopolization of local power by the old noble families. Concurrently, he appointed officials from House Blackstone or those utterly loyal to it as governors of key regions, who would be directly accountable to the king in King's Landing. 3. The Royal Guard of Obsidian. Roderick dismantled the infamous King's Guard, replacing it with the Obsidian Guard, comprised of the most elite warriors from the Blackstone Legion. Clad in armor as smooth and dark as obsidian, these sentinels wield exceptional weaponry and pledge their loyalty solely to King Roderick. They not only safeguard the king, but also serve as staunch enforcers of the new code, ensuring that no one dares to challenge the king's authority. 4. The integration of an efficient administrative management system and intelligence network. Roderick deftly harnessed these two talents to assess the performance of officials in each region, utilizing a network of spies to monitor for corruption and malfeasance. Any disloyal or negligent officials would be swiftly replaced, resulting in an unprecedented enhancement of administrative efficiency throughout the kingdom. Economically, Roderick recognized the paramount importance of social stability. 1. Initiation of public works. King Roderick ordered the construction of the Blackstone Road, connecting King's Landing with other major cities. These roads, broad and smooth, facilitated the passage of caravans, significantly boosting trade. Concurrently, he commenced irrigation restoration projects in the Riverlands and Stormlands, expanding arable land to combat the perennial famine that plagued Westeros. These initiatives provided numerous jobs for commoners and stabilized society. 2. The Treasury and Peter Baelish. Under Roderick's vigilant oversight, Peter Baelish maximized his commercial acumen. He was tasked with devising strategies for the kingdom's taxation and trade policies within the framework established by Roderick. Employing his talent as a strategic master, Roderick remained fully aware of every step of Peter's plans, ensuring they served the interests of the Blackstone dynasty rather than personal gain. Although Peter harbored resentment, he was compelled to temper his ambitions under Roderick's formidable pressure, becoming a loyal executor of the king's will. 3. Tax reform. Roderick alleviated the tax burdens on farmers while imposing more equitable levies on the nobility and large merchant guilds. He introduced policies to encourage commercial activity, establishing standardized measurements and currency, which greatly invigorated the economy across the realm. Roderick understood that despite his ascension to the throne, he still needed to address certain entrenched powers. 1. Prince Doran Martell. Roderick dispatched the eloquent steward Roland, bearing a substantial gift accompanied by the king's decree to Sunspear. Among the offerings, besides wealth symbolizing goodwill, was a reaffirmation of Dorne's autonomy, along with a veiled insinuation regarding the eventual downfall of House Lannister. Rodrick, well aware of Prince Doran's patience and thirst for vengeance, hoped to redirect Dorne's animosity towards old grievances rather than the Blackstone dynasty. 2. The threat of the Iron Islands. Rodrick did not hastily declare war on the Iron Islands. He understood the nature of the Ironborn, recognizing that an ill-timed assault would only provoke greater resistance. Instead, he first commanded Captain Burin to intensify naval patrols, diligently guarding against Ironborn raids. Meanwhile, he was also probing the internal conflicts of the Iron Islands and seeking opportunities that could be exploited, biding his time for a decisive moment to eliminate the threat posed by the Ironborn once and for all. Regarding the faith of the Seven and the Citadel of Learning, Rodrick maintained a relatively independent stance. He held respect for faith, yet he would never permit the church to meddle in secular affairs. He funded the Old Town Citadel, encouraging scholarly pursuits, while simultaneously demanding that scholars contribute to the kingdom's development, rather than merely confining themselves to the preservation of traditional knowledge. Seated upon the Iron Throne, Rodrick Blackstone wielded a scepter crafted from pure obsidian, adorned with a massive black stone, symbolizing both his lineage and his reign. His penetrating gaze traversed the entire hall, seemingly envisioning the future tapestry of the Seven Kingdoms. His talent as a strategic master granted him an intimate understanding of each step, while an efficient administrative framework ensured that his will was swiftly communicated and executed. His intelligence network allowed him to discern all potential threats and opportunities. Your Majesty, responses from the lords across the land have begun to arrive, with most expressing their fealty, reported Shadowguard One in a hushed tone beneath the throne. But what is it? Rodrick inquired. There are rumors in the north regarding your alleged battle with the others, which are intensifying among the populace. Shadowguard One hesitated. A subtle smile graced Roderick's lips, his eyes glinting with profound meaning. He understood that these legends of the Long Night and the others could serve as a potent card in his future consolidation of power. He intended for all of Westeros to witness that he was a king capable of leading them against genuine threats, rather than merely a mortal vying for the throne. Let these rumors continue to ferment, Rodrick calmly commanded, and when the time is right, I shall reveal to them what the true enemy is and who the genuine king is. The prologue of the Blackstone dynasty had commenced, and Rodrick Blackstone would inscribe a vivid chapter in the annals of Westerosi history, with his unique blend of iron-fisted authority and wisdom. The long night loomed ahead, yet he was well aware that he had thoroughly prepared for this ultimate conflict. Chapter 50. The Prologue of Ice and Fire. Within and beyond the wall, the reign of Rodrick I was drawing Westeros from the ashes of war into an unprecedented new era. The order and prosperity of King's Landing, along with the Blackstone family's efficient governance, had elevated the king's stature to unparalleled heights. Nevertheless, Rodrick had never lost sight of his true mission, the graver threat that lay beyond the north. In the north, since Robb Stark reaffirmed his loyalty to the Iron Throne, the situation appeared to stabilize on the surface. However, the intelligence network of the Blackstone family continued to relay unsettling news. The Night's Watch sought assistance. The Night's Watch at the Wall, under the command of Stannis Baratheon, had seen improvements in discipline and morale. Yet, the activities of the others beyond the wall had grown increasingly frequent and audacious. The scout reports that in the land of eternal winter, the spectral figures and frigid breaths are becoming increasingly common, prompting the wildling tribes to migrate south in large numbers out of fear, thereby pressuring the wall. The resurgence of ancient legends. In the villages deep within the north, old tales of the others and the long night are beginning to circulate among the people. Some elders recall the stories passed down from their ancestors, recounting a world enshrouded in ice and snow, and the armies of the dead. Robb Stark's concerns. Although Robb Stark has reclaimed his title as the Duke of Winterfell, he has not forgotten the whispers of the others that circulated during the war. He sends letters to King's Landing, detailing the Night's Watch's plight and the trend of wildlings migrating south. His words laden with profound anxiety as he implores the king for reinforcements for the Night's Watch. King Rodrick, upon receiving these reports, maintains an outward composure while internally devising a comprehensive strategic plan. He understands that the time has not yet come to fully disclose the threat of the others, as this would incite panic and potentially lead to civil strife. He seeks a gradual approach to guide the nobles and populace of Westeros, allowing them to slowly recognize the genuine peril that looms. 1. The Northern Defense Plan. King Rodrick orders the implementation of a Northern Defense Plan. Under the guise of assisting the Night's Watch in fending off wildlings, he dispatches the engineers of the Blackstone Legion and seasoned commanders to the Wall. The mission of these troops extends beyond merely reinforcing the Wall. They are to secretly construct new outposts and fortifications behind it, as well as establish supply depots along key routes. Concurrently, he sends specialized scholars and researchers to delve into ancient tomes and legends of the North, gathering all available information regarding the Others and the land of eternal winter. 2. Strategic material assistance. The Treasury of King's Landing commences the provision of substantial material aid to the Night's Watch, encompassing weapons, winter garments, provisions, and steeds. The scale of this assistance far exceeds what is necessary to repel the wildlings, yet Rodrick justifies it as a crucial investment in fortifying the kingdom's northern defenses. This support significantly enhances the strength of the Night's Watch and earns Stannis Baratheon a measure of respect for the new king. 3. Information penetration and public opinion guidance. Rodrick instructs his intelligence chief to disseminate tales of the northern disturbances and the legends of the Long Night throughout the southern kingdoms via bards, merchants, and smugglers. These narratives are artfully altered to possess an air of mystery and intrigue, while avoiding direct references to the Others to prevent inciting panic. He endeavors to prepare the minds of the southern populace for the impending threat. 4. Secret liaison with ancient families. Through his network of intelligence, Rodrick clandestinely contacts certain ancient families of the North with deep ties to the legends of the Others, such as House Reed. He acquires knowledge regarding the children of the forest, ancient magics, and the weaknesses of the Others from them. He recognizes that to combat such supernatural forces, mere military might will not suffice. Ancient wisdom and potentially latent magical powers are also essential. In the distant south, Prince Dowling Madhel received gifts and promises from King Rodrick. Upon the return of his envoy, a more detailed account of the new monarch was relayed. Upon learning of the utter destruction of House Lannister, particularly the fate of Cersei, the flames of vengeance within Prince Dowling were finally soothed. He did not immediately pledge his unwavering loyalty, yet he no longer regarded the Blackstone dynasty as his primary adversary. Instead, he began to send unique spices and horses from Dorne to King Roderick in the north, as a token of goodwill. Roderick astutely discerned this shift in Dowling's demeanor. He recognized that while Dorne maintained its independence, Dowling could be a valuable ally in the face of a common foe. Roderick I's ascension to the Iron Throne did not come with a sense of complacency. He understood that unifying Westeros would be no simple task. Yet now, he possessed unprecedented power, a formidable Blackstone Legion, an efficient administrative framework, and a strategic mind capable of forecasting future trends. Sitting upon the Iron Throne, the map before him no longer merely represented the Seven Kingdoms, but encompassed all of Westeros, reaching even into the lands of eternal winter. He knew that the war against the White Walkers would pose the greatest challenge to human civilization in history, and he would be the conqueror leading humanity out of the long night. He ordered the large-scale extraction of obsidian, secretly transporting it to King's Landing in the north, to be fashioned into special weapons. Simultaneously, he commanded the Citadel to research the technology of gunpowder, though fraught with difficulty. Roderick believed that any advanced weaponry would play a decisive role in the forthcoming battles. This heralded a new era, rife with both challenges and opportunities. Roderick I, the new king of House Blackstone, was steering Westeros toward an uncertain future, seeking not only to conquer the kingdoms of men, but also to vanquish the chilling army of the dead. Chapter 51, Frost Descends, the Mother of Dragons returns. The second winter following Roderick I's ascension to the Iron Throne arrived swifter and more ferociously than ever before. A blizzard swept through the north, enveloping ancient forests and rolling mountains, heralding a long and brutal night. Amidst the depths of this icy expanse, the army of the dead quietly amassed, beginning to exert pressure upon the realm of humanity. Reports from the Wall grew increasingly alarming. Commander Stannis Baratheon dispatched numerous urgent missives, infused with a tone of anxiety and despair. Casualties were staggering. A Night's Watch reconnaissance party venturing beyond the Wall fell victim to an ambush by White Walkers, resulting in near-total annihilation. The few survivors returned, bearing frostbite and psychological scars, recounting the horrific scenes of how the deceased were resurrected as whites. The pressure upon the Wall intensified. Not only were the wildlings a concern, but vast numbers of whites, driven by the White Walkers, began to attempt assaults on the Wall itself. Though the Great Wall remains steadfast for the time being, fissures have begun to appear in certain sections, and the Night's Watch is tirelessly on alert. Stannis bears witness. He has seen the true form of the White Walkers. their icy blue eyes and frigid weapons instilling in him an unwavering belief that King Roderick's warnings are not mere fabrications. He has begun to candidly articulate the threat posed by the White Walkers in his letters, urging the entire realm to unite. The Lords of the North, particularly Robb Stark of Winterfell, are profoundly unsettled upon receiving the Night's Watch's plea for assistance. Robb has commenced the gathering of the northern armies. Despite their recent experience of war, a deep-seated sense of duty compels them not to turn a blind eye to the looming menace from the north. Confronted with an increasingly dire situation, Rodrick realizes that the truth about the White Walkers can no longer be concealed. He must compel the nobles of Westeros to confront this unimaginable threat. King Roderick summons all the significant lords of the Seven Kingdoms to King's Landing for a council on the kingdom's security, rather than convening within the council chamber. He chooses a grand training ground outside the Red Keep. On the day of the meeting, King Roderick commands the First Shadow to bring forth a group of surviving members of the Night's Watch and a captured White. As the grotesque White, with its ice-blue eyes, is displayed before the assembly, bound in iron chains, a profound silence envelopes the training ground. Fear spreads like a plague. Many southern nobles, particularly those who have never set foot in the north, pale visibly, with some even retching in horror. Lords and warriors, Roderick's voice booms, cutting through the murmurs. This is our true enemy, the army of the dead, rising once more from the depths of the north. They possess the power to resurrect the deceased, creating an everlasting legion, intent on extinguishing all life. He proceeds to present the testimonies of the survivors and fragments of the icy weapons brought from the wall. He elaborates on the legends of the Long Night and explains why he has been preparing for this impending war all along. Many nobles still find it hard to believe. Yet the White before them is all too real, all too terrifying. Your Majesty, this is utterly absurd. A young lord from the Riverlands trembles. These are merely the sorceries of the wildlings in the north, nothing more. Roderick sharply interrupts him. This is not sorcery. This is death. They care not whether you are a Tyrell or a Lannister, a commoner or a noble. If they breach the wall, all your wealth and glory will vanish into the icy abyss. Roderick orders the execution of the White. When the Night's Watch wields their Valyrian steel swords to sever the White and pierce its form with obsidian daggers, the assembly is struck with both shock and a glimmer of hope. Valyrian steel and dragonglass are their vulnerabilities. Roderick proclaims loudly, I know this is difficult to accept, but you must come to terms with it. I need your strength, the strength of all Westeros, to withstand this ultimate war. Roderick was acutely aware that this was merely the inception of a grander scheme. Utilizing the talents of a strategic mastermind, he understood how to systematically dismantle the ingrained beliefs of the lords. Fear, coupled with undeniable evidence, ultimately compelled the southern lords to take action. House Tyrell. Although Lady Olenna Tyrell scoffed at ancient legends, her first-hand encounter with the Whites instilled in her a palpable sense of threat. She swiftly commanded the Reach to commence stockpiling provisions and to train new forces. Dorne, Prince Doran Martell, upon receiving the news, harbored doubts, yet chose to place his faith in Roderick. He discreetly dispatched troops northward and provided Dorne's unique steeds and weaponry in preparation for the impending conflict. He recognized that if Westeros fell, Dorne would not be spared. The mining of Dragonstone. King Roderick ordered geologists and miners to scour the lands of Westeros in search of Dragonstone veins. He understood that this precious resource possessed the potential to alter the course of the war. As Westeros was reeling from the threat posed by the White Walkers in the north, disconcerting news from overseas further furrowed King Roderick's brow. Alarming tidings arrived from across the narrow sea. Daenerys Targaryen, the last scion of House Targaryen, had crossed the waters riding 3 mighty dragons, leading the Unsullied and a formidable host of Dothraki cavalry to Dragonstone. She issued a resolute proclamation, asserting her claim as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the true bloodline usurped by Robert Baratheon. Her emergence undoubtedly cast a colossal shadow over the already tense situation in Westeros. Seated upon the Iron Throne, King Roderick listened intently to the report from his Shadowbinder, his eyes gleaming with a complex light. He was acutely aware that dragons were the bane of the White Walkers, and dragonfire was the sole weapon capable of utterly annihilating them. Daenerys' arrival represented both the gravest external threat and perhaps the solitary hope against the encroaching Long Night. The strategic genius within him recognized the dual challenges he now faced, uniting the 7 kingdoms against the White Walkers and negotiating with the formidable Dragon Queen. Should he confront, collaborate, or exploit her? Shadowbinder, Roderick intoned gravely, summon Peter Baelish and ensure he is prepared with ample resources. Simultaneously, discreetly dispatch envoys to Dragonstone. I must meet this Dragon Queen in person. Rodrick I, the newly crowned king of House Blackstone, understood that an authentic epic confrontation was on the horizon. Yet this time, he was not contending with power-hungry mortals, but with the chilling specter of death and flames descending from the heavens. He must navigate the delicate balance of strategy amidst the dichotomy of ice and fire to uncover a path for survival in Westeros. Chapter 52, The Dragon Queen and the Blackstone King. The meeting at King's Landing. Daenerys Targaryen, with her formidable fleet and 3 dragons, had established her dominion over Dragonstone, issuing a battle cry to Westeros. Her arrival undoubtedly posed a dual challenge to King Rodrick I's reign, the frigid death from the north and the searing flames from the east. Upon the arrival of the envoy dispatched by King Rodrick at Dragonstone, he was subjected to meticulous scrutiny by both the Unsullied and the Dothraki. Ultimately, the envoy returned with Daenerys' response. She consented to meet with the King of Blackstone, stipulating that the location must be Dragonstone and that he could only bring a select few trusted companions. Rodrick was acutely aware that setting foot on Dragonstone would place him in the domain of the Dragon Queen, a risk that was all too apparent. Nevertheless, he understood that procrastination would only complicate matters further, and the intuition of a strategic mastermind urged him that now was the opportune moment to confront Daenerys. He brought along only the Shadowbinder, Roland the Steward, and an elite guard comprised of the Obsidian Watch, embarking on a warship to Dragonstone with minimal entourage. Prior to his departure, he had discreetly issued numerous directives to bolster the defenses of King's Landing and the north, to monitor the movements of the noble houses, and to clandestinely mine the newly discovered dragonglass veins. As the fleet of the King of Blackstone approached Dragonstone, 3 colossal dragons soared through the skies, their thunderous roars capable of instilling trepidation in the hearts of men. Rodrick stood upon the deck, gazing up at the dragons, devoid of fear, his mind ensconced in profound contemplation. He recognized that these 3 dragons were pivotal to humanity's struggle against the White Walkers. Within the ancient castle of Dragonstone, Daenerys Targaryen sat upon her stone throne, flanked by her loyal advisor Missandei and the cunning Tyrion Lannister. Dressed in dark leather and crimson silk, she exuded an air of regality and pride, her eyes ablaze with an insatiable desire for the Iron Throne. As Rodrick entered the hall, clad in a simple black kingly cloak and without a crown, his formidable presence rivaled that of Daenerys. His obsidian watch stood resolutely behind him, silent as granite. Rodrick Blackstone, Daenerys began, her voice clear and commanding, laced with an undertone of scrutiny. You sit upon the throne of my ancestors, proclaiming yourself the king of Westeros. Daenerys Targaryen. Rodrick replied calmly, fixing his gaze upon her. I occupy the throne of the newly reborn 7 kingdoms. I have led Westeros out of the flames of war and into a semblance of order. I have ushered in peace and resistance against the true threats. True threats? Daenerys scoffed. I am that threat. I am the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the last bloodline of House Targaryen. You have usurped my kingdom. Tyrion Lannister stepped forward, attempting to ease the tension. Your Grace, I believe there are greater matters at hand that require our discussion. No need for further words. Rodrick interjected, his attention once more directed at Daenerys. Dragon Queen, the throne you seek will hold no significance when the long night descends upon us. He then elaborated to Daenerys on the peril posed by the White Walkers, detailing the fortifications he had established in the north, the harrowing display of whites in King's Landing, and the immense pressure the White Walkers exerted upon the wall. He emphasized their attributes, numbers, and vulnerabilities to Valyrian steel and dragonglass. Daenerys and Tyrion listened with increasing seriousness, their expressions gradually turning grave. Tyrion, having briefly stayed at the wall, had heard whispers of the White Walkers, but the meticulous account presented by Rodrick left him astounded. What evidence do you possess? Daenerys inquired, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Rodrick waved his hand, and Shade One retrieved a shard of dragon glass brought back by the Night's Watch captain, along with several intelligence maps detailing the movements of the White Walkers in the north. He also mentioned the efficacy of Valyrian steel against the White Walkers and hinted at the immense power of dragonfire. If you doubt my words, you may dispatch your Unsullied or Dothraki cavalry to the north to see for yourselves. However, let it be clear, what we will face is not merely an ordinary army, but death itself. Silence enveloped the hall. Daenerys gazed at the dragon glass shard in her hand, then cast a glance at Roderick's resolute visage. She understood that if his words held truth, the struggle for the throne was indeed secondary. Even if the White Walkers exist, she lifted her head, her gaze sharpening once more. What compels you to claim the throne? You could have chosen to be the regent, fighting for King Tommen. All my actions are for the future of Westeros, Rodrick replied. The old monarchy has decayed beyond repair, incapable of leading this realm against such a colossal threat. I can, and must, shoulder this responsibility. Rodrick recognized the critical juncture they faced. He needed to propose a plan that would foster cooperation while preserving his own authority. Daenerys, Rodrick said earnestly, I have not come to contest the throne with you, at least not now. I have come to confront an enemy that, if left unchecked, will annihilate all thrones and every living being. He stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Daenerys. Your family harbors true dragons, the sole force capable of turning the tide of this conflict. Meanwhile, I command the mightiest army in Westeros, the most sophisticated administrative system, and possess the profoundest understanding of this war. We each possess our strengths and weaknesses. My proposal is this. Let us temporarily set aside our rivalry for the throne and ally ourselves. I acknowledge you as the heir of House Targaryen and offer you the rights to the Dragon Glass Mines, along with strategic command against the White Walkers. In return, you must lead your dragons and your army northward to confront the Long Night. Tyrion Lannister's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the very scenario he had long sought to orchestrate, a formidable alliance against a common foe. Daenerys fell into contemplation, gazing out the window as if she could envision the icy expanse of the north and the iron throne of King S. Landing. She was a conqueror, yet she had always upheld the mission of breaking chains. If Westeros faced true annihilation, her throne would dissolve into nothingness. Ultimately, Daenerys Targaryen rose to her feet, her gaze lingering on Rodrick for an extended moment. We shall form a temporary alliance. Daenerys' voice resonated with solemnity and resolve. Yet, after the Long Night, the Iron Throne ultimately belonged to House Targaryen. In the wake of this prolonged darkness, Rodrick calmly responded, his gaze embodying a confidence that only he could fathom. If Westeros still exists, we shall revisit the matter of rightful claim. The two sovereigns convened at the stone table on Dragonstone, where they inscribed a brief, yet profoundly significant covenant. This pact, forged for the sake of survival, symbolized a temporary convergence of ice and fire, power and order. King Rodrick successfully garnered the strength of the Dragon Queen. Yet he was acutely aware that this was merely the initial stride. He must not only command two distinctly styled armies to fight in unison, but also remain vigilant against Daenerys' ambition, ensuring that their ultimate triumph would lay the most solid foundation for his House Blackstone. All eyes in Westeros were directed towards the north, as the final battle between humanity and death was poised to commence.